Brilliance Audio presents Magic Hour by Kristin Hannah, performed by Susan Torin.
This one is for my son, Tucker. It seems like only a few years ago I could hold you in my arms. Now we're touring colleges and talking about your future. I am so proud of the boy you were and the man you are becoming. Soon you will be leaving your dad and me to find your own way in the world. Know that whatever you do, wherever you go, we will always love you. Real isn't how you are made, said the skin horse. It's a thing that happens to you. When a child loves you for a long, long time, not just to play with, but really loves you, then you become real. Does it hurt? Asked the rabbit. Sometimes, said the skin horse, for he was always truthful. The Velveteen Rabbit, Marjorie Williams. 1. It will all be over soon. Julia Cates had lost count of the times she'd told herself that very thing, but today, finally, it would be true. In a few hours, the world would know the truth about her. If she made it downtown, that was. Unfortunately, the Pacific Coast Highway looked more like a parking lot than a freeway. The hills behind Malibu were on fire again. Smoke hung above the rooftops and turned the normally bright coastal air into a thick brown sludge. All over town, terrified babies woke in the middle of the night, crying gray-black tears and gasping for breath. Even the surf seemed to have slowed down, as if exhausted by the unseasonable heat. She maneuvered through the cranky stop-and-go traffic, ignoring the drivers who flipped her off and cut in front of her. It was expected. In this most dangerous of seasons in Southern California, tempers caught fire as easily as backyards. The heat made everyone edgy. Finally, she exited the freeway and drove to the courthouse. Television vans were everywhere. Dozens of reporters huddled on the courthouse steps, microphones and cameras at the ready, waiting for the story to arrive. In Los Angeles, it was becoming a daily event, it seemed. Legal proceedings as entertainment. Michael Jackson, Courtney Love, Robert Blake. Julia turned a corner and drove to a side entrance where her lawyers were waiting for her. She parked on the street and got out of the car, expecting to move forward confidently, but for a terrible second, she couldn't move. You're innocent, she reminded herself. They'll see that. The system will work. She forced herself to take a step, then another. It felt as if she were moving through invisible wires, fighting her way uphill. When she made it to the group, it took everything she had to smile. But one thing she knew, it looked real. Every psychiatrist knew how to make a smile look genuine. "Hello, Dr. Cates," said Frank Williams, the lead counsel on her defense team. "How are you?" "Let's go," she said, wondering if she was the only one who heard the wobble in her voice. She hated that evidence of her fear. Today, of all days, she needed to be strong, to show the world that she was the doctor they'd thought she was, that she'd done nothing wrong. The team coiled protectively around her. She appreciated their support. Although she was doing her best to appear professional and confident, it was a fragile veneer. One wrong word could strip it all away. They pushed through the doors and walked into the courthouse. Flashbulbs erupted in spasms of blue-white light. Cameras clicked, tape rolled. Reporters surged forward, all yelling at once. "Dr. Cates, how do you feel about what happened? Why didn't you save those children? Did you know about the gun?" Frank put an arm around Julia and pulled her against his side. She pressed her face against his lapel and let herself be pulled along. In the courtroom, she took her place at the defendant's table. One by one, the team rallied around her. Behind her, in the first row of gallery seating, several junior associates and paralegals took their places. She tried to ignore the racket behind her, the doors creaking open and slamming shut, footsteps hurrying across the marble-tiled floor, whispered voices. Empty seats were filling up quickly. She knew it without turning around. This courtroom was the place to be in Los Angeles today, and since the judge had disallowed cameras in the courtroom, journalists and artists were no doubt packed side by side in the gallery, their pens ready. In the past year, they'd written an endless string of stories about her. Photographers had snapped thousands of pictures of her, taking out the trash, standing on her deck, coming and going from her office. The least flattering shots always made the front page. Reporters had practically set up camp outside her condo, and although she had never spoken to them, it didn't matter. The stories kept coming. They reported on her small-town roots, her stellar education, her pricey beachfront condo, her devastating breakup with Philip. They even speculated that she'd recently become either anorexic or addicted to liposuction. What they didn't report on was the only part of her that mattered, her love of her job. She had been a lonely, awkward child, and she remembered every nuance of that pain. Her own youth had made her an exceptional psychiatrist. Of course, that bit of truth had never made it to press. Neither had a list of all the children and adolescents she'd helped. A hush fell over the courtroom as Judge Carol Meyerson took her seat at the bench. She was a stern-looking woman with artificially bright auburn hair and old-fashioned eyeglasses. The bailiff called out the case. Julia wished suddenly that she had asked someone to join her here today, some friend or relative who would stand by her, maybe hold her hand when it was over. But she'd always put work ahead of socializing. It hadn't given her much time to devote to friends. Her own therapist had often pointed out this lack in her life. Truthfully, until now, she'd never agreed with him. Beside her, Frank stood. He was an imposing man, tall and almost elegantly thin, with hair that was going from black to gray in perfect order, sideburns first. She'd chosen him because of his brilliant mind, but his demeanor was likely to matter more. Too often in rooms like this, it came down to form over substance. "Your Honor," he began in a voice as soft and persuasive as any she'd ever heard, "the naming of Dr. Julia Cates as a defendant in this lawsuit is absurd. Although the precise limits and boundaries of confidentiality in psychiatric situations are often disputed, certain precedents exist, namely Tarasoff versus Regents of University of California. Dr. Cates had no knowledge of her patient's violent tendencies and no information regarding specific threats to named individuals. Indeed, no such specific knowledge is even alleged in the complaint. Thus, we respectfully request that she be dismissed from this lawsuit. Thank you." He sat down. At the plaintiff's table, a man in a jet-black suit stood up. "4 children are dead, Your Honor. They will never grow up, never leave for college, never have children of their own. Dr. Cates was Amber Zuniga's psychiatrist. For 3 years, Dr. Cates spent 2 hours a week with Amber, listening to her problems and prescribing medications for her growing depression. Yet with all that intimacy, we are now to believe that Dr. Cates didn't know that Amber was becoming increasingly violent and depressed, that she had no warning whatsoever that her patient would buy an automatic weapon and walk into her church youth group meeting and start shooting." The lawyer walked out from behind the table and stood in the middle of the courtroom. Slowly he turned to face Julia. It was the money shot, the one that would be drawn by every artist in the courtroom and shown around the world. "She is the expert, Your Honor. She should have foreseen this tragedy and prevented it by warning the victims or committing Ms. Zuniga for residential treatment. If she didn't, in fact, know of Ms. Zuniga's violent tendencies, she should have. Thus, We respectfully seek to keep Dr. Cates as a named defendant in this case. It is a matter of justice. The slain children's families deserve redress from the person most likely to have foreseen and prevented the murder of their children." He went back to the table and took his seat. "It isn't true," Julia whispered, knowing her voice couldn't be heard. Still, she had to say it out loud. Amber had never even hinted at violence. Every teenager battling depression said they hated the kids in their school. That was light years away from buying a gun and opening fire. Why couldn't they all see that? Judge Meyerson read over the paperwork in front of her. Then she took off her reading glasses and set them down on the hard wooden surface of her bench. The courtroom fell into silence. Julia knew that the journalists were ready to write instantly. Outside, there were more of them standing by, ready to run with 2 stories. Both headlines were already written. All they needed was a sign from their colleagues inside. The children's parents, huddled in the back rows in a mournful group, were waiting to be assured that this tragedy could have been averted, that someone in a position of authority could have kept their children alive. They had sued everyone for wrongful death. The police, the paramedics, the drug manufacturers, the medical doctors, and the Zuniga family. The modern world no longer believed in senseless tragedy. Bad things couldn't just happen to people. Someone had to pay. The victims' families hoped that this lawsuit would be the answer, but Julia knew it would only give them something else to think about for a while, perhaps distribute some of their pain. It wouldn't alleviate it, though. The grief would outlive them all. The judge looked at the parents first. "There is no doubt that what happened on February 19th at the Baptist Church in Silverwood was a terrible tragedy. As a parent myself, I cannot fathom the world in which you have lived for the past months. However, the question before this court is whether Dr. Cates should remain a defendant in this case." She folded her hands on the desk. "I am persuaded that, as a matter of law, Dr. Cates had no duty to warn or otherwise protect the victims in this set of circumstances. I reach this conclusion for several reasons. First, the facts do not assert, and the plaintiffs do not allege, that Dr. Cates had any specific knowledge of identifiable potential victims. Second, the law does not impose a duty to warn except to clearly identifiable victims. And finally, as a matter of public policy, we must maintain the confidentiality of the psychiatrist-patient relationship unless there is a specific identifiable threat which warrants the undermining of that confidentiality. Dr. Cates, by her testimony and her records, and pursuant to the plaintiff's own assertions, did not have a duty to warn or otherwise protect the victims in this case. Thus, I am dismissing her from the complaint without prejudice." The gallery went crazy. Before she knew it, Julia was on her feet and enfolded in congratulatory hugs by her defense team. Behind her, she could hear the journalists running for the doors and down the marble hallway. "She's out!" someone yelled. Julia felt a wave of relief. Thank God. Then she heard the children's parents crying behind her. "How can this be happening?" one of them said loudly. "She should have known." Frank touched her arm. "You should be smiling. We won." She shot a quick glance at the parents, then looked away. Her thoughts trailed off into the dark woods of regret. Were they right? Should she have known? "It wasn't your fault, and it's time you told people that. This is your opportunity to speak up, to—" A crowd of reporters swarmed them. "Dr. Cates, what do you have to say to the parents who hold you responsible? Will other parents trust you with their children? Can you comment on the report that the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office has taken your name off the roster of forensic psychiatrists? Frank stepped into the fray, reaching back for Julia's hand. My client was just released from the lawsuit. On a technicality, someone yelled. While they were focused on Frank, Julia slipped to the back of the crowd and ran for the door. She knew Frank wanted her to make a statement, but she didn't care. She didn't feel triumphant. All she wanted was to be away from all this, to get back to real life. The Zunigas were standing in front of the door, blocking her path. They were paler versions of the couple she'd once known. Grief had stripped them of color and aged them. Mrs. Zuniga looked up at her through tears. She loved both of you, Julia said softly, knowing it wasn't enough. And you were good parents. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise. Amber was ill. I wish— Don't, Mr. Zuniga said. Wishing hurts most of all. He put an arm around his wife and drew her close to him. Silence fell between them. Julia tried to think of more to say, but all that was left was, I'm sorry, which she'd said too many times to count, and goodbye. Holding her purse close, she eased around them, then left the courthouse. Outside, the world was brown and bleak. A thick layer of smoke darkened the sky, obliterating the sun, matching her mood. She got into her car and drove away. As she merged into traffic, she wondered if Frank had even noticed her absence. To him, it was a game, albeit with the biggest stakes, and as the day's winner, he would be flying high. He would think about the victims and their families, probably tonight in his den after a few doers over ice. He would think about her, too, perhaps wonder what would become of a psychiatrist who'd so profoundly compromised her reputation with failure. But he wouldn't think about them all for long. He didn't dare. She was going to have to put it behind her now, too. Tonight she'd lie in her lonely bed, listening to the surf, thinking how much it sounded like the beat of her heart. And she'd try again to get beyond her grief and guilt. She had to figure out what clue she'd missed, what sign she'd overlooked. It would hurt, remembering, but in the end, she'd be a better therapist for all this pain. And then, at 7 o'clock in the morning, she'd get dressed and go back to work. Helping people. That was how she'd get through this. Girl crouches at the edge of the cave, watching water fall from the sky. She wants to reach for one of the empty cans around her, maybe lick the insides again, but she has done this too many times already. The food is gone. It has been gone for more moons than she knows how to keep track of. Behind her, the wolves are restless, hungry. The sky grumbles and roars. The trees shake with fear, and still the water drips down. She falls asleep. She wakes suddenly and looks around, sniffing the air. There is a strange scent in the darkness. It should frighten her, send her back into the deep black hole, but she can't quite move. Her stomach is so tight and empty, it hurts. The falling water isn't so angry now. It is more of a spitting. She wishes she could see the sun. Life is better when she is in the light. Her cave is so dark. A twig snaps, then another. She goes very still, willing her body to disappear against the cave wall. She becomes like the shadow of herself, flat and motionless. She knows how important stillness can be. Him is coming. Already he has been gone too long. The food is no more. The sunny days are past, and though she is glad him is gone, without him she is afraid. In a time, long ago now, her would have helped some, but she is dead. When the forest falls silent again, she leans forward, poking her face into the gray light out there. The darkness of sleep night is coming. Soon it will be blackness all around. The falling water is gentle and sweet. She likes the taste of it. What should she do? She glances down at the pup beside her. He is on alert, too, sniffing the air. She touches his soft fur and feels the tremble in his body. He is wondering the same thing. Would him be back? Always before, him was gone a moon or two at the most. But everything changed when her got dead and gone. When him left, he actually spoke to girl. "You be good while I'm gone or else." She doesn't understand all of the words, but she knows, or else. Still, it is too long since he left. There is nothing to eat. She has freed herself and gone into the woods for berries and nuts, but it is the darkening season. Soon she will be too weak to find food, and there will be none anyway when the white starts falling and turns her breath into fog. Though she is afraid, terrified of the strangers who live out there, she is starving. And if him comes back and sees that she has freed herself, it will be bad. She must make a move. The town of Rain Valley, tucked between the wilds of the Olympic National Forest and the roaring gray surf of the Pacific Ocean, was the last bastion of civilization before the start of the deep woods. There were places not far from town that had never been touched by the golden rays of the sun, where shadows lay on the black, loamy soil all year, their shapes so thick and substantial that the few hardy hikers who made their way into the forest often thought they'd stumbled into a den of hibernating bears. Even today, in this modern age of scientific wonders, these woods remained as they had for centuries, unexplored, untouched by man. Less than 100 years ago, settlers came to this beautiful spot between the rainforest and the sea and hacked down just enough trees to plant their crops. In time, they learned what the Native Americans had learned before them. This was a place that wouldn't be tamed. So they gave up their farming tools and took up fishing. Salmon and timber became the local industries, and for a few decades the town prospered. But in the 90s, environmentalists discovered Rain Valley. They set out to save the birds and the fish and the eldest of the trees. The men who made their living off the land were forgotten in this fight, and over the years the town fell into a quiet kind of disrepair. One by one, the grandiose visions of the town's prominent citizens faded away. Those much-anticipated streetlights were never added. The road out to Mystic Lake remained a 2-lane minefield of thinning asphalt and growing potholes. The telephone and electrical lines stayed where they were, in the air, hanging lazily from one old pole to the next, an invitation to every tree limb in every windstorm to knock out the town's power. In other parts of the world, in places where man had staked his claim long ago, such a falling apart of a town might have dealt a death blow to the citizens' sense of community. But not here. The people of Rain Valley were hardy souls, able and willing to live in a place where it rained more than 200 days a year, and the sun was treated like a wealthy uncle who only rarely came to call. They withstood gray days and springy lawns and dwindling ways to make a living, and remained, through it all, the sons and daughters of the pioneers who'd first dared to live among the towering trees. Today, however, they were finding their spirit tested. It was October 17th, and autumn had recently lost its race to the coming winter. Oh, the trees were still dressed in their party colors, and the lawns were green again after the brown days of late summer. But no mistake could be made. Winter was coming. The sky had been low and gray all week, layered in ominously dark clouds. For 7 days, It had rained almost non-stop. On the corner of Wheaton Way and Cates Avenue stood the police station, a squat gray stone building with a cupola on top and a flagpole on the grassy lawn out front. Inside the austere building, the old fluorescent lighting was barely strong enough to keep the gray at bay. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but the bad weather made it feel later. The people who worked inside tried not to notice. If they'd been asked, and they hadn't, they would have admitted that 4 to 5 consecutive days of rain was acceptable. Longer if it was only a drizzle. But there was something wrong in this stretch of bad weather. It wasn't January, after all. For the first few days they sat at their respective desks and complained good-naturedly about the walk from their cars to the front door. Now those conversations had been pummeled by the constant hammering of rain on the roof. Ellen Barton, Ellie to her friends, which was everyone in town, stood at the window, staring out at the street. The rain made everything appear insubstantial. She caught a glimpse of herself in the water-streaked window. Not a reflection, precisely, more of a feeling played out momentarily on glass. She saw herself as she always did, as the younger woman she'd once been. Long, thick black hair and cornflower blue eyes and a bright, ready smile. The girl voted homecoming queen and head cheerleader. As always, when she thought about her youth, she saw herself in white, the color of brides, of hope for the future, of families waiting to be born.
I gotta have a smoke, Ellie. You know I do. I've been really good, but it's reaching critical mass about now. If I don't light up, I'm heading to the refrigerator.
Don't let her do it, Cal said from his place at the dispatch desk. He sat hunched over the phone, a lock of black hair falling across his eyes. In high school, Ellie and her friends had called him the Crow because of his black hair and sharp, pointed features. He'd always had a bony, ill-put-together look, as if he wasn't quite at home in his body. At almost 40, he still had a boyish appearance. Only his eyes, dark and intense, showed the miles he'd walked in his lifetime.
Try tough love.
Nothing else has worked.
Bite me,
Peanut snapped. Ellie sighed. They'd had this same discussion only 15 minutes ago, and 10 minutes before that. She put her hands on her waist, resting her fingertips on the heavy gun belt that was slung across her hips. She turned to look at her best friend. Now, Peanut, you know what I'm going to say. This is a public building. I'm the chief of police. How can I let you break the law?
Exactly,
Cal said. He opened his mouth to say more, but a call came in and he answered it.
Rain Valley Police. Oh, right, Peanut said, and suddenly you're Miss Law and Order. What about Sven Morgenstern? He parks in front of his store every day, right in front of the hydrant. When was the last time you hauled his car away? And Large Marge shoplifts 2 boxes of freezer pops and a bottle of nail polish from the drugstore every Sunday after church. I haven't processed her arrest papers in a while. I guess as long as her husband pays the tab, it doesn't matter.
She let the sentence trail off. They both knew she could cite a dozen more examples. This was Rain Valley, after all, not downtown Seattle. Ellie had been the chief of police for 4 years, and a patrol officer for 8 years before that. Although she stayed ready for anything, she'd never processed a crime more dangerous than breaking and entering.
Are you going to let me have a cigarette, or am I going to get a donut and a Red Bull?
They'll both kill you.
Yeah, but they won't kill us,
Cal said, disconnecting his call.
Hold firm, Elle. She's the patrol clerk. She shouldn't smoke in a city building.
You're smoking too much, Ellie finally said.
Yeah, but I'm eating less.
Why don't you go back to the salmon jerky diet, or the grapefruit one? Those were both healthier.
Stop talking and answer me. I need a smoke.
You started smoking 4 days ago, Peanut, Cal said. You hardly need a cigarette. Ellie shook her head. If she didn't step in, these two would bicker all day. You should go back to your meetings, she said with a sigh. That Weight Watchers was working.
6 months of cabbage soup to lose 10 pounds? I don't think so. Come on, Ellie. You know I'm about ready to reach for a donut.
Ellie knew she'd lost the battle. She and Penelope Nutter, had worked side by side in this office for more than a decade and been best friends since high school. Over the years, their friendship had weathered every storm, from the ruination of Ellie's 2 fragile marriages to Peanut's recent decision that smoking cigarettes was the key to weight loss. She called it the Hollywood diet and pointed out all of the stick-figure celebrities who smoked. Fine, but just one. Grinning at Cal, Peanut placed her hands on the desk and pushed herself to a stand. The 50 pounds she'd gained in the past few years made her move a little slower. She walked over to the door and opened it, although they all knew there'd be no breeze to suck the smoke away on such a wet and dismal day. Ellie went down the hall to the office in the back that was technically hers. She rarely used it. In a town like this, there wasn't much call for official business, and she preferred to spend her days in the main room with Cal and Peanut. She dug past the signs from last month's pancake breakfast and found a gas mask. Putting it on, she headed back down the hall. Cal burst out laughing. Peanut tried not to smile.
Very funny.
I may want children someday. I'm protecting my uterus.
If I were you, I'd worry less about secondhand smoke and more about finding a date. She's tried everyone from Mystic to Aberdeen, Cal said. Last month she even went out with that UPS guy, the good-looking one, who keeps forgetting where he parked his truck.
Peanut exhaled smoke and coughed.
I think you need to lower your standards, Ellie.
You sure look like you're enjoying that smoke, Cal said with a grin. Peanut flipped him off.
We were talking about Ellie's love life.
That's all you two ever talk about, Cal pointed out. It was true. Ellie couldn't help herself. She loved men. Usually, always, the wrong men. Peanut called it the curse of the small-town beauty queen. If only Ellie had been like her sister and learned to rely on her brains instead of her beauty. But some things simply weren't meant to be. Ellie liked having fun. She liked romance. The problem was, it hadn't yet led to true love. Peanut said it was because Ellie didn't know how to compromise, but that wasn't accurate. Ellie's marriages, both of them, had failed because she'd married good-looking men with itchy feet and wandering eyes. Her first husband, former high school football captain Al Torres, should have been enough to turn her off men for years. But she'd had a short memory, and just a few years after the divorce, she married another good-looking loser. Poor choices, to be truthful, but the divorces hadn't dimmed her hopes. She still believed in romance and was waiting to be swept away. She knew it was possible. She'd seen that true love with her parents. She lifted the gas mask and said, "Any lower, P, and I'd be dating out of my species. Maybe Cal here can set me up with one of his geek friends from the comic book convention." Cal looked stung by that. "We're not geeks."
"Yeah," Peanut said, exhaling smoke. "You're grown men who think other men in tights look good."
"You make us sound gay."
"Hardly," Peanut laughed. "Gay men have sex. Your friends wear Matrix costumes in public. How you found Lisa, I'll never know."
At the mention of Cal's wife, an awkward silence stumbled into the room. The whole town knew she was a runaround. There was always talk. Men smiled, women frowned and shook their heads at the mention of her name. But here in the police station, they never spoke about it. Cal went back to reading his comic book and doodling in his sketch pad. They all knew he'd be quiet for a while now. Ellie sat down at her desk and put her feet up. Peanut leaned back against the wall and stared at her through a cloud of smoke.
"I saw Julia on the news yesterday."
Cal looked up.
No kidding. I gotta turn on the TV more.
Ellie pulled off the mask and set it on the desk. She was dismissed from the lawsuit.
Did you call her?
Of course. Her answering machine had a lovely tone. I think she's avoiding me.
Peanut took a step forward. The old oak floorboards, first hammered into place at the turn of the century when Bill Whitman had been the town's police chief, shuddered at the movement. But like everything in Rain Valley, they were sturdier than they appeared. The West End was a place where things and people were built to last. You should try again.
You know how jealous Julia is of me. She especially wouldn't want to talk to me now.
You think everyone is jealous of you.
I do not.
Peanut gave her one of those who-do-you-think-you're-fooling looks that were the cornerstone of friendship. Come on, Ellie. Your baby sister looked like she was hurting. Are you going to pretend you can't talk to her because 20 years ago you were homecoming queen and she belonged to the math club?
In truth, Ellie had seen it, too. The haunted, hunted look in Julia's eyes. And she'd wanted to reach out and help her younger sister. Julia had always felt things too keenly. It was what made her a great psychiatrist. She wouldn't listen to me, Peanut. You know that. She considers me only slightly smarter than a pet rock. Maybe...
The sound of footsteps stopped her.
Someone was running toward their office.
Ellie got to her feet just as the door swung open, hitting the wall with a crack. Laurie Foreman skidded into the room. She was soaking wet and obviously cold. Her whole body was shaking. Her kids, Bailey, Felicia, and Jeremy, were clustered around her.
"You gotta come," Laurie said to Ellie. "Take a breath, Laurie. Tell me what's happened. You won't believe me. Heck, I've seen it, and I don't believe me. Come on. There's something on Magnolia Street."
"Yee-haw!" Peanut said. "Something's actually happening in town." She reached for her coat on the coat rack beside her desk. "Hurry up, Cal. Forward the emergency calls to your cell phone. We don't want to miss all the excitement."
Ellie was the first one out the door. 2.
Ellie pulled her cruiser into an empty parking slot on the corner of Magnolia and Woodland and killed the engine. It sputtered a few times, coughing like an old man, then fell silent. The rain stopped at the same time, and sunlight peered through the clouds. Even Ellie, who'd lived here all of her life, was awed by the sudden change of weather. It was magic hour, the moment in time when every leaf and blade of grass seemed separate, when sunlight, burnished by the rain and softened by the coming night, gave the world an impossibly beautiful glow. In the passenger seat, Peanut leaned forward. The vinyl seat squeaked at the movement. "I don't see nothing." "Me either." This from Cal, who sat perfectly erect in the back seat, his tall, lanky body folded into neat thirds. His long, bony fingers formed a steeple. Ellie studied the town square. Clouds the color of old nails moved across the sky, trying to diffuse the fading light. But now that the sun was here, it wouldn't be pushed aside. Rain Valley, all 5 blocks of it, seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. Brick storefronts, built one after another in the halcyon salmon and timber days of the 70s, shone like hammered copper. There was a crowd outside of Swain's drugstore, and another one across the street in front of Lulu's hair salon. No doubt the patrons of the Poor House would come stumbling out any second, demanding to know what everyone was looking at.
"You there, Chief?"
came a voice over the radio. Ellie flicked the button and answered, "I'm here, Earl."
"Come on down to the tree in South Park.
There was a bunch of static, then,
Move slow. I ain't kidding."
"You stay here, Peanut. You too, Cal," Ellie said as she got out of the car. Her heart was beating quickly. This was the most exciting call she'd ever had.
Mostly her job consisted of driving home folks who drunk too much or talking to kids at the local school about the dangers of drugs. But she'd prepared herself for anything. That was a lesson she'd learned from her Uncle Joe, who'd been the town's police chief for 3 decades. "Don't take peace for granted," he'd said to her often. "It can shatter like glass." She'd believed him, and so, even though she'd become a cop in a kind of lackadaisical way, she'd grown into the job. Now she read up on all the newest information, kept her skills honed at the shooting range, and watched over her town with a sharp eye. It was really the only thing she'd ever been good at, besides looking good, which she took just as seriously. She moved down the street, noticing how quiet the town was. She could have heard a pin drop. It was unnatural for a town chock full of gossips. She unclasped her holster and reached for her weapon. It was the first time she'd ever drawn it in the field. With each step, she heard her heels click on the pavement. On either side of the street, the ditches were rivers of boiling silver water. As she neared the 4-way stop, she could hear whispering and see people pointing toward Chief Sealth City Park.
"There she is," someone said. "Chief Barton will know what to do."
At the corner, she paused. Earl came running at her, his cowboy boot heels sounding like gunfire on the slick pavement. He moved like a marionette on slack strings, kind of akimbo and disjointed. Rain streaked his uniform. "Shh," she hissed. Earl Huff's face scrunched into a ruddy fist. At 64, he'd been a cop before Ellie was born, but he never failed to show her the utmost respect.
"Sorry, boss."
"What's going on?" Ellie asked. "I don't see a damn thing."
"She showed up about 10 minutes ago, right after that big thunder crack. Y'all hear it?"
"We heard it," Peanut said, her voice wheezy from moving so fast. Cal was beside Peanut. Ellie spun around. "I told you both to stay in the cruiser."
"You meant it?" Peanut said incredulously. "I thought that was one of them for legal reasons orders. Hell, Ellie, we're not going to miss the first real call in years."
Cal nodded, grinning. It made her want to smack him. She wondered if the captain of the LAPD had similar problems with his friends. With a sigh, she turned back to Earl. "Talk to me."
"After the thunder crack, the rain stopped, just like that. 1 minute it was pouring, and then it wasn't. Then, that amazing sun came out. That's when old Doc Fisher heard a wolf howl."
Peanut shivered.
"It's like that time on Buffy when she—"
"Keep going, Earl," Ellie said sharply.
"It was Mrs. Grimm who noticed the girl. I was getting my hair cut, and don't say what hair."
He turned slowly and pointed.
"When she climbed up that there tree, we called you."
Ellie stared at the tree. She'd seen it every day of her life, had played in it as a kid, stood beside it to smoke bummed menthol cigarettes as a teenager, and gotten her first kiss, from Cal, no less, beneath its green canopy. She didn't see a damn thing out of the ordinary now. "Is this some kind of joke, Earl?"
"Holy Mother of God, put your glasses on, Elle."
Ellie reached into her breast pocket and retrieved the over-the-counter glasses she still didn't admit to needing. They felt alien and heavy on her face. Squinting through the oval lenses, she stepped forward. "Is that—"
"Yes,"
Peanut said. There was a child hidden high in the autumn-colored leaves of the maple tree. How could anyone climb that high on rain-slicked branches?
"How do you know it's a girl?"
Cal whispered to Earl.
"All's I know is it's wearing a dress and has long hair. I'm making one of them education guesses."
Ellie took a step forward to see better. The child was little, probably no more than 5 or 6. Even from this distance, Ellie could see how spindly and thin she was. Her long, dark hair was a filthy mat filled with leaves and debris. Tucked in her arms was a snarling puppy. Ellie reholstered her gun. "Stay here." She started forward, then stopped and glanced back at Peanut and Cal. "I mean it, you two. Don't make me shoot you."
"I'm glue,"
Peanut said.
"Super glue,"
Cal agreed. Ellie could hear a flurry of whispering as she strode through the four-way stop. As she neared her destination, she took her glasses off. She hadn't come to the point where she trusted the world as seen through a lens. About 5 feet from the tree, she looked up. The child was still there, curled on an impossibly high branch. Definitely a girl. She appeared completely at ease on her perch, with the pup in her arms, but her eyes were wide. She was watching every move. The poor kid was terrified. And damn if that wasn't a wolf pup in her arms. "Hey, little one," Ellie said in a soothing voice. It was one of the many times she wished she'd had children. A mother's voice would be good right about now. "What are you doing up there?" The wolf snarled and bared its teeth. Ellie's gaze locked on the child's. "I won't hurt you. Honestly." There was no response, not the flinch of an eyelash or the movement of a finger. "Let's start over. I'm Ellen Barton. Who are you?" Again, nothing. "I'm guessing you're running away from something. Or maybe playing some game. When I was a girl, my sister and I used to play pirates in the woods. And Cinderella. That was my favorite, because Julia had to clean the room while I put on pretty dresses for the ball. It's always best to be the older kid." It was like talking to a photograph. "Why don't you come on down from there before you fall? I'll make sure you're safe." Ellie talked for another 15 minutes or so, saying everything she could think of. Then she just ran out of words. Not once had the girl responded or moved. Frankly, it didn't even appear that she was breathing. Ellie walked back to Earl and Peanut and Cal.
"How we gonna get her down, Chief?"
Earl asked, looking worried. His pale, sweaty forehead pleated into folds. He nervously smoothed his almost bald head, re-emphasizing the red comb-over that had been his look for more years than anyone could count. Ellie had no idea what to do. She had all kinds of manuals and reference books at the station, and she'd memorized most of them for her captain's test. There were chapters on murder, mayhem, robberies, and kidnapping, but there wasn't a damn paragraph devoted to getting a silent child and her snarling wolf pup out of a tree on Main Street. "Anyone see her climb up?"
"Mrs. Grimm. She said the kid was up to no good, maybe looking to steal apples from the barrels out front at the market. When Doc Fisher yelled at her, the girl ran across the street and jumped into the tree."
"Jumped?" Ellie said. "She's 20 feet in the air, for God's sake."
"I didn't believe it either, Chief, but several witnesses agreed. They say she ran like the wind, too. Mrs. Grimm crossed herself when she was telling me."
Ellie felt the start of a headache. By supper-time, the whole town would have heard the story of a girl who ran like the wind and jumped into the uppermost limbs of a maple tree. No doubt by then, they'd say she could shoot fire from her fingertips and fly from branch to branch. "We need a plan," Ellie said, more to herself than anyone else.
"The volunteer fire department got Scamper out of that dug fir on Peninsula Road." "Scamper's a cat, Earl," Peanut said, crossing her arms. "I think I know that, Penelope. It ain't like we got a protocol for kids stuck in trees. With wolves," he added for good measure.
Ellie touched the officer's arm. "It's a good idea, Earl, but she's terrified. If she sees that big red ladder coming at her, she might fall." Peanut tapped her long, star-spangled purple fingernail against her teeth, a sure sign of deep thought. Finally, she said, "I'll bet she's hungry." "You think everyone's hungry," Cal said.
"I do not."
"Do too." "How about if I try talking to her, Elle?" Cal said. "My Sarah is about her age."
"No, let me talk to her," Peanut said. "I'm a mom, after all."
"I'm a dad."
"Shut up, you two," Ellie snapped. "Earl, go to the diner and order me a nice hot meal. Some milk, too. Maybe a slice of Barbara's apple pie."
"You're a genius, Ellie. Mrs. Grimm thought the girl was trying to steal food," Earl said, grinning broadly. "I seen something like this on one of them cop shows. I think it was—" "I was the one who mentioned it," Peanut said, puffing up.
"You always mention food," Cal said. "It's hardly noteworthy."
"And clear the streets," Ellie cut in before they started up again. "I want everyone gone for a 2-block radius."
Earl's smile faded.
"They won't want to go."
"We're the law, Earl. Make them go home."
He looked at her sideways. They both knew he didn't have much experience with being the law. Although he'd patrolled these streets for decades, he'd spent most of that time going for coffee and handing out parking tickets.
"Maybe I should call Myra. Everyone listens to her."
"You don't need your wife to clear the streets, Earl. If you have to, start writing tickets. You know how to do that."
Earl slumped in a hangdog way and headed for the hair salon. When he reached the drugstore, a crowd immediately formed around him. After a moment, they groaned loudly. Peanut crossed her arms and made a clucking sound.
"This is the biggest thing to hit town since Raymond Weller drove his car into Thelma's RV. You aren't going to be Miss Popular for making them miss it."
Ellie looked at her best friend.
"Them?"
Peanut's eyes rounded in disbelief.
"Surely you don't mean me, too?"
"We've got a terrified girl up there, P, and by the looks of it, something isn't right with her. Entertaining the folks of Rain Valley, you included, is hardly my first priority. Now you and Cal go back to the station and get me some kind of net. I don't imagine it's going to be easy to catch that poor thing. Call Nick in Mystic, and Ted over on the res. See if a kid got lost in the park today. Cal, you call Mel. He's probably out by the park entrance trying to ticket tourists. Tell him to start canvassing the town. She's not a local kid, but maybe she's staying with someone."
"I, for one, can follow orders," Cal said, heading for the cruiser. Peanut didn't move.
"Go,"
Ellie said again. Peanut sighed dramatically.
"I'm going."
An hour and a half later, the streets of downtown Rain Valley were quiet. The shops had all been locked up, and the parking slots were empty. Just out of sight, there were 2 police barricades set up. No doubt Peanut and Cal were having the time of their lives as the official voices of Police Chief Ellen Barton.
"I guess you're thinking it's sort of weird that a woman is the chief of police,"
Ellie said, sitting as still as she could on the uncomfortable iron and wooden bench beneath the maple tree. She'd been here for almost an hour, and it was becoming obvious that she wouldn't be able to talk the kid down. It wasn't entirely surprising. Ellie could drive safely at 100 miles per hour, shoot a bird from 500 feet away, and make a grown man confess to burglary. But what she knew about children wouldn't fill a thimble. But Peanut and Cal, who did know kids, both thought talking was the ticket. It was the A plan. They all agreed it would be best if the girl came down on her own. So Ellie talked. She glanced down at the platter at the base of the tree. 2 perfectly roasted chickens were surrounded by apple and orange slices. A freshly baked apple pie rested on a separate plate. There were several paper plates and forks set in a neat stack. The glass of milk had long since warmed. It should have been kid food, cheeseburgers and fries and pizza. Why hadn't she thought of that before? Still, it smelled heavenly. Ellie's stomach grumbled, reminding her that it was past dinner time and she wasn't accustomed to missing meals. If it weren't for daily aerobics classes at the local dance studio, she would certainly have packed on the pounds since high school. And Lord knew a woman of her petite stature couldn't afford to gain weight, not when she was unmarried and looking for love. She cocked her head ever so slightly to the left and looked up. The girl stared back at her with an unsettling intensity. Eyes the color of a shallow Caribbean sea looked out from beneath a dark fringe of lashes. For a split second, Ellie was reminded of her second honeymoon, when she'd first seen a tropical ocean and the hordes of small, dark-skinned children who played in the waves. Those children, as thin as they were, had been full of smiles and laughter. She glanced across the street to the huge rhododendron in front of the hardware store. Behind it, she knew, a man from Animal Control had his rifle trained in this direction. It was loaded with a tranquilizer dart for the wolf pup. Behind him, a worker from the local game farm was ready with a muzzle and a cage. "Keep talking," she sighed.
I didn't really set out to become a cop. I just sort of bumped into it. That's how life works for me. Now, my sister, Julia, she's a planner. By the time she was 10 years old, she wanted to be a doctor. Me, I just wanted her Barbie collection. She smiled ruefully. I was 21 the second time I got married. When that marriage tanked, I moved back in with my dad. That is not a high point for a girl who can legally drink. And boy, did I drink. Margaritas and karaoke were my life back then. I meant to try out for a band, but somehow I never did. Story of my life. Anyway, my Uncle Joe was the chief of police. He made a deal with me. If I'd go to the police academy, he'd ignore my parking tickets.
She shrugged.
I had nothing better to do, so I went. When I got home, Uncle Joe hired me on. Turns out I was born for this job.
She shot a glance at the girl. No movement. Nothing. Ellie's stomach grumbled loudly. "Aw, hell." She reached down for the chicken and tore off a leg. As she bit into it, she couldn't help closing her eyes for just a second. She chewed slowly, swallowed. The leaves rustled. The branch creaked. Ellie stilled. She felt a breeze move through the park. It scratched the drying leaves. The girl leaned forward. The pink tip of her tongue showed between her lips. Ellie noticed that the girl was missing one front tooth. "Come on," she whispered. When there was no movement, Ellie tried different words, hoping for a connection. The stories and sentences weren't working. Maybe simpler was the answer. "Down. Here. Chicken. Pie. Dinner. Food." At that, the girl dropped from the branch, landing like a cat, quietly and on all fours, with the pup still in her arms. Impossible. The child's bones should have snapped like twigs on impact. Ellie felt something in her gut tighten. She wasn't a fanciful or superstitious woman, but just now, sitting here on this bench, staring at this filthy, scrawny child with her silent white wolf pup, she felt a kind of awe. The girl's gaze locked on her. Those beautiful, eerie, blue-green eyes seemed to see everything. Ellie didn't move, didn't even breathe. The girl tilted her chin and sniffed the air, then slowly released her hold on the wolf, who stayed close beside her. She took a cautious step toward the chicken. Then another. And another. Ellie released her breath as quietly as she could. The girl moved like a wild animal, sniffing,
sensing. The wolf pup shadowed her every move. Finally, the girl broke eye contact and went for the food. Ellie had never seen anything like it. The two looked more like litter mates over a kill than anything else. The girl kept tearing off chunks of chicken and stuffing them in her mouth. Ellie reached slowly behind her and gathered up her net. Please, God, let this work. She didn't have a clue what Plan B was. In a perfect cheerleader turn, Ellie pulled out the net and tossed it toward the girl. It settled over the child and the wolf pup and hit the ground. When they realized they'd been caught, all hell broke loose. The girl went crazy. She threw herself to the ground and rolled to get free, her grimy fingers clawing at the nylon net. The more she struggled to be free, the tighter she was bound. The wolf pup snarled. When the red dart hissed into his side, he let out a surprised yelp, then staggered and fell over. The girl howled. It was a terrible, harrowing sound. "It's okay, honey," Ellie said, finally moving toward them. "Don't be afraid. He's not hurt. I'm going to send him to a nice, safe place." The girl pulled the sleeping pup into her lap and stroked him furiously, trying to waken him. At her failure, she howled again, another desperate, keening wail of pain that cut through the quiet and sent a flock of crows into the darkening sky. Ellie inched around behind the child. As she approached, she noticed the smell. Dying black leaves and fecund, overripe earth. Beneath it all was the ammonia scent of urine. She swallowed hard and let the hypodermic slip down from its hiding place in her sleeve. Carefully, she stabbed the girl's rump and gave her the injection. The child screamed in pain and twisted around to face her. "I'm sorry," Ellie said. "It's just protective custody. You'll go to sleep for a minute or two. I won't let anyone hurt you." The girl scrambled backward to avoid Ellie's touch and lost her balance. Another wailing howl came up her throat, and then she collapsed. Lying there, coiled around the unconscious pup, the girl looked impossibly frail and young, and more helpless than any person Ellie had ever seen. In the last few moments of the climb, the pale Pacific sky began to slowly turn from burnished gold to the palest salmon hue. He paused in his descent, breathing hard, and swung around, dangling from his rope and harness, to take in the view. From his perch on the granite face, some 400 vertical feet above the crystalline blue beauty of an unnamed alpine lake, Max Saracen could see the world. All around him were the jagged, imposing peaks of the Olympic Mountains. The breathtaking, awe-inspiring landscape felt as far from civilization as anywhere on earth. For all he knew, he was the first person to climb this jutting, dangerous slab of rock. That was what he loved about this sport. When you were high above the world, anchored to a bit of stone by a piece of metal and your own courage, there was no outside world. No worries, no stresses, no memories of what you'd lost. There was only the extreme beauty, the solitude, and the risk. He loved that most of all, the risk. There was nothing like imminent danger to make a man know he was alive. Still breathing hard, sweating, he climbed down slowly, finding his way inch by inch, caressing the granite, feeling it for weaknesses and instability. His foot missed once, and he started to fall. The rock crumbled beneath his hand and skittered away, pelting his face. In the split second that he was free, he felt his stomach clench and his heart kick into overdrive. He reached out, grabbed hold, and found purchase. He laughed in relief and rested his forehead on the cool stone as his heartbeat settled back down to normal. Then he wiped sweat from his brow and kept moving downward. As he got closer to the ground, he moved faster,
more sure of himself. He was almost there, less than 30 feet from safety, when his cell phone rang. He dropped to the ground, fished his phone out of his pack, and flipped it open. He knew before he saw the number that it was an emergency. News of the girl's appearance spread through Rain Valley like a spring shower. By 9 o'clock that evening, crowds had formed outside of the county hospital. Cal was answering one phone call after another. He'd surprised Ellie by offering to work late. Usually he raced home to make dinner for his wife and kids. But by now, the story being told was of a flying wolf girl with magical powers over the weather, and everyone wanted to be part of it. Tomorrow morning there would be lines at the Olympic game farm. Everyone wanted to see the wolf pup they'd captured. Inside the hospital, the girl lay in a narrow bed. There were several electrodes attached to her head and another pair that monitored the beating of her heart. A single leather restraint coiled around her left wrist and anchored her to the bed rail, although in her unconscious state she certainly posed no threat to herself or others. It was the first time the restraints had been used in 10 years. Nurses had spent forever in the storage room trying to find them. Ellie stood back from the bed, her arms crossed. Peanut was beside her. For once, her friend wasn't talking. They both felt badly about leaving Earl to handle the crowd outside and Cal to handle the phones, but they had to delegate. Ellie needed to talk to the doctor, and Peanut did not intend to miss one iota of this soap opera. She had left the station for only 30 minutes since the girl's appearance, and that was to drop off dinner at home. Her daughter, Tara, was babysitting for Cal. Now Dr. Max Saracen was examining the child. Every now and then he murmured something under his breath. Other than that, no one spoke. Ellie had never seen him so serious. In the 6 years he'd lived in Rain Valley, Max had gathered quite a reputation, and it wasn't only for his doctoring skills. Ellie still remembered when he'd moved to town. He'd taken over Doc Fisher's practice and settled into a piece of lakefront property on the edge of town. The single women had been all aflutter. Every woman between 20 and 60, Ellie included, had been drawn to him. They'd arrived at his front door in a steady, chattering stream, always bringing a casserole. Then they'd waited impatiently for him to choose one of them. And waited. Over the years he'd dated. Plenty, in fact, and he'd made friends with almost all of the available women in town. But no one could really lay claim to him. Although he was an outrageous flirt, his attention was spread out evenly. Even Ellie had failed to coax love from him. Their affair had been like all the others, white-hot and blink-and-you'll-miss-it brief. Lately he'd been seen going out less and less, becoming that strangest of animals in a small town, a loner. It made no sense at all to Ellie. All those good looks gone to waste. "Well," he said at last, shoving a hand through his steel-gray hair. Ellie eased away from the wall and went to him. When she looked up into Max's blue eyes, she saw how tired he was. No wonder. She'd heard they'd found him on some rock face only a few hours ago. He'd come straight from the mountains, not even bothering to change into work clothes or put on his white coat. He wore an old faded pair of Levi's and a black T-shirt. His curly gray hair was slightly damp and messy, but, as always, it was his eyes that demanded attention. They were an electric blue, and when he looked at you, there seemed to be no one else in the room. Even now, looking tired and confused, he was the best-looking man she'd ever seen. "What can you tell me, Max?" "She's seriously malnourished and dehydrated. The hydration we can take care of pretty quickly, but the malnourishment is serious." He lifted the child's unbound wrist. His fingers easily encircled it. Next to his tanned skin, her dirty flesh looked splotchy and gray. Ellie flipped open her notepad.
Native American?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that under all this filth, she's Caucasian. He let go of the girl's wrist and moved down the bed. He gently lifted her right leg at the knee. You see those scars on her ankle? Ellie leaned closer. Beneath the grime, she saw it, a thick, discolored band of scar tissue. Ligature marks. Almost certainly. Peanut made a gasping sound. The poor thing was tied? For a long time, I'd say. The scarring is not new tissue, although the cuts around it are fairly recent. Her x-rays show a broken left forearm that healed badly, too.
So we're not looking at some ordinary kid who wandered off from her family in the park and got lost.
I don't think so.
Any evidence of sexual trauma?
No, none.
Thank God,
Ellie whispered. He shook his head, sighing quietly. I saw a lot of bad shit in the inner city, Elle, but I never saw anything like this.
What can you do for her?
This isn't my area of expertise.
Come on, Max. He looked down at the girl. Ellie saw something in his eyes, a sadness, or maybe fear. You could never tell with Max.
I could run some tests, brain waves, blood samples, that kind of thing. If she were conscious, I could observe her, but...
The old daycare center is empty, Peanut said. You could watch her through the window.
Right. Put her there, Max. She might try to escape, so keep the door locked. By morning, I'm sure we'll know more. Mel and Earl are canvassing the town. They'll find out who she is, or when she wakes up, she'll tell us.
Max turned to her. We're in the deep end here, Ellie, and you know it. Maybe you should call in the big boys.
Ellie looked at him. It's my pool, Max. I can handle one lost girl.
3. Julia stood in front of the full-length mirror in her bedroom, studying herself with a critical eye. She wore a charcoal gray pantsuit and a pale pink silk blouse. Her blonde hair was coiled back in a French twist, the way she always wore it when seeing patients. Not that she had a lot of patients left. The tragedy in Silverwood had cost her at least 70% of them. Thankfully, there had been those who still trusted her, and she would never let them down. She grabbed her briefcase and went down to her garage, where her steel-blue Toyota Prius hybrid waited. The garage door opened, revealing the empty street outside. On this warm, brown October morning, there were no reporters out there waiting for her, clustered together and yet apart, smoking cigarettes and talking. She was no longer part of the story. Finally, after a year of nightmares, she had her life back. It took her more than an hour to reach the small, beautiful Beverly Hills office building that she'd leased for more than 7 years. She parked in her spot and went inside, closing the door quietly behind her. On the second floor, she paused outside her office, looking at the sterling silver plaque on the door. Dr. Julia Cates. She pressed the intercom button.
Dr. Cates's office,
Came the scratchy-voiced reply through the speaker.
may I help you?
Hey, Gwen, it's me.
Oh!
There was a buzzing sound, then the door eased open with a click. Julia took a deep breath and opened it. The office smelled of the fresh flowers that were delivered every Monday morning. Though there were fewer patients now, she'd never cut back on the flower order. It would have been a sign of defeat.
Hello, Doctor, said Gwen Connolly, her receptionist. Congratulations on yesterday.
Thanks, she smiled. Is Melissa here yet?
You have no appointments this week,
Gwen said gently. The compassion in her brown eyes was unnerving.
They all canceled.
All of them? Even Marcus?
Did you see the L.A. Times today?
No. Why? Gwen pulled a newspaper out of the trash can and dropped it on the desk. The headline was, Dead Wrong. Beneath it was a photograph of Julia.
The Zunigas gave an interview after the hearing. They blamed you for all of it.
Julia reached out for the wall to steady herself.
I'm sure they're just trying to get out from under the lawsuit. They said you should have committed their daughter.
Oh. The words slipped out on a breath.
Gwen stood up and came around the desk. She was a small, compact woman who had run this office as she'd run her home, with discipline and caring. Moving forward, she opened her arms. You helped a lot of people. No one can take that from you.
Julia sidestepped quickly. If she were touched right now, she'd fall apart. She might never put all the pieces back together. Gwen stopped.
It's not your fault.
Thank you. I guess I'll take a vacation. She tried to smile. It felt heavy and wooden on her face. I haven't gone anywhere in years.
It'd be good for you.
Yes.
I'll cancel the flowers and call the building manager, Gwen said. Let him know you'll be gone for a while.
I'll cancel the flowers.
Funny how that, of all of it, broke the skin. Julia held on to her composure by the thinnest strand as she moved Gwen toward the door and said goodbye.
Then, alone in the office, she sank to her knees on the expensive carpeting and bowed her head. She wasn't sure how long she knelt there in the darkness, listening to the strains of her own breathing and the beating of her heart. Finally, she got awkwardly to her feet and looked around, wondering what she would do next. This practice was the very heart of her. In her pursuit of professional excellence, she'd put everything else on the back burner. Friends, family, hobbies. She hadn't even had a date in almost a year. Not since Philip, in fact. She went to her phone and stood there, staring down at the speed dial list. Dr. Philip Westover was still number 7. She felt an ache of need, a bone-deep desire to hear his voice, hear him say, "It'll be okay, Julia," in that lilting brogue of his. For 5 years he'd been her best friend and her lover. Now he was another woman's husband. That was the thing about love. It was unreliable. With a sigh, she pushed the number 2 button. Her therapist, Dr. Harold Collins, answered on the second ring. She'd been seeing him once a month since her residency, when it had been required of all psychiatric students. In truth, he'd been more of a friend than a doctor. "Hey, Harry," she said, leaning tiredly against the wall. "Did you see this morning's paper?" He sighed heavily.
Julia, I've been worried about you.
I'm worried about myself.
You need to start giving interviews. Tell your side of the story. It's ridiculous to shoulder the whole blame for this thing. We all think...
What's the point? They'll believe what they want to anyway. You know that.
Sometimes fighting is the point, Julia.
I've never been good at that, Harry. She stared out the window at the bright blue-skied day and wondered what she would do now. They talked for a while longer, but in truth Julia wasn't listening. Treating patients was all she had, all she was good at. She should have built herself a life instead of just a career. If she had, she wouldn't be alone now. And talking about her emptiness wouldn't help. She'd been wrong to reach out. I better go, Harry. Thanks for everything.
Julia...
She hung up the phone and walked around her office. When she felt tears gathering again, she stripped out of her suit and put on her workout clothes, then headed to the treadmill she kept in the next room. She knew she'd been on it too much lately, that she'd lost so much weight she was down to nothing, but she couldn't seem to stop. Staring into the murky darkness of her beloved office, she stepped on the black pad and set the incline button for hills. When she was running, she almost forgot her pain. It wasn't until much later, when she turned the machine off and driven back to her too-quiet home, that she thought about what it meant to run and have nowhere to go. In these late evening hours, the halls of the county hospital were quiet. It was Max's least favorite time. He preferred the hustle and bustle of daily emergencies. There were too many thoughts that waited for him in the shadowy quiet. He made a few last notes on the girl's chart, then looked down at her. She lay perfectly still, breathing in the deep, even way of sedated sleep. On her left wrist, the brown leather restraint looked obscenely heavy and ugly. He reached down for her free hand, picked it up, and held it. Her fingers, clean now but still stained by blood and lined with scars, were thin and tiny against his palm. "Who are you, little one?" Behind him the door opened and closed. He knew without looking that it was Trudy Hightower, the charge nurse of the swing shift. He could smell her perfume. Gardenias. "How is she?" Trudy asked, coming up close to him. She was a tall, good-looking woman with kind eyes and a loud voice. She claimed that the voice had come from raising 3 boys on her own. "Not good." She made a tisking sound. "The poor thing. Are we ready to move her? The old daycare center is all set up." She reached down and unhooked the restraint. When she lifted the heavy strap, Max touched her wrist. "Leave it here," he said. "But I think she's been bound enough in her life." He bent down and scooped the sleeping child up in his arms. In silence, they walked down the brightly lit hallways to the old daycare center. There he tucked the girl into the hospital bed they'd moved into the room. At the last second, he had to stop himself from whispering, "Sleep tight, kiddo." "I'll stay with her a while," he said instead. Trudy touched his forearm gently. "I'm off in 40 minutes, she said. You want to come over to the house?" He nodded. God knew he could use a distraction. Tonight, if he went home alone, the memories would be there, waiting to keep him company. Ellie stared at the computer screen until the letters blurred into little black blobs on a field of throbbing white. A headache opened its parachute at the back of her skull and floated down her spine. If she read one more report of a missing or abducted child, she was going to scream. There were thousands of them. Thousands! Lost girls who had no voice to cry for help, no way to reach out. The few who were lucky enough to be alive somewhere were counting on professionals to find and save them. Ellie closed her eyes. There had to be more she could do. But what? She'd already done everything she could think of. She and the town's other 2 officers had canvassed the streets. They'd notified the county sheriff's office that an unidentified child had been found. They'd also contacted the Family Crisis Network and Rural Resources, as well as every state and national agency. No one knew who the kid was, and it was becoming increasingly clear that this was Rain Valley's case. Her case. Other law enforcement and social agencies might be called upon to help, but the child had shown up in this town, and that made identifying the girl her job. The county sheriff had backed away so fast he'd practically left skid marks. His "sorry, she's on city property" told Ellie plenty. No one would take responsibility for this girl until a positive ID was made. She pushed away from the desk and got to her feet. Arching her back, she kneaded her aching neck. She stepped over her sleeping dogs and went to the porch, looking out across her backyard. It was almost dawn. Here, on the edge of the rainforest, the world was both utterly still and deeply alive. As always, there was moisture everywhere. Wet air blew in from the ocean and left millions of dew beads on the leaves. Come dawn, those drops would fall soundlessly to the ground. Invisible rain, her dad had called it, and Ellie always listened for it, if only to remember him. "I wish you were here, Dad," she said, slipping her feet into the fleece-lined clogs by the back door. "You and Uncle Joe always knew how to run with the big dogs." She crossed the porch and went down the back steps, then through the pink and violet morning toward the river. Mist coiled around her feet, rose up from the dark grass in vapors. She was at the very edge of her property, standing by her dad's favorite Fall River fishing hole, when she realized why she was here. His house was on the other side of the river and across a marshy field. From this distance it looked no bigger than a tool shed, but she knew better. As a kid she'd hiked through this field every day and played in that yard. For a minute she almost started for it. She had the idea to toss stones at his window again and call out to him. He would listen to her fears and understand them. He always had. But those days were more than 2 decades old. Lisa certainly didn't want to be wakened at dawn by the sound of stones hitting her bedroom window, and though Cal would answer and sit outside with her, she was his boss, not just his friend, he wouldn't really be listening. He had his own life now, his own wife and children, and even though everyone knew that Lisa wasn't good enough for him, he loved his family. Ellie knew she was on her own. She turned and went back to her house. With a tired sigh, she sat back down at her desk and pulled up the missing children reports. The answer had to be in here. It had to be. It was her last thought before falling asleep. She was wakened by a car horn. She came awake with a start, realizing all at once that she'd fallen asleep at her computer. Shit! She stumbled to her feet and went to the front door. Peanut stood in the yard, waving goodbye to her husband as he drove away. Ellie looked down at her watch. It was 7:55 in the morning. "What in the hell are you doing here?" she said in a voice that sounded like she smoked a pack a day.
"I heard you tell Max you'd meet him at 8 at the hospital. You're going to be late."
"I didn't invite you to join us."
"I figured it was an oversight. Now hustle your ass."
Ellie fished the car keys out of her pocket and tossed them to Peanut, then went back into the house. There was no time to shower, and no reason to change her clothes, since she was still in her uniform. So she brushed her teeth, took off last night's makeup, and put on some new layers. In the kitchen, she took out a package of pork chops. Of course, there were 2 of them. No wonder she had to spend so much time exercising. Life came in twin packs. It wasn't exactly a help to the single woman. She put the package on a paper towel in the refrigerator to thaw. It was 8 on the dot when she got into her cruiser. Peanut had turned the stereo on and put in an Aerosmith CD. Ellie snapped off the music. "It's too early for that."
"You were up all night?"
"How can you tell?"
"You have a keyboard imprint on your cheek."
Ellie touched her cheek. "Shit. Is it noticeable?"
"Honey, you could see it from space," Peanut laughed, then sobered. "Did you find anything useful?"
"I was online all night and called every precinct in 5 counties. No one has reported a missing girl in the area. Not lately, anyway. If we have to go national in the search, it means going through the files of all the girls reported missing in the past few years." At the thought of that, they both fell silent. Ellie was trying to think of something ordinary to say when she turned into the hospital's parking lot and saw the crowd gathered at the front door. "Damn it! They're turning this into a circus." Ellie parked in a visitor's spot, grabbed her notebook, and got out of the car. Peanut followed in an uncharacteristic silence. Like geese, the crowd surged into formation and flew at her. The Grimm sisters, Daisy, Marigold, and Violet, led the charge. As identical as prongs on a fork, the three old ladies matched each other step for step. Daisy, the eldest, was the first to speak. As always, she clutched an old black urn that held her late husband's ashes.
"We've come for word of the child."
"Who is the poor dear?"
Violet demanded, squinting up through scratched glasses.
"Can she truly fly like a bird?" Marigold asked.
"Or jump like a cat?"
This came from someone in the back. Ellie had to remind herself that these people were her constituents. More than that, they were her friends and neighbors. "We don't have any answers yet. I'll let you all know when we do. For now, I could use your help."
"Anything,"
Marigold said, pulling a flower-spangled notebook out of her purple vinyl handbag. Violet offered her sister a tulip pen. "The child will need clothes and such. Maybe a stuffed animal or two to keep her company," Ellie said. Before she'd even finished, the Grimm sisters had taken over. The three ex-teachers corralled the group and started delegating tasks. Ellie and Peanut left the crowd. Together they walked up the concrete path to the hospital's glass doors. The sliders whooshed open. "Hey, Ellie," said the receptionist at their approach. "Dr. Saracen is waiting for you at the old daycare center." "Thanks," Ellie said. She and Peanut didn't speak as they walked down the hallway and into the elevator. On the second floor, they went past the X-ray room and turned left. The last room on the right had once been a daycare center for employees. It had been designated and designed years ago when the city coffers were full. In the time since the spotted owl and the dwindling salmon runs and the protection of old-growth forests, those accounts had grown too thin to support luxuries like daycare. The room had been empty and unmanned for more than 2 years. Max stood in the hallway with his arms crossed. Fluorescent lighting tangled in his hair and made his ever-present tan look faded. She hadn't seen him look this bad since the time he fell 40 feet down some mountain. Then he'd had 2 black eyes and a split lip. At their approach, he looked up and waved, but didn't bother smiling. He moved sideways to make room for them at the window. The room beyond was small and rectangular, with red and yellow color-blocked walls and cubbyholes full of toys and games and books. A sink and counter took up one corner, used years ago, no doubt, for art projects and daily cleanup. Several small tables, surrounded by even smaller chairs, filled the center of the room. Along the left wall were a single hospital bed and several empty cribs. There were 2 windows in the room, the one in front of them, and a second, smaller one, which overlooked the rear parking lot. To their left, a locked metal door was the only entrance. Ellie sidled close, letting her shoulder touch his arm. "Talk to me, Max." "Last night, after we finished the testing, we diapered her and tucked her into the bed. This morning, when she woke up, she went crazy. There's no other word for it. Crazy. Screaming, shrieking, throwing herself to the floor. She broke every lamp and smashed the mirror over the sink. When we tried to give her another injection, she bit Carol Rentz hard enough to draw blood, then hid under the bed. She's been there almost an hour. Do you have an ID on her yet?" Ellie shook her head, then turned to Peanut. "Why don't you go to the cafeteria? Get kid food for her."
"Sure, send the fat girl for food."
Peanut sighed dramatically but couldn't help smiling. She loved to be a part of things. When she'd gone, Max said to Ellie, "I don't know what to tell you, Ellie. I've never seen a case like this." "Tell me what you do know." "Well, I think she's probably about 6 years old." "But she's so small." "Malnourished. Plus, she's had no dental or medical care, and her body is pretty scarred up." "Scarred?" "Little things, mostly, although there's one that looks more serious. On her left shoulder, maybe an old knife wound." "Jesus." "I drew blood and swabbed her mouth for DNA. If it were up to me, she'd still be sedated for hydration, but You wanted a diagnosis.
Has she spoken?
No, but her vocal cords look unimpaired. I'd say, and this is just a guess, that she is physically able to speak, but I can't tell if she knows how.
She doesn't know how to speak? What are you saying?
All I know is that her screams are unintelligible. I recorded it. There were no recognizable words. Her brain waves show no anomalies. She could well be deaf, or mentally challenged, or severely developmentally delayed, or autistic. I can't be sure. I'm not even sure I know what tests to run for her mental state.
What should we do?
Find out who she is.
Gee, thanks. I meant right now.
He nodded toward Peanut, who was coming toward them with a tray of food. That's a good start. Ellie looked down at what P had chosen. A stack of pancakes, a pair of fried eggs, a waffle with strawberries and whipped cream, and a glass of milk. It made Ellie hungry. Max said, "I'll get an orderly to crawl under the bed and get her." "Just leave it on the table," Peanut said. "She might be odd, but she's a kid. They do things in their own way and their own time. Hell, you can't make a 2-year-old eat, and they're tiny." Ellie smiled at her friend.
Any other advice?
No more strangers. She knows you, so you should take the food in. Talk to her in a soothing voice, but don't stay. Maybe she wants to be alone to eat."
Thanks.
Taking the tray, Ellie went into the brightly painted room. The metal door clicked shut behind her.
Hey, little one, it's me again. I hope you don't hold that whole net thing against me.
She moved cautiously forward and set the tray on one of the tables. At the movement, the keys on her belt jingled. She clamped her hand over them.
I thought you might be hungry.
Under the bed, the girl made a growling sound. It made the hairs on the back of Ellie's neck stand up. She tried to think of just the right thing to say, but nothing came to her, so she backed out of the room and closed the door behind her. The lock clicked loudly into place. In the hall again, Ellie stood by Max at the window.
Will she eat it?
He opened the girl's chart and got out his pen. I guess we'll find out. In silence, they stood there, looking through the glass at the room that appeared empty. Several minutes later, a tiny hand came out from underneath the bed. Peanut gasped.
"Looky there!"
More time passed. Finally, a dark head appeared. Slowly, the child crawled out from her hiding place on all fours. When she looked up at the glass and saw them standing there, her nostrils flared. Then she dashed to the table, where she froze again and bent low over the food, sniffing it suspiciously. She threw the whipped cream to the floor, then ate the pancakes and the eggs. She didn't seem to know what to make of the waffles and syrup. Ignoring both, she grabbed the strawberries and took them back to her hiding place under the bed. The whole incident took less than a minute.
"And I thought my kids had bad table manners," Peanut said. "She eats like a wild animal."
We need a specialist, Max said quietly.
I've contacted the authorities, Ellie answered, the state, the FBI, and the Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They all need an identity or a crime to get in the action. I don't know how to find out her identity if she won't talk.
Not that kind of specialist. She needs a psychiatrist. Peanut drew in a sharp breath.
"I can't believe we didn't think of it. She'd be perfect."
Max frowned. Who? Ellie looked at Peanut.
She'd never do it. Her clients pay $200 an hour.
That was before. She can't have many patients left.
God knows she's qualified for this, Ellie said.
Who in the hell are you two talking about? Max asked. Ellie finally looked at him.
My sister is Julia Cates.
The shrink who...
Yeah, that one.
She turned to Peanut.
Let's go. I'll call her from the office.
In the past 12 hours, Julia had begun at least a dozen projects. She tried organizing her closet, rearranging her furniture, scrubbing her refrigerator, and deep cleaning her bathrooms. She'd also gone to the nursery to buy autumn plants, and to Home Depot for deck stain and paint stripper. It was a good time to do all of the projects she'd been putting off for 10 years. The problem was her hands. She was fine when she started a project, more than fine. She was optimistic. Unfortunately, her optimism was as thin as an eggshell. All it took was a thought. It's time for Joe's appointment, or, worse yet, Amber's. And her hands would start to shake. She'd feel herself go cold. No temperature setting was high enough to keep her warm. Late last night, in the deepest hour of darkness, when the traffic behind her condo had dwindled to a drone as faded as a single mosquito's flight, and the mighty Pacific Ocean out front had whooshed steadily toward the golden sand, she'd even tried to write a book. Why not? Every pseudo-famous person went that route these days. And she wanted to tell her side of the story. Maybe she even needed to. She'd slipped out of her comfortable queen-sized bed and dressed in fleece sweats and Ugg boots, then gone out onto her small deck. From her place on the 6th floor, the midnight blue ocean lay before her, always in motion. Moonlight cut the sea in half, tangled in the foamy surf. Hours she'd sat there, her booted feet propped on the deck rail, her yellow pad in her lap, her pen in her hand. By midnight, she was surrounded by balled-up yellow wads of paper. All any of them said were, "I'm sorry." Somewhere around 4 o'clock, she fell into a fitful, nightmare-ridden sleep. The phone wakened her. Julia heard it as if from far away. She blinked her gritty eyes and sat up, realizing that she'd fallen asleep out on her deck. Wiping her face with one hand, she eased out of the chair and stepped over the piles of balled-up paper. At the phone, she stopped. The answering machine clicked on, and she heard her own voice say, cheerily, "You've reached Dr. Julia Cates. If this is a medical emergency, hang up and call 911. If not, please leave a message, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks, and goodbye." There was a long beep. Julia tensed. In the last months, most of her calls had come from reporters and victims' families and straight-out kooks. "Hey, Jules, it's me, your big sis. It's important." Julia picked up the phone. "Hey, Elle." There was an awkward pause, but wasn't that always the way it was between them? Though they were sisters, they were 4 years apart in age and light years apart in personality. Everything about Ellie was larger than life. Her voice, her personality, her passions. Julia always felt colorless beside her flamboyant Miss Popular sister. "Are you okay?" Ellie finally asked. "Fine, thanks." "You got released from the lawsuit. That's a good thing." "Yeah." There was another awkward pause, and then Julia said, "Thanks for calling, but—" "Look, I need a favor." "A favor?" "There's a situation up here. You could really help us out." "You don't have to do it anymore, Ellie. I'm fine." "Do what?" "Try to save me. I'm a big girl now." "I never tried to save you." "Yeah, right. How about when you got Todd Eldred's little brother to ask me to the prom? Or when you brought all of your popular friends to my 16th birthday party?" "Oh, that. Mom made me do all that stuff." "Do you think I don't know that? None of your friends even talked to me at the party, and don't get me wrong, I appreciated it. Then and now, but it's not necessary. I'll be fine." "I thought you said you were fine." Julia was surprised by the perceptiveness of her sister's question. "Don't worry about me, Elle. Really." "For a shrink, you're a shitty listener. I'm telling you, I need you in Rain Valley. Specifically, I need a child psychiatrist." "You're older than I usually take."
Very funny. Will you fly up here? And I mean right now?
There was a pause, a rustling of paper on the other end of the line.
Alaska has a flight in 2 hours, another one in 3. I can have a ticket waiting for you.
Julia frowned. This didn't sound like the ordinary super sister saving loser sister scenario that had set like concrete in their school years. Tell me what's going on.
There isn't time. I want you to catch the 10:15 flight. Will you trust me?
Julia glanced out the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and tried to focus on the blue Pacific Ocean. But all she could really see were the yellow balls of paper that cluttered the deck floor.
Jules? Please?
Why not? Julia finally said. She had nothing better to do. 4. Julia hadn't been back to Rain Valley in years, and now she was returning on the wave of failure. Perhaps she should have stayed in L.A. after all. There she would have disappeared. Here she would always be the other Kate's girl. You know, the weird one. When a girl grew up in the shadow of the homecoming queen, there were 2 possible choices: disappear or make your own reputation. Unfortunately, when you were the tall, scarecrow-thin bookworm in a beloved, gregarious, larger-than-life family, there was no way to do either. From early on, she'd been the square peg, the kid who mediated every playground dispute, but never joined in any of the games, the last kid picked for every sport, the girl at home reading during the senior prom. She was, or had been, that rarest of birds in a small blue-collar town, a loner. Only her mother had believed in a bright future for Julia. In fact, she'd encouraged her daughter to dream big. Unfortunately, her mother hadn't lived to see Julia's med school graduation. That loss had always been a sliver under Julia's skin, a phantom pain that came and went. The closer she got to Rain Valley, the more it was likely to hurt. She stared out the plane's small window. Everything was gray, as if a cloud artist had painted the merest of washes over the green landscape. It made her feel lonely, all that gray, as if she too might disappear again in the Washington mist. The 4 white-capped volcanoes that stretched from northern Oregon to Bellingham looked like the spine of some mythic sleeping beast. She heard the passenger behind her draw in a sharp breath and murmur, "Look, Fred, at that. Is it Rainier?" Suddenly she was thinking about the Zunigas and those lost children. Dead wrong. It didn't surprise her. In the past year, everything, every thought and deed, led her back to regret. Don't think about that. She closed her eyes and concentrated on her breathing until the emotions subsided. By the time the plane landed, she was okay again. She grabbed her bag from the overhead bin and merged into the line of passengers exiting the plane. She was almost to the exit door when it happened. One of the flight attendants recognized her. There was no mistaking the signs, the widening of the eyes, the slowly opening mouth. As Julia passed, she heard the woman whisper, "It's her, that doctor, the one who—" She kept moving. By the end of the jetway, she was almost running. She caught a glimpse of Ellie standing amid the crowd, dressed in her blue uniform, looking stunningly beautiful. Julia knew she should stop, say hello, and pretend everything was all right. That was the smart thing to do, the fine thing. She kept moving, running. She raced across the crowded concourse hallway toward the ladies' restroom sign. Ducking in, she disappeared into one of the stalls and slammed the door shut, then sat down on the toilet. Calm down, Jules. Breathe. "Are you in here, Julia?" Ellie sounded out of breath and irritated. Julia released a slow, shaking breath. Having a panic attack was bad. Having one in front of her sister was almost unbearable. She got slowly to her feet and opened the door. I'm here. Ellie put her hands on her hips and stared at her. It was a cop assessing the situation look. I haven't seen an airport sprint like that since the OJ commercials. I had to go to the bathroom. You should see a urologist. It's not that. Julia felt like an idiot. The flight attendant recognized me. She looked at me as if I killed those kids. She felt her cheeks heat up, knowing she should say more, explain. But her sister couldn't understand a thing like this. Ellie was like one of those pioneer wives who could give birth in the field and go back to work. Her sister knew little about being fragile. Ellie's hard look softened. Fuck 'em all. You can't let it get to you. Julia wished she could do that, but she'd always needed to be accepted. As a shrink, she knew the hows and whys of her need, how her popular in-the-spotlight family had somehow made her feel marginalized and unimportant, how her father's withheld love had made her believe she was unlovable. But knowledge didn't soften the need. She wasn't even sure how it had come to matter so much. All she knew was that her profession, her ability to help people, had filled the frightened place inside of her with joy. And now she was scared again. It's not that easy for me. You can't understand. Ellie leaned against the pale green tile wall. Because you think I'm only slightly smarter than an earthworm? Or because I have nothing in my life worth losing? Julia wished suddenly that she had a better memory reservoir. Surely there were times when they'd played together, she and Ellie, when they'd counted secrets instead of slights, when laughter had followed their conversations instead of awkward pauses. But if all that had happened, Julia didn't recall it. What she remembered was being the smart sister, the weird one, who grew too tall in a petite family and wanted things no one else understood. The mushroom in a family of orchids. She'd always been able to say the right things to strangers, but the wrong thing to her sister. She sighed. Let's not do this, Elle. You're right. Come on. Before Julia could answer, Ellie headed out of the bathroom. Julia had no choice but to follow. At the car, an ugly white Suburban with wood-grain door panels, Ellie stopped at the back door just long enough to toss her purse in. Then she strode around to the driver's side. Julia struggled with her suitcase. It took her 2 tries to stow it. She slammed the back door shut, then went to the passenger side and climbed into the front seat. Ellie backed the car out of the stall and headed for the exit. The minute the engine roared to life, the stereo came on. Some guy with a twangy voice was singing about the pocket of a clown. Neither one of them said anything. As the landscape changed, going from city gray to country green, Julia began to feel like an idiot for sparring with her sister. How was it that even after all these distant and separate years, they immediately fell into their childhood roles? One look at each other, and they were adolescents again. They were a family, as specious as that connection sometimes felt, and they ought to be able to get along. Besides, she was a psychiatrist, for God's sake, a specialist in interpersonal dynamics, and here she was acting like the younger sister who wasn't invited to play with the big kids. "Why don't you tell me why I'm here?" she finally said. "I'll tell you at the house. I have a lot of photographs to show you. I'm afraid you won't believe me otherwise." Julia glanced at her. "So it is a rescue mission. There's no real reason I'm here." "Oh, there's a reason. We have a little girl who needs help, but it's complicated." Julia didn't know if she believed that, but she knew that Ellie did things in her own way and in her own time. There was no point in asking further questions. The better course of action was a neutral topic, small talk. "How's your friend Penelope?" "She's good. Raising teenagers is killing her, though." Ellie immediately winced, as if realizing she shouldn't have paired teenager and killing in the same sentence. "Sorry." "Don't sweat it, Elle. Teenagers are difficult." "How old are they?" "A 14-year-old boy and a 16-year-old girl." "Tough ages." Ellie smiled. "The girl, Tara, keeps wanting to pierce body parts and get tattoos. It's making P's husband insane." "And Penelope? How's she handling it?" "Great. Well, unless you consider her weight gain. In the past year, she's gone on every diet known to man. Last week, she started smoking. She says it's how the stars do it." "That and throwing up," Julia said. Ellie nodded. "How's Philip?" Julia was surprised by the swift pain that came with his name. If only she could say, "He stopped loving me." Maybe Ellie could get her to laugh about her broken heart. As a shrink, she knew it would be a good move, that kind of honesty. It might open a door that had been closed for most of their lives. Instead, she said, "We broke up last year. I'm too busy. I was too busy for love." Ellie laughed at that. "Too busy for love? Are you crazy?" For the next 2 hours, they alternated between meaningless conversation and meaningful silences. Julia worked hard to find questions that brought them together and stayed away from answers that caused separation. They barely mentioned their father and stayed away from memories of Mom. They came to the Rain Valley exit and turned off the highway. On the long, winding forest road that led to childhood, Julia found herself tensing up. Here, amidst the towering trees, she started to feel small again, insignificant. "I was going to sell the place, move closer to town, but every time I get close to listing it, I find another repair that needs to be done," Ellie said on the way out of town. "I don't need a shrink to tell me I'm afraid to leave it." "It's just a house, Elle." "I guess that's how we're different, Jules. To you, it's 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and a kitchen, dining, living room. To me, it's the best childhood ever. It's where I caught dragonflies in a glass jar and let my little sister braid my hair with flowers." Her voice dropped a little. She gave Julia a meaningful look, then turned onto their driveway. "It's where my parents loved each other for almost 3 decades. Julia wouldn't let herself disagree with that, although they both knew it was a lie, a fable. "So, quit threatening to sell it. Admit that it's where you want to be. Hand the memories down to your own kids." "As you may have noticed, I don't have kids, but thanks for pointing it out." Ellie drove into the yard and stopped hard. "We're here." Julia realized she had said the wrong thing again. "You don't need a husband, you know, especially not the kind you pick," she said. "You can have a baby on your own." Ellie turned to look at her. "That might be how it is in the big city, but not here. And not for me. I want it all. The husband, the baby, the golden retriever." She smiled. "Actually, I've got the dogs. And I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention my husbands again." Julia nodded. Time to change the subject. "So, how are Jake and Elwood? Still go straight for a girl's crotch?" "They're males, aren't they?" Ellie smiled, and Julia was struck by how beautiful her sister still was. Though Ellie was 39 years old, there wasn't a line around her eyes or a pleating of skin around her mouth. Those startling green eyes shone against the milky purity of her skin. She had strong cheekbones and full, sensuous lips. Even her small-town, poorly layered haircut couldn't dim her beauty. She was petite and surprisingly curvy, with a smile like a halogen spotlight. No wonder everyone loved her. "Come on." Ellie got out of the Suburban and slammed the door shut behind her. Julia meant to move. Instead, she sat there, looking through the dirty windshield at the house in which she'd grown up. The late afternoon sunlight made everything appear golden and impossibly softened, except for the fringe of dark green trees. This was only the second time she'd been back since her mother's funeral. Then she'd stayed only as long as she absolutely had to. Medical school had provided an excellent excuse. She'd said, "I have to get back for tests," and no one questioned her. In retrospect, she should have stayed. That time might have built a bridge between her and her sister, given them a common ground. As it was, however, the opposite had occurred. They had moved through the shoulder-to-shoulder crowd separately. No one in Rain Valley had known what to say to Julia in good times. In bad, they were even more confused. All they'd said over and over again was how proud her mother had been of Julia's education. By the third mention of it, Julia couldn't stop crying. It hadn't helped to see how much comfort Ellie got from her friends, while she had stood alone all night, waiting for her father's attention to turn her way. Of course, she'd been disappointed. He'd been the star that night, the widower laid low by grief. Everyone held him, kissed his cheek, and promised that Brenda was in a better place. Only Julia seemed to see the lie in all of it, the act. When at last her father broke down and wept, everyone except Julia rushed to comfort him. She had seen, even as a child, what no one else, especially Ellie, ever had, that her father's selfishness had crushed his wife's spirit, just as he'd crushed his younger daughter's. Only Ellie had flourished in the white-hot light of her father's self-absorption. Julia reached for the door handle and wrenched it hard, then stepped down. Everything was exactly as it should be in October. Maple trees were dropping their leaves, creating that autumn song that was as familiar to her as the rushing whisper of the nearby river. She heard her mother's voice in that sound, in the falling leaves and crackling twigs and whispering wind. Softly, she whispered, "Hey, Mom." Part of her even waited for a reply, but there was only the chattering of the river and the breeze through the leaves. She followed Ellie across the marshy lawn toward the house. In the glorious light, the old house appeared to be made of hammered strips of silver. The grayed clapboards shone with 100 secret colors. White trim, peeled in places to reveal patches of wood, outlined the windows and doors. Rhododendrons the size of house trailers dotted the yard. Ellie opened the door and led the way inside. Everything looked as it always had. The same slip-covered furniture, pale beige with pink cabbage roses and faded green leaves, graced the living room. Pine antiques were everywhere, an armoire that was probably still filled with Grandma Whittaker's doilies and table linens, a dining table scarred by 3 generations of Cateses and Whittakers, a credenza that was decorated with dusty silk flowers in ceramic vases. French doors flanked a river rock fireplace. Through the silvery glass panes, a ghostly ribbon of river shone in the sunlight. Ellie hadn't changed a thing. It wasn't surprising. In Rain Valley, things and people either belonged or they didn't. If they belonged, they were loved and kept forever. Ellie shut the door. Just as she said, "Brace yourself," 2 full-grown golden retrievers came thundering down the stairs. At the bottom, on the slick wooden floors, they skidded together and slid sideways, then found their footing. They barreled across the room and hit Julia like the Seahawks' front line. "Jake! Elwood! Down!" Ellie yelled in her best police voice. The dogs were clearly deaf. Julia gave them a giant shove and spun away. The dogs turned their lavish attention on Ellie, who threw herself into loving them. Julia watched the 3 of them roll around on the floor. "Please tell me they sleep outside." Ellie sat up, laughing, and pushed the hair out of her eyes. The dogs licked her cheeks. "Okay, they sleep outside." At Julia's relieved sigh, her sister said, "Not, but I'll keep them out of your room." "That's as good as it's going to get, I suppose." "It is." Ellie told the dogs to sit. On about the 12th command, they obeyed, but as soon as Ellie looked away, they started to belly-crawl toward the door. "Come on," Ellie said, leading the way to the stairs. Julia dragged her suitcase up the narrow, creaking stairway. At the top, she turned right and followed her sister down the hallway to their childhood bedroom. A pair of twin beds, swaddled in pink chiffon, a pair of white-painted French provincial student desks with gold trim, a lime-green beanbag chair. Trolls and Barbies lined the white shelving. Dozens of blue and yellow Nancy Drews reminded her of nights spent reading with a flashlight. A faded, dusty poster of Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones was tacked to the wall. On her bed, a pair of cats lay sleeping, twined together like a French braid. "Meet Rocky and Adrian," Ellie said as she crossed the room and scooped up the apparently boneless animals. The cats hung lazily from her arms, yawning. She tossed them into the hallway, said, "Go to Mommy's room," and then turned to Julia. "The sheets are clean. There are towels in your bathroom. The hot water still takes decades, and don't flush the toilet before you shower." Ellie stepped closer. "Thanks, Jules. I really appreciate your coming. I know things have been bad for you lately, and, well, thanks." Julia looked at her sister. If she'd been another kind of woman, or if they'd been different sisters, she might have admitted, "I had nowhere to go, really." Instead, she said, "No problem," and tossed her suitcase into the room. "Now, tell me why I'm here." "Let's go downstairs. I'll need a beer for this story." Ellie started for the stairs, then turned back to Julia. "So will you." Julia sat in her mother's favorite chair and listened to her sister in growing disbelief. "She leaps from branch to branch like a cat? Come on, Elle. You're getting caught up in some country myth. It sounds like you've found an autistic child who simply wandered away from home and got lost." "Max doesn't think it's that simple," Ellie said, sipping her beer. They'd been in the living room for the better part of an hour now. There were papers spread out across the coffee table, photographs and fingerprint smudge sheets, and missing children reports. "Who's Max?" "He took over Doc Fisher's practice." "He's probably just over his head with this girl. You should have called the University of Washington. They'll have dozens of autism experts." "Yeah, God forbid someone smart should live in Rain Valley," Ellie said, her voice spiking up. "You're not even listening to me." Julia made a mental note to temper her comments. "Sorry. So there's more to the story than dirty hair and prodigious tree-climbing skills. Hit me." "She won't speak. Max thinks anyway, that maybe she doesn't know how." "That's not unusual for an autistic. They seem to operate in a different world. Often these kids—" "You didn't see her, Jules. When she looked at me, I got chills. I've never seen such terror in a child." "She looked at you?" "Stared is more like it. I think she was trying to communicate something to me." "She made direct, purposeful eye contact?" "Hello, I just said that." It was probably nothing, or maybe Ellie had it wrong. Autistics rarely made purposeful eye contact. "What about her physical mannerisms, hand movements, way of walking, that sort of thing?" "She sat in that tree for hours and never moved so much as an eyelash. Think reptile stillness. When she did finally jump down, she moved with lightning speed. Daisy Grimm claims she ran like the wind, and she sniffed everything in this weird dog-like way." In spite of herself, Julia was intrigued. She was completely soundless? Perhaps she's mute. And deaf. That would also explain her getting lost. Maybe she didn't hear people calling for her. "She's not mute. She screamed and growled. Oh, yeah, and when she thought we'd killed her wolf, she howled." "Wolf?" "Did I forget that part? She had a wolf pup with her.
He's out at the game farm now. Floyd says he just sits at the gate and howls all day and all night."
Julia leaned back and crossed her arms. Enough was enough. This had all been a ruse, another of her sister's misguided attempts to save poor little Julia. "You're making this up."
"I wish I were. Unfortunately, it's all true."
"She really has a wolf pup?"
"Yes. And are you ready for the kicker?
"There's more?"
She has a lot of scarring.
"What kind of scarring?"
Knife wounds, maybe some whipping marks, and on her ankle, ligature-type scarring."
Julia uncrossed her arms and leaned forward. "You better not be pulling my chain. This is a big deal."
"I know."
Julia's mind ticked through dozens of possibilities. Autism, mental or developmental delays, early onset schizophrenia. Those were the easy, purely internal answers. But there could be something darker here, something infinitely more unique and dangerous. It could be that this child had escaped from some terrible captor. Elective mutism would be a common response to that kind of trauma. In any case, the kid would need help, and not just any psychiatrist could handle this sort of diagnosis and treatment. Only a handful of people on the West Coast specialized in this sort of thing. Fortunately, she was one of them.
"She really touched me, Jules. I'm afraid that when the bigwig authorities get involved, we'll lose her. They'll warehouse her in some state institution until we find her parents. I don't think I could live with that. There's something so broken and sad about this kid. I don't know if anyone has ever fought for her. With you, we could make a case for treating her while we search. No one could deny your credentials."
And there it was, the reminder. Julia said softly, "Have you been watching the news, Elle? I'm hardly at the top of anyone's list. Your state bigwigs might not be too impressed with me."
Ellie looked at her. As always, there was a directness in Ellie's eyes that was vaguely disconcerting. Her sister was one of those rare people who made up her mind easily, stuck with her decision, and fought to the end for her beliefs. Actually, it was one of the few things they had in common. "Since when have I cared what other people think? You're the one we want to save this girl."
"Thanks, Elle." Julia's voice was quieter than she'd expected, less certain than usual. She wished she could tell Ellie what this meant to her. Ellie nodded.
"I just hope you're as good as you think you are."
"I am."
"Excellent. Now go take a shower and unpack. I told Max we'd meet him at the hospital before 4.
30 minutes later, Julia was showered, made up, and dressed in a well-worn pair of flare-legged jeans and a pale green cashmere sweater. She was trying not to be too excited about seeing the so-called flying wolf girl, but she couldn't quite manage her usual calm. She'd felt on the outside for so long now that even this glimpse into her old life was enough to rev her engines. She got a Diet Coke from the fridge and sat down in the living room. Glancing at the dusty piano in the corner, she was blindsided by a memory. She saw her mom, sitting on the black bench, smoking a Virginia Slim menthol and pounding out a raucous version of that old-time rock and roll. There was a crowd of friends clustered around the piano, singing along. "Come on, girls," Mom said, waving them over. "Sing along." Julia turned her back on the piano. She didn't want to think about Mom, not yet. But here, in this house, time unraveled somehow. If she stayed too long, she'd become the gawky bookworm with the bad haircut and thick glasses again. Ellie came downstairs, dressed in her blue and black uniform. The 3 gold stars on her collar winked in the light. Even in the bulky outfit, she looked petite and beautiful. "You ready?" Julia nodded and grabbed her purse. The few miles passed in a surprisingly companionable conversation. Julia remarked on the changes that had taken place. The stoplight, the new bridge, the closure of Hamburger Haven. Ellie pointed out how much had stayed the same. Finally, they turned a corner, and the county hospital came into view. The modest cement building was tucked at the back of a mid-sized gravel parking lot. A single ambulance was parked to the left of the emergency entrance. The two-story building was dwarfed by the bank of magnificent evergreen trees behind it. Right now, the street lamps were coming on. Every few seconds, a beam of light pulsed through the parking lot, illuminating the tiny droplets of mist that couldn't quite be called rain. The air smelled sweet and green, like freshly cut grass. As soon as they parked, Julia was out of the car. The closer she got to the door, the more confident she felt. She and Ellie walked side by side through the double doors and past the receptionist, who waved. The nurses and aides who passed her wore pale, salmon-hued uniforms that appeared to once have been bright orange. Their crepe soles made a squeaking sound on the linoleum-tiled floor. At a closed door, Ellie paused. She smoothed her clothes and tucked her hair behind her ears, then quickly checked her makeup in a hand mirror. Julia frowned. "What is this, a photo shoot?"
"You'll see."
Ellie knocked on the door. A voice said, "Come in." Ellie opened the door. They walked into a small, cramped office with a ground-level window view of a gargantuan rhododendron. He stood in the corner of the room, still as a blade of grass on a windless day, wearing faded Levi's and a black cable-knit sweater. His hair was steely gray. Not salt and pepper, either, but a perfect Richard Gere going gray all at once kind of color. He had the rugged, tanned look of a man who spent a lot of his time in the sun and the wind. But it was his eyes that caught her attention. They were searingly blue and intense. He was the best-looking man Julia had ever seen. "You must be Dr. Cates," he said, moving toward her. "Please call me Julia." The smile he gave her was literally dazzling. "Only if you'll call me Max." She recognized instantly the kind of man he was. A player, like Philip. A man who wore his sexuality like a sport coat. Los Angeles was full of men like him. On several occasions she'd fallen into their trap. When she was younger, of course. She wasn't surprised at all to see that one of his ears was pierced. She gave him a professional smile. "Why don't you tell me about your patient? I understand the girl is, autistic?" Surprise flickered across his handsome face. He reached down for a folder that lay on his desk. "A diagnosis is your job. Adolescent minds are hardly my specialty." "And what is your specialty?" "Writing prescriptions, if I had to choose. I went to Catholic school." That smile again. "Thus, my penmanship is excellent." She glanced at the framed diplomas that hung on his wall, expecting to see degrees from little-known, out-of-the-way schools. Instead, he had an undergraduate degree from Stanford and a medical degree from UCLA. She frowned. What in the world was this guy doing here? Running away. That had to be it. Rain Valley newcomers pretty much fell into two groups, people running away from something and people running away from everything. She couldn't help wondering which category he fell into. She looked up suddenly and found him studying her closely. "Come with me," he said, taking her by the arm. Julia let him lead her down the wide, white hallway. Ellie was on his other side. After a few more turns, they came to a big picture window that showcased some kind of child care center. There they stopped. Max stood so close to Julia they were nearly touching. She took a step sideways to put space between them. The room beyond the glass was an ordinary-looking playroom with a small table and chairs, a wall of cubbies filled with toys and games and books, a sink and counter area, a row of empty cribs, and a hospital bed. "Where is she?" Max nodded. "Watch." In silence, they waited for something. Finally, a nurse walked past them and entered the playroom. She set a tray of food down on the table, then left. Julia was about to ask a question when she saw a flash of movement under the bed. She leaned forward. Her breath clouded the glass. She wiped it away impatiently and eased back. Fingers appeared beneath the bed, then a hand. After a few more long moments, a child crawled out from under the bed. She wore a faded hospital gown that was too big for her. The child, girl, had long, tangled black hair and deeply tanned skin. Even from this distance, the silvery network of scars along her arms and legs were visible. Her body was hunched over, as if she'd be more comfortable on all fours. After every step she paused, going utterly still except for a quick, furtive cocking of her head. She sniffed the air, seeming to follow the scent to the food. Once there, at the table, she descended on the food like a wild animal. While she ate, she never relaxed, never stopped scanning the room and sniffing the air. Julia felt a chill move down her spine. She reached down and quietly opened her briefcase, pulling out a notepad and pen. As she observed the girl, she began making notes. "What do we know about her?" "Nothing," Ellie answered. "She just walked into town one day. Daisy Grimm thinks she came looking for food." "From which direction?" It was Max who answered. "From the woods." The woods. Julia remembered the Olympic National Forest. Hundreds of thousands of acres of mossy darkness. Much of it was still unexplored. It was the realm of myth and legend, where signs and wonders existed. Land of the Sasquatch. "We think she was lost there for a few days," Ellie said. Julia didn't respond. This was more than a lost day or two in the national park. "Has she spoken?" Max shook his head. "No. We don't think she understands us, either. She spends all her time under the bed. We bathed and diapered her when she was unconscious, but we haven't been able to get close enough to change the diapers. She's made no attempt to use the toilet." "Well," Julia said, feeling a rush of adrenaline, "let's see what we're dealing with, shall we?" She turned to her sister. "Go to the cafeteria. Get me a sampling of chocolates and fudges, also a slice of apple pie and a piece of chocolate cake." "Anything else?" "Dolls. Lots of them. Preferably with clothes that come on and off, but not Barbies, cuddly dolls. And a stuffed animal. You said she was with a wolf pup, right? Get me a stuffed wolf." "Gotcha. Back in a bit." Ellie turned and hurried off. To Max, she said, "Tell me about those ligature marks on her ankle." "I think—" He was interrupted by the hospital intercom system paging him to the ER stat. He handed her the file. "It's all in here, Julia, and it isn't pretty. If you want to get together later to discuss—" "The chart is fine for now, thank you." She flipped open the folder and began reading. She barely noticed when Max left her. The entire first page was a catalogue of the child's extensive scarring, including what appeared to be a poorly healed knife wound on her left shoulder. Max was right. Whatever had happened to this child, it wasn't pretty. 5. On leaving the hospital, Ellie wasn't surprised to find a crowd outside. They were standing in formation, like a landing party from a distant era, with the Grimm sisters positioned at the front in a loosely formed triangle. As always, Daisy was in the lead. Today she wore a floral house dress beneath a heavy sweater. Green rubber boots ended an inch below her knees and 2 inches below the eyelet hem of the dress. Her dove-gray hair was pulled back into a bun so tight it caused her eyes to tilt slightly up. The ever-present daisy necklace and earrings dwarfed her pale, wrinkled face. "Chief Barton," Daisy said, moving regally forward, or at least as regally as one could move in rubber boots, carrying her dead husband's ashes in an urn. The Cowichan sweater she wore, a bulky gray and white Native American design, was at least 2 sizes too big. "We heard you were headed this way." "Ned saw you turn off the highway,"
He called Sandy, who saw you turn onto Bay Road,"
Violet said, nodding with each word as if the motion were necessary punctuation.
"What's the story, Chief?" someone yelled from the back of the crowd.
Ellie was pretty sure it was Mort Elzick, the local reporter who'd broken the story in this morning's paper.
"Hush, Mort,"
Daisy said sternly, using her former principal's voice to full effect.
"We've rallied the town, Chief, just like you ordered. Folks really came through. We have toys and books and games and clothes, even a scooter. That child will want for nothing. Shall I take them to her hospital room? Where is she, poor thing?"
Marigold stepped forward, lowering her voice as she said,
"Psych ward."
She glanced at the crowd around her, got them all nodding.
"On ER. They always get a consult from psych."
"What happened to the wolf?"
It was Mort again, trying now to push through the crowd. Suddenly, everyone was talking. Daisy couldn't stop them, and Ellie didn't try. They'd lose steam soon enough on their own. It was, after all, almost happy hour. One by one, they'd check their watches, mumble something, and head back to their cars. Daisy Grimm would lead the pack. No one could remember a day when she hadn't been at the Bigfoot bar at the start of happy hour, with the black urn on the stool beside her. Half-price Boilermakers were her favorite poison. She proudly said that she never had more than 2. Or less.
"Who is she?"
Mort asked in a loud, exasperated voice. That shut everyone up.
"That's the $64,000 question, Mort. Peanut is back at the station doing everything she can to find out. You see my article today? It was the front page." "I haven't seen the paper yet, Mort. Sorry, what's your headline?" "Mowgli lives." He swelled up with pride. "I love referencing the classics. Anywho, it got me a call from the National Enquirer."
Ellie winced. She hadn't thought about the sensational angle to this story. Flying wolf girl lands in rainforest town. This wasn't just local news. And now, Julia was involved. Oops. "Did you ask people to contact us with information on her possible identity?" Mort looked stung.
"Of course. I'm a professional, you know. I'd like to interview her."
"Wouldn't we all? I've got a psychiatrist in with her now. I'll let you know if we get any information. As to the items you've all gathered—" "It's Julia!" Violet yelled, clapping her hands together. "Of course," Marigold chimed in. "Ned wondered who the blonde woman was." "I can't believe I missed the obvious. You went to the airport to fetch her," Daisy said. "Dogs fetch," Marigold said with a sniff. Once a high school English teacher, always a high school English teacher. Mort started to bounce up and down like a kid at the front of the Pirates of the Caribbean line.
"I want to interview your sister."
"I have not confirmed that Julia Cates has been contacted in this case, nor that she is here."
Ellie looked directly at Mort.
"Is that clear? I don't want to see her name in print."
"Maybe if you promised me an exclusive—"
"Stop talking."
"But—"
Daisy whopped him in the back of the head.
"Mort Elzick, don't you even think of disobeying Ellie. Your mother would turn in her grave at the very thought, and Lord knows I'll call your daddy."
"Don't break that story, Mort." Ellie added, "Please," because they both knew he could do what he wanted. But they had decades of history between them. At times like this, they were more high school newspaper geek and homecoming queen than reporter and police chief. In small towns, the social dynamic was like concrete. It set early and hard.
"Okay,"
he said, drawing the word out into a whine. Ellie smiled. "Good." Daisy said,
"What do we do with the supplies, Chief?"
"Thank you, Daisy.
Why don't you put everything in my carport? Be sure and get every donor's name. I'll want to tell them thanks."
Marigold patted her vinyl notebook. "Already done."
Ellie nodded. "Good. I knew I could count on you all. Now I'd best get to work. We've got an identity to track down. Thanks for all your help. That kid was lucky to stumble into our town."
"We'll take care of her," someone said. Ellie headed across the parking lot. She could hear the buzz of gossip behind her. It grew softer with each step. Tonight, at both the Bigfoot and the Poor House, speculation would be served more often than pitchers of Olympia beer. The subjects would be Julia and the Wolf Girl in equal proportions. She should have seen it coming. Julia had always been different in a town that prized sameness. A quiet, gawky girl who'd somehow been born into the wrong family, and then, unimaginably, proven that she was practically a genius. The townspeople hadn't known what to make of her when she belonged here. God knew they wouldn't know what to say to her now. Ellie climbed up into her mom's old Suburban, Madge to those in the know, and drove back to the station house. All the way there, she added things to her mental to-do list. Today was the day she'd find the girl's identity. It had to be. Either someone would read a newspaper and come forward, or, and this was the best answer, she would find the answer in the cold case files and become a hero. Ellie parked in her spot and went into the station. Viggo Mortensen stood in her office, not in the flesh, of course, a cardboard cutout of him in full Lord of the Rings regalia. A white construction paper dialogue bubble had been taped next to his lips. It read, "Forget Arwen, it's you I want." Ellie burst out laughing. Peanut came around the corner and walked into the office, holding 2 cups of coffee. "How did you know I'd need this today?" Ellie said. Peanut handed her a cup of coffee. "A good guess." "And Aragorn, where was he hiding?" "In the projection booth at the Rose Theater. Ned loaned him to me."
"So I have to return him?"
Peanut grinned. "Tomorrow. Maybe the next day. I told Ned it'd be a while, seeing how badly you need a man in your bedroom. Ned said cardboard was better than nothing."
Ellie couldn't help smiling. "Thanks, Peanut." Then she thought of her to-do list, and it was easy to let go of that smile. "Well, I guess we'd best get to work." Peanut reached down to her cluttered desk and pulled up a single sheet of paper from the mess.
"Here's where we are so far." She put on her rhinestone-encrusted Costco reading glasses. "The Center for Lost and Missing Children is running a database search. Their first pass brought up over 10,000 potential matches. They're trying to narrow it down. Her exact age would help."
Ellie slowly sat down. Her dream of heroism fizzled like an old balloon. 10,000 missing girls? God help us, Peanut. It would take us decades to go through all that information.
Get this, Elle. There are 800,000 missing children cases a year in this country. That's almost 2,000 a day. Statistically, 50% of them will be white girls kidnapped by someone they know. Is she white, for sure?
Yes. Ellie felt overwhelmed suddenly. Did the FBI get back to us?
They're waiting for proof of kidnapping or a solid identification. It could just be a lost girl from Mystic or Forks. Technically, we have no proof of a crime yet. They recommend we canvass the town. Again. And the DSHS is putting pressure on us to identify a temporary foster parent. We'll need to get on that. She can't stay in the hospital forever.
Did you call the Laura Recovery Center?
And America's Most Wanted. And the Attorney General. By tomorrow, this girl is going to be front-page news.
Peanut's face pleated into worried folds.
It won't be easy to hide Julia.
This story was going to be a hurricane of publicity, no doubt about it. And once again, Dr. Julia Cates would be in the eye of the storm. "No," Ellie said, frowning. "It won't." Girl is coiled up like a young fern in this too-white place. The ground is cold and hard. It makes her shiver sometimes and dream of her cave. While she was asleep, the strangers changed her. She smells now of flowers and rain. She misses her own scent. She wants to close her eyes and go to sleep, but the smells in here are all wrong. Her nose itches most of the time, and her throat is so dry it hurts to swallow. She longs for her river and the roar of the water that is always leaking over the steep cliff not far from her cave. She can hear the sun-haired her breathing and her voice. It is like a thunderstorm, that voice, dangerous and scary. It makes her scoot closer to the end of the place. If she were a wolf, she could burrow through it and disappear. The idea of that makes her sad. She is thinking of her, of him even, of Wolf. Without them, she feels lost. She can't live in this place where nothing green is alive and the air stinks. She shouldn't have run away. Him always told her it was cold and bad beyond their wood, that she had to stay hidden because in the world there were people who hurt little girls worse than him did. Strangers. She should have listened, but she'd been so scared for so long. Now she will be hurt worser than the net. They are waiting to hurt her when she comes out, but she will be too small for them to see. Like a green bug on the leaf, she will disappear. Sitting on an uncomfortable plastic chair in the cheerily decorated playroom, Julia stared down at the notebook in her lap. In the last hour she'd talked endlessly to the girl hidden beneath the bed, but had received no response. Her notebook remained full of questions without answers. Teeth. Dental work? Deaf? Stool. Any evidence of diet? Toilet trained? Scars. Age of? Ethnicity. In the early years of her residency, it had become clear to everyone that Julia had a true gift for dealing with traumatized and depressed children. Even the best of her teachers and colleagues had come to her for advice. She seemed innately to understand the extreme pressures on today's kids. All too often they ended up on the dark back streets of downtown wherever, selling their thin bodies to pay for food and drugs. She knew how exploitation and abuse and alcohol marked a child, how families lost their elasticity and snapped apart, leaving each member adrift and searching. Most importantly, she remembered how it felt to be an outsider. And though she'd grown up and merged into the traffic of adulthood, those painful childhood memories remained. Kids opened up to her, trusted her to listen to them, to help them. Although she hadn't specialized in autism or brain damage rehabilitation or mental challenges, she dealt with those patients, of course. She knew how autistics functioned and reacted. She knew, too, how profoundly deaf children acted before they'd learned sign language. Astoundingly, there were still places in this country, backwoods settlements and such, where deaf-mute children grew up with no ability to communicate. But none of that seemed relevant to this case. The child's brain scan showed no lesions or anomalies. The girl under the bed could be a perfectly normal child who'd been lost on a day hike and was now too terrified to speak up. A perfectly normal girl who'd traveled with a wolf and howled at the moon and seemingly didn't know what a toilet was for. Julia put down her pen. She'd been silent for too long. Her best hope with this child lay in connecting. That meant communication. I guess I can't write my way to understanding you, can I? She said in gentle, soothing tones. That's too bad, because I enjoy writing. Probably you prefer drawing. Most girls your age do. Not that I know your age exactly. Dr. Saracen believes you're about 6. I'd say you're a little younger, but I haven't really gotten a good look at you, have I? I'm 35. Did I tell you that? I'm sure it seems old to you. Frankly, in the last year, it's started to feel old to me, too. For the next 2 hours, Julia talked about nothing. She told the girl where they were and why they were here, that everyone wanted to help her. It didn't matter so much what she said as how she said it. The subtext on every word was, "Come on out, honey. I'm a safe place." But there had been no response whatsoever. Not once had so much as a finger appeared out from beneath the bed. She was about to start talking about how lonely the world could sometimes feel when a knock at the door interrupted her. There was a scuffling sound under the bed. Had the girl heard the knock? "I'll be right back," Julia said in a quite ordinary, "Oh, there's someone at my door" voice. She went to the door and opened it. Dr. Saracen cocked his head to the right, where 2 white-clad male orderlies stood. One held a large box, the other held a tray of food. "The food and toys are here." "Thanks." No response yet. "No, and it's impossible to diagnose her this way. I need to study her. Actions, reactions, movements. That damn bed makes it impossible."
"What you want us to do with this stuff?" asked one of the orderlies.
"I'll take the stuffed animals. Store the rest of the toys for now. She's hardly ready for that kind of play. The food can go on the table, and be quiet. I don't want to scare her any more than she already is." To Max, she said, "Does this town still have a library the size of my car?"
"It's small," he admitted, "but with the internet you have access to everything. The library went online last year."
He smiled charmingly.
"There was a parade."
She felt a moment's connection to him then. They were the outsiders, laughing at small-town customs. When she realized that he'd made her smile, she stepped back. "There always is." She started to say something else. She wasn't even sure what, when it struck her. Move the bed. How had she missed the obvious? She spun around and shut the door, realizing a moment too late that she'd shut it in Max's face. Oops. Oh well. She went to the nearest orderly, who was just setting down a tray of food, and said, "Take the bed out of here, please, but leave the mattress."
"Huh? We're not furniture movers, miss," the other man said.
"Doctor," she pointed out, "are you telling me that you two aren't strong enough to help me?"
"Of course we're strong enough," the taller man sputtered as he set down the box of stuffed animals.
"Good. Then what's the problem?"
"Come on, Fredo, let's move the bed before the doc here starts wanting a fridge."
"Thank you. There's a child under there. Try not to scare her."
One of the men turned to her. "Why don't you tell her to come out?"
"Just move the bed, please. Carefully. Put the mattress in the corner." They placed the mattress where she'd indicated, lifted the bed off the floor, and backed out of the room. The door clicked shut behind them, but Julia didn't notice. All she saw was her patient. Crouched low, the girl opened her mouth to scream. "Come on," Julia thought. "Let me hear you." But there was no sound as the child scrambled back to the wall and froze. She went perfectly still. Julia was reminded of a chameleon settling into its environment. But the poor kid couldn't change color, couldn't disappear. She was all too noticeable against the speckled gray linoleum floor and bright yellow wall. So still, she seemed to be carved of pale wood. Her only sign of life was her nostrils, which flared as if to pick up every scent. For the first time, Julia noticed the child's beauty. Though the girl was wretchedly thin, she was still striking. She stared near Julia, but not quite at her, as if there were a dangerous animal to Julia's left that bore watching. Her expression was both bland and strangely obsessive. It gave nothing away, but missed nothing either. There was no curve to her mouth at all, no indication of displeasure or curiosity, and her eyes, those amazing blue-green eyes, were serious and watchful. Julia was surprised by the lack of fear in those eyes. Perhaps she was looking at the other side of fear. What happened to a child when fear had been the norm forever? Did it melt into watchfulness? "You're almost looking at me," she said in as conversational a tone as possible. Eye contact was important. Autistics routinely didn't make eye contact until or unless they'd undergone significant therapy. On her pad, she wrote, "Mute." Her sister had said the girl made noises, but Julia hadn't heard it for herself. Besides, her sister had also implied prodigious jumping and tree-climbing skills. "I imagine you're scared. Everything that's happened to you since yesterday has been frightening. It would make anyone cry." There was no reaction at all. For the next 12 hours, Julia sat quietly in a chair. She observed everything she could about the girl, but that wasn't much, to be truthful. In all those early hours, the child was almost completely motionless. Sometime around midnight, she fell asleep, still crouched against the wall. When she finally slumped to the floor, Julia cautiously moved toward her, picking her up gently and transferring her to the mattress. All through the night, Julia watched the girl sleep, noticing how often she seemed seized by bad dreams. At some point, Julia fell asleep too, but by 7 the next morning, she was awake again, ready to go. She called home to tell Ellie that she'd probably spend the day at the hospital, then went back to work. When the girl finally woke, Julia was ready. Smiling easily, she began talking again. In her voice, she made sure the girl heard acceptance and caring, so that the meaning was clear, even if the words were unknown. Hour after hour, Julia talked, all through the breakfast and lunch, which went uneaten. By late afternoon, 2 things had become true. Julia was exhausted, and the girl had to be hungry. Julia moved very slowly over to the box that had been delivered yesterday. She was careful to make no sudden moves. She talked in a steady, soothing cycle of words, as if the child's silence were the most natural thing in the world. "How about if we look through this stuff now and see if you like any of it?" She opened the box. A stuffed gray wolf pup lay on a pile of other plush toys and folded clothes. She picked it up and then went to the next box. Still smiling, she started to unpack it. "The people of Rain Valley sent you this stuff because they're worried about you. I'm sure your parents are worried, too. Maybe you got lost. That wouldn't be your fault, you know, and no one would be mad at you." She glanced back at the girl who was sitting up on the mattress now, perfectly still, staring just past Julia. The window, Julia realized. The girl hadn't taken her gaze away from the window. Though the glass wasn't big and didn't reveal much of the outside world, there was a patch of blue sky and the green tip of a fir branch. "You're wondering how to get out there, aren't you? I'd like to help you get home. Would you like that?" There was no reaction, not even to the word home. Julia grabbed a big book off the shelf and dropped it on the floor. It hit with a loud thwack. The girl flinched. Her eyes widened. She glanced at Julia for a heartbeat, then scurried over to the corner. "So, you can hear. That's good to know. Now I need to figure out if you can understand me. Are you hearing words or sounds, little girl?" Cautiously, she moved toward the child. All the while she was waiting for a flicker in the eyes, an acknowledgement that she was being approached. There was none, but when Julia was about 8 feet away, the girl's nostrils flared. A tiny whimpering sound leaked past her lips. The tension in her laced fingers turned the tanned skin almost white. Julia stopped. "That's close enough, huh? I'm scaring you. That's good, actually. You're responding normally to this strange environment." She bent down very slowly and tossed the stuffed animal to the girl. It landed right by her side. "Sometimes a soft toy can make us feel better. When I was a girl, I had a pink teddy bear named Tink. I took her everywhere." She went back to the table and set the box on the floor, then sat down. A moment later there was a knock at the door. At the sound, the girl scrambled farther into the corner, crouching down to appear as small as possible. "It's just your dinner. I know it's early, but you have to be hungry. I'm not leaving you to eat alone. You might as well understand that now." She opened the door, thanked the nurse for the food, then returned to the table. The door clicked shut again, leaving Julia and the child alone. As Julia unpacked the food, she kept up a steady stream of conversation. Nothing too personal or intense, just words. Each one of them was an invitation that came back unopened. Finally, she pushed the box aside. On the table, there was now an array of kid-friendly food. Macaroni and cheese, from a box just the way kids liked it. Glazed donuts, brownies, chicken tenders with ketchup, milk, Jell-O with fruit chunks, cheese pizza, and a hot dog with fries. The tempting aromas filled the small room. "I didn't know what you liked, so I pretty much ordered everything." Julia reached over and plucked a donut off the red plastic plate. "I can't remember the last time I had a glazed donut. They're not good for you. But oh man, are they good." She took a bite. The flavor exploded in her mouth. Savoring it, she looked directly at the girl. "I'm sorry. Are you hungry? Maybe you'd like a bite." At the word hungry, the girl flinched. For just a moment her gaze skittered across the room and came to rest on the table of food. "Did you understand that?" Julia said, leaning ever so slightly forward. "Do you know what hungry means?" The girl looked at her for a moment. It lasted less than a breath, but Julia felt its impact all the way to her toes. Understanding. She'd bet her degrees on it. Very slowly, Julia reached for a second donut. She placed it on a red plastic plate and then stood up. She walked closer to the girl than she'd been before. This time there was about 6 feet between them. Once again the child snorted and whimpered and tried to back up, but the wall pinned her in place. Julia set the plate on the floor and gave it a little push. It skidded across the linoleum, close enough to the child that she could smell its vanilla-y sweetness, far enough away that she had to move forward to take it. Julia returned to her seat. "Go ahead," she said. "You're hungry. That's food." This time the girl looked right at her. Julia felt the desperate intensity of those blue-green eyes. She wrote down, "Food." "No one will hurt you," Julia said. The girl blinked. Was that a reaction to the word hurt? She wrote it down. Minutes passed. Neither one of them looked away. Finally, Julia glanced at the window by the door. Dr. Better-Looking-Than-God was there, watching them. The second Julia glanced away, the girl ran for the food, snatched it up, and returned to her spot, like a wild animal returning to its lair to feed. And the way she ate! The girl put most of the donut into her mouth and started to chew loudly. Julia could tell when the taste kicked in. The girl's eyes widened. Can't beat a good donut. You should taste my mom's brownies. They were delicious. Julia stumbled slightly over the past tense of the word. The odd thing was she would have sworn the child noticed, though she couldn't have said why she thought so. You'd better have some protein with that, kiddo. Too much sugar isn't good. She got a hot dog and doctored it up with ketchup and mustard, then set it down on the floor about 2 feet closer to the table than before. The girl looked at the empty plate where the donut had been. It was obvious that she recognized the difference. She seemed to be gauging the additional distance, calculating additional risk. "You can trust me," Julia said softly. No response. "I won't hurt you." The girl's chin slowly came up, those blue-green eyes fixed on her. "You understand me, don't you? Maybe not everything, but enough. Is English your first language? Are you from around here?" The girl glanced down at the hot dog. "Nia Bay, Joyce, Squim, Forks, Sappho, La Push, Mystic." Julia watched closely for a reaction. None of the local towns prompted a response. "A lot of families go hiking in the forest, especially along Fall River." Had the girl blinked at that? She said it again. "Fall River." Nothing. Forest. Trees. Deep woods. The girl looked up sharply. Julia got up from her seat and very slowly moved toward the girl. When she was almost close enough to make contact, she squatted down so that she and the child were at eye level. Reaching behind her, she felt around for the hot dog plate. Finding it, she grasped the plastic rim and held the plate of food forward. "Were you lost in the woods, honey? That can be so scary. All that darkness, all those sounds. Did you get separated from your mommy and daddy? If you did, I can help you. I can help you go back where you belong." The girl's nostrils flared, but whether from the words or the scent of the hot dog, Julia couldn't be sure. For a moment there, maybe at the word back or help, there had been a flash of fear in those young eyes. "You're afraid to trust me. Maybe your mom and dad told you not to talk to strangers. That's normally good advice. But you're in trouble, honey. I can only help you if you'll talk to me. How else can I get you home? You can trust me. I won't hurt you," she said again. "No hurt." At that, the girl inched slowly forward. Not once did her gaze waver or lower. She stared directly at Julia as she scuttled forward in her awkward crouch. "No hurt," Julia said again as the girl neared. The child was breathing fast. Her nostrils were blowing hard. Sweat sheened her forehead. She smelled vaguely of urine because of the diapers they'd been unable to change. The hospital gown hung slack on her tiny body. Her toenails and fingernails were long and still slightly grimy. She reached for the hot dog, grabbed it in her hands. She brought it to her nose, sniffed it, frowning. "It's a hot dog," Julia said. "Your parents probably brought them on the camping trip. Where did you go on that trip? Do you remember? Do you know the name of your town? Mystic? Forks? Joyce? Where did your daddy say you were going? Maybe I could go get him." The girl attacked her. It happened so fast that Julia couldn't respond. 1 second she was sitting there talking softly. The next, she felt herself falling backward, hitting her head on the floor. The girl jumped on Julia's chest and clawed at her face, screaming unintelligible words. Max was there in an instant, pulling the girl off Julia. Dazed, Julia tried to sit up. She couldn't focus. When the world finally righted itself, she saw Max sedating the child. "No!" Julia cried, trying to get to her feet. Her vision blurred. She stumbled. Max was back at her side, steadying her. "I've got you." Julia wrenched away from him and fell to her knees. "I can't believe you sedated her. Damn it! Now she'll never trust me." "She could have hurt you," he said in an irritatingly matter-of-fact voice. "She's all of what, 45 pounds?" Her cheeks hurt. So did the back of her head. She couldn't believe how fast the attack had come on. She let out a shaky breath and glanced around the room. The girl lay on a mattress by the back wall, asleep. Even in slumber, she was curled into a tight ball, as if the whole world could hurt her. Damn it! How long will she sleep? Not more than a few hours. I think she was looking for a weapon when I came in. If she'd found one, she could have really hurt you. Julia rolled her eyes. No doubt he was one of those people whose lives had never been touched by violence of any kind. It's hardly the first time I've been attacked by a patient. I doubt it'll be the last. Part of the job description. Next time, don't sedate her without asking me. Okay? Sure. She frowned. The movement hurt. The question is, what did I say? What do you mean? You saw her. She was fine. I thought maybe she was even understanding a few words. Then, bam! I must have said just the wrong thing. I'll listen to the tapes tonight. Maybe that will give me a clue. She looked back at the girl. Poor baby. We should get you cleaned up. Those scratches on your cheek are pretty deep, and God knows what kind of bacteria is under her fingernails. Julia could hardly disagree. As they walked down the hallway, she realized how much her head hurt. So much that she felt queasy and unsteady. I've never seen anyone move so fast. She was like a cat. Daisy Grimm swears she flew into the maple tree on South Park. Daisy still carrying Fred's ashes around with her? She is. Fred died when I was in 7th grade. Need I say more? Max guided her into an empty examining room. Sit. Let me guess. You have dogs. He smiled. Just sit down. I need to look at your injuries. She was too weak to argue, so she sat on the end of the table. Paper rustled beneath her butt. Other than their breathing, it was the only sound in the room. His touch was surprisingly gentle on her face. She'd expected him to be clumsier, a little uncertain. This was nurse's work, after all. She winced when he dabbed the antiseptic on her wounds. Sorry. It's not your fault. He was too close. She shut her eyes. That was when she felt his breath on her cheek, a little stream of it that smelled of red-hot gum. She opened her eyes. He was right there, looking at her, blowing cool breath on her cuts. Her heart skipped a beat. Thanks, she said, jerking backward, trying to smile. Oh, for God's sake, Julia. She'd always been uncomfortable around good-looking men. Sorry. He didn't seem sorry at all. I just wanted to help. Thanks. I'm fine. He closed up the supplies and stowed everything back in the overhead cabinets. When he turned back to face her, he kept a certain distance between them. You should take the rest of the day off. Have Ellie watch you. Concussions. I know the risks, Max, and the symptoms. I'm sure I don't have a concussion, but I'll be careful. It wouldn't hurt to lie down for a while. She saw the way he smiled when he said, lie down, and it hardly surprised her. No doubt he was the type of man who could find a sexual innuendo in every conversation.
That little girl is counting on me, Max. I need to go to the police station, and then to the library, but I'll take it easy.
Why do I think you don't know how to take it easy? She frowned. That did surprise her. She wouldn't have pegged him as the kind of man who really understood women. Loved them, yes. Used them, certainly. But understood them, no. Philip had never been very intuitive. Am I that transparent? As glass. How are you getting to the station? I'll call Ellie. I could give you a ride. She slid off the table. This time when she stood, she felt a little steadier. She was about to say, "That's not necessary," when she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. Wow! She moved closer. 4 angry, seeping claw marks slashed across her left cheek. Already the skin was swelling, and it looked like she was going to wake up tomorrow morning with a black eye. She really got me. He handed her a tube of antibiotic ointment. Keep, I know. Thanks. She took it from him and slipped it in her pocket. Come on, I'll take it to the station. Instead of arguing, she fell into step beside him. But not too close. 6.
Are you sure this is how it's done? Peanut asked for at least the 10th time in as many minutes.
Do I look like Diane Sawyer? Ellie responded sharply. Whenever she got nervous, she got snippy, and this was her first press conference. She needed to do everything right, or she'd come off looking like an idiot. And if there was one thing Ellie hated, it was looking and feeling stupid. That was why she'd left college. It was better to quit than to fail.
Ellie, are you having a meltdown?
I'm fine.
The police station had been transformed into a makeshift press room. They'd pushed their desks to the perimeter of the room. 10 chairs had been set up in 2 rows of 5 each in the middle. A podium, dragged from the Rotary Club storeroom, had been placed in front of them. Cal sat at his desk answering the phones. Peanut stood in the hallway surveying the setup. For some bizarre reason, she was certain she knew how to manage this. As if. Ellie, at least, had some media experience. Her Uncle Joe had held a press conference once, back when she was a new recruit. Her ex, Alvin, had sworn he'd seen Bigfoot. A few local papers and 1 tabloid had shown up. And so had Alvin, drunk as a parolee. Ellie checked the chairs again. On each metal seat was a flyer held in place by a small stone. She was rereading the statement she'd prepared when Earl walked into the station. He was in full dress uniform, with his few remaining strands of hair shellacked in place. He seemed taller. Lifts in his shoes. The realization made her smile. Not that she could tease him much. She'd applied a pretty healthy amount of makeup herself. It was her first time on television, and she wanted to look good. "Hey, Earl, you ready for the hoopla?" He nodded. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down his thin throat.
Myra pressed my uniform. She said a man on television needed knife pleats on his pants.
That's a good woman you married, Earl.
Yes, it is.
Ellie went back to reading. She concentrated on each word, trying to memorize her lines. She barely looked up as reporters streamed in and sat down. By 6 o'clock, all of the chairs were filled. Photographers and videographers stood behind the rows of chairs.
"It's time," Peanut said, coming up to her. "And you have lipstick on your teeth."
Perfect. Ellie wiped her teeth and leaned forward, tapping the microphone. It thumped and whined. Sound ricocheted through the room. Several people covered their ears.
Sorry.
She eased back a little bit.
Thank you all for coming. As most of you know, we need your help. A young girl has arrived in Rain Valley. We have no idea who she is or where she is from. Our best estimates put her age at somewhere between 5 and 7 years. On your seats, you'll find an artist's sketch. She has black hair and blue-green eyes. Dental records are not yet available, but she appears to have had no fillings or other work done. She has naturally lost a number of baby teeth. Such a loss is consistent with our age assertions. We have consulted with all available state and local agencies, as well as the Center for Missing Children, and have, as yet, been unable to identify her. We're hoping that you all run this as front-page news to get the word out. Someone must know who she is.
A drawing? What the hell is that about? Someone said.
We're in the process of getting a photograph. For now, this is what's available,
Ellie answered. Mort from the Rain Valley Gazette stood up.
How come she doesn't just tell you her name?
She hasn't spoken yet,
Ellie answered.
Can she speak?
We don't have a definitive answer to that yet. Early indications, however, lead us to believe there is no physical barrier to speech.
A man wearing a Seattle Times baseball hat stood up.
So she's clammed up on purpose?
We don't know yet.
Is she wounded or ill? Or crazy?
Ellie was formulating her answer when Earl stepped to the microphone and said,
We've got a famous psychiatrist.
Ellie kicked him hard.
Our very best doctors are taking care of her,
she said.
That's all we have for now. Hopefully someone will come forward who can answer some of these thorny questions for us.
I heard she had a wolf pup with her.
This from a woman near the back.
And that she jumped from a branch that was 40 feet in the air,
someone else added. Ellie sighed. Let's not get carried away by small-town rumors. The point is the identification of this child.
You're not giving us much to go on, someone said.
Ellie had said everything she had to say, but the questions just kept on coming. Her personal favorite, this from Mort.
Are you sure she's human?
From there it was all downhill. You're lucky it was raining this morning when I left the house. Otherwise, I'd have my motorcycle, Max said, opening the passenger door of his truck for her. Let me guess, she said as he got into the driver's seat and started the engine. Harley-Davidson.
How'd you know?
The pierced ear. I'm a shrink, remember? We tend to notice the little things. He drove out of the parking lot.
Oh. Do you like bikes?
The ones that go 70 miles an hour? No.
Too fast, too free, huh?
She stared out the window at the passing trees, wishing he would slow down. Too many organ donors. Several blocks passed between them in silence. Finally, Max said,
So, have you formed any specific conclusions about her yet?
It was the sort of question medical professionals always asked psychiatrists. They didn't understand how much time an accurate diagnosis could take, but she appreciated the return to professionalism. I can tell you what I don't think. Ruling out is always a good place to start. I don't believe she's deaf, at least not completely. I also don't believe she's profoundly mentally challenged. However, that's a hunch. As to autism, that's certainly the best guess for now, although if she is autistic, she's high-functioning.
You sound like you don't really believe that diagnosis either.
I need a lot more time to run tests. When she looked at me... Her words trailed off. She was hesitant to speculate without more information. It was yet another ramification of her recent problems. She was, for the first time in her life, afraid to be wrong.
What?
She looked at me. That's the point. Not near me or through me or beside me, but at me. And sometimes she appeared to understand words. Hurt, food, hungry. Those I'd swear she understood.
Do you think a word set her off?
I have no idea. Honestly, I can't remember what I said to her.
Can she speak?
So far, it's only sounds, expressions of the purest emotions. I can tell you this, elective mutism is a common response to childhood trauma.
And there's been some serious trauma in her life.
Yes.
The weight of those words made the air between them feel heavy suddenly, and sad. Maybe she was kidnapped, Max said quietly.
It had been on Julia's mind all day, that thought. It was the dark shadow that lay behind all her questions. That's what I'm afraid of, too. This girl's physical scars could be nothing compared to her emotional trauma.
She's lucky you're here, then.
Actually, I'm the lucky one. The minute the words were out, Julia wished them back. She wasn't sure why she'd revealed something so personal, and to this man she hardly knew. Thankfully, he didn't respond. He turned left onto Azalea Street and found it barricaded.
That's odd. Another broken water main, most likely.
He backed out and drove a block down Cascade, then parked.
I'll walk you in.
That's hardly necessary.
I don't mind.
Julia didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she nodded. They walked down the quiet tree-lined street toward the police station. It's beautiful here, she said. I'd forgotten, especially in the fall. She was just about to remark on the brightly colored leaves when she turned the corner and saw the reason for the barricade. The street was clotted with news vans. Dozens of them. "Stop!" she said quickly, realizing a moment too late that she'd screamed the word at Max. She spun around so fast she ran into him. His arms curled around her, steadied her. If the press saw her now, with her battered face, they'd have a field day, especially when they found out that her own patient had injured her.
The station's right there.
The front door. I know where the damned front door is. I need to get out of here now. He saw the news vans and made the connection. When he looked at her, she was that doctor. "Let me go," she said, wrenching out of his arms. He pointed across the street.
"That's the Lutheran church. Go on in. I'll send Ellie."
"Thanks." She'd only taken a step or two when he called out her name. She turned back to him. "What?" He took a step toward her, but didn't say anything. She rolled her eyes. "Just say what's on your mind, Max. Everyone has a damned opinion. I'm used to it."
"Do you want me to stay with you?"
Julia drew in a sharp breath and looked up at him. She was reminded suddenly of how long she'd been alone. "No. But thanks." Without looking at him again, she walked away. Max walked up the concrete steps toward the police station. As he stepped inside, the reporters turned on him like a school of barracuda. When they realized he was a nobody, they turned away. He stood by the door, waiting for the press conference to end, and thinking about Julia. In that moment when she'd seen the news vans, he'd seen the emotions flash through her green eyes. Fear, hope, despair. Her vulnerability lasted for a heartbeat, maybe less, but he saw it, and he understood. Remembered. When the media turned their white-hot light on you, there was nowhere to hide. He pushed through the waning crowd. Ellie was at the podium, standing between Earl and Peanut. He pulled her aside, said sharply, "Your sister is waiting for you in the Lutheran church." Ellie winced. She was here? She was. Shit! Max was surprised by a bolt of anger. "Here's a hint. Next time you gather the press, give her fair warning." "I didn't think—" "I know. What's your problem?" He could hardly answer that. "Just be more careful next time." Before she could say anything else, he walked away. Outside, he paused on the concrete steps of the city hall. All around him, reporters were talking among themselves and packing up their gear. An American flag flapped in the breeze overhead. Across the street, the white stone church sat huddled in the shade of a mammoth fir tree. When he looked closely, he saw the silhouette of a woman in the window. Julia. He used to be the kind of man who would cross the street now, go to her, and offer help. Instead, he went to his truck, climbed in, and headed for home. As he drove down Lakeshore Drive, the sun began its slow descent toward the lake. At his battered mailbox, he withdrew the usual stack of junk mail and bills, then turned onto his driveway, which was a ribbon of potholed gravel road that unspooled through a nearly impenetrable forest. These were the acres his great-great-grandfather had homesteaded more than 100 years ago, with the grandiose idea of building a world-class fishing and hunting lodge. But a single year in the wet, green darkness had changed the old man's mind. He'd cleared 2 acres out of the 100 he owned, and that was as far as he got. He moved to Montana and built his fishing lodge. In time, he forgot about these wild acres tucked deep in the woods along Spirit Lake. They were passed from eldest son to eldest son, as wills were read, until at last they came to Max. It was anticipated by the whole of his family that he would do with this land what had always been done with it: nothing. Each generation had checked on the value of the acreage. Each had been surprised by how little it was worth. So they'd kept paying the taxes and ignoring their ownership of the land. If his life had unfolded as he'd expected, no doubt Max would have done the same. He parked in the garage beside the Harley-Davidson Fat Boy motorcycle that was his favorite toy, and went into the house. Inside, he flipped the light switches. Emptiness greeted him. There were precious few pieces of furniture in the great room. To the left was a huge pine table with a single chair at one end. A gorgeous river rock fireplace covered the eastern wall, its mantel empty of decoration. In front of it was an oxblood leather sofa, a battered coffee table, and a beautiful wooden cabinet. Max tossed his coat on the sofa, then felt beneath the cushions for a remote. Within moments, a plasma TV screen rose up from the custom-made rosewood cabinet. He clicked it on. It didn't matter what was on the screen. All he cared about was the noise. He hated a quiet house. He went upstairs, took a quick shower, and changed his clothes. He was at the steamy mirror, shaving, when he thought about her again. The pierced ear. He put down his razor slowly, staring at the tiny dot in his ear. It was barely visible anymore. He hadn't worn an earring in more than 7 years. But she'd seen it, and in seeing it, she'd glimpsed the man he used to be. "You decided to hold a press conference without warning me?" Julia couldn't help yelling at her sister. "Why not just tie a yellow ribbon around my throat and toss me to the wolves?" "How was I supposed to know you'd stop by? You never came home last night, but I'm supposed to plan around your movements. Who am I, Karnak the Magnificent?" Julia sat back in the car seat and crossed her arms. In the sudden silence, rain pattered the windshield of the police cruiser. "Maybe the media should know you're here. I'll tell them how much we believe." "You think it would be a good thing to show my face on camera? Now? My patient, a kid, mind you, beat me up. It hardly is a ringing endorsement of my skills." "That's not your fault." "I know that," Julia snapped. "Believe me when I tell you they won't." It was the same thing she'd told herself a dozen times in the last 30 minutes. For a moment there, when she'd seen those reporters, she'd considered revealing herself as the doctor on this case. But it was too early. They no longer trusted her. She needed to do something right, or they'd ruin her. Again. She had to get the girl talking. And fast. This was obviously going to be a big story for a few days. Headlines would be everywhere. People would be speculating about the girl's identity. The story would probably run that she was incapable of intelligible speech because of brain damage or unwilling to talk because of fear or trauma. Nothing seized the public attention like a mystery. The press would pull at every strand. Sooner or later, Julia knew, she would be part of the story. Ellie pulled up in front of the library. The building, an old converted taxidermy shop, sat tucked up against a stand of towering Douglas fir. Night was falling fast, so the gravel path to the door could barely be seen.
"I sent everyone home for the night," Ellie said, reaching into her breast pocket for the key. "Just like you asked. And, Jules, I am sorry."
"Thanks." Julia heard the wobble in her voice. It revealed more than she would have liked. And Ellie heard it. If things had been different between them, this was the moment when she would reach out to her sister and say, "I'm scared to face the media again." Instead, she cleared her throat and said, "I need somewhere private to work with the child."
"As soon as we find a temporary foster parent, we can move her. We're looking for—"
"I'll do it. Call DSHS. There shouldn't be any problem getting me approved. I'll get the paperwork filled out tonight."
"Are you sure?"
"I'm sure. I can't help her an hour a week or even an hour a day. She'll be a full-time job for a while. Get the paperwork started from your end."
"Okay."
Headlights came up behind them, illuminating the cab. Moments later, there was a knock at the car window that sounded like gunfire. Julia opened the car door. Penelope stood alongside the passenger door, waving happily. Behind her was a battered old pickup truck. She was already into her sentence when Julia stepped out. "Said you could borrow old Bertha for a while. She was his daddy's hay truck when they lived in Moses Lake. The keys are in it."
"Thank you, Penelope."
"Call me Peanut. Heck, we're practically related, with Ellie being my best friend and all."
Julia had a sudden memory of Penelope at Mom's funeral. She'd taken care of everything and everyone like a den mother. When Ellie had started to cry, Penelope bustled her out of the room. Later, Julia had seen her sitting beside Ellie on the end of her parents' bed, rocking a sobbing Ellie as if she were a child. Julia could have used a friend like that in the past year.
"Thanks, Peanut."
Ellie got out of the cruiser and came around to where they stood. Her police-issue black heels crunched the gravel. As they stood there, the clouds drifted away to reveal a watery moon.
"Get in the car, P. I'll walk her to the front door."
Peanut fluttered her fingers in a sorority girl wave and lowered herself into the cruiser, slamming the door shut. Julia and Ellie walked up the gravel path to the library. As they neared the entrance, moonlight fell on the "Reading is Fun" poster that filled the front window. Ellie unlocked the door and opened it, leaning forward to flick on the lights. Then she looked at Julia.
"Can you really help this girl?"
Julia's anger slipped away, along with the residue of her fear. They were back on track, talking about what mattered. "Yes. Any progress on her identity?"
"No. We've input her height, weight, eye and hair color into the system, so we're narrowing the possibilities down. We've also photographed and logged the scarring on her legs and shoulder. She has a very particular birthmark on her back left shoulder, too. That's the one identifying mark we know has always been on her. The FBI advised me to keep it secret, to weed out the kooks and crackpots. Max sent her dress to the lab to look for fibers, but I'm sure the dress is homemade, so it won't give us a factory. Maybe DNA, but that's a real long shot. Her fingerprints don't match any recorded missing kids. That's not unusual, of course. Parents don't routinely fingerprint their kids. We've got her blood, so if someone comes forward, we can run a DNA test."
Ellie sighed.
"In other words, we're hoping that her mother reads tomorrow's newspaper and comes forward. Or that you can get her to tell us her name."
What if it was her mother that tied her up and left her to die? Ellie's gaze was steady. It was obvious that she'd thought the same thing. They both knew that the overwhelming number of child abductions were by family members. Cases like Elizabeth Smart were incredibly rare.
Then you'd better get the truth out of her, she said quietly. It's the only way we can help her.
Nothing like a little pressure.
On both of us, believe me. Until this week, my toughest law enforcement job was taking car keys from people at the poorhouse on Friday night. We'll take it one step at a time, I guess. First off, I need a place to work with her. I'm on it. Good. Julia smiled. Don't wait up for me. I'll be home late. She stepped over the threshold and onto the serviceable brown carpeting. Ellie touched her shoulder. Jules? Julia turned. Her sister's face was half in shadow and half in light. Yes? I believe you can do it, you know. Julia was surprised by how much that meant to her. She didn't trust her voice to sound normal, so she didn't say thank you. Instead, she nodded, then turned on her heel and went into the brightly lit library. Behind her, she heard Ellie sigh heavily and say, I believe in you too, big sis. I know you can find the kid's family. Then the door banged shut. Julia winced. It had never occurred to her to return the sentiment. She'd always seen her sister as indestructible. Ellie had never needed approval the way she had. Ellie had always expected the world to love her, and the world had complied. It was unsettling to get a glimpse of her sister's inner nature. There was a vulnerability in there somewhere, a fragility that belied the tough girl meets beauty queen exterior. So, they had something else in common, after all. Julia walked around a grid of tables to the row of computers. There were 5 of them, 4 more than she'd expected, sitting on individual desks beneath a cork bulletin board studded with book covers and flyers announcing local events. She pulled a legal-sized yellow tablet and a black pen out of her briefcase, then scouted through the interior pockets for her handheld tape recorder. Finding it, she added new batteries, turned it on, and said, Case File 1, Patient Name Unknown. Clicking the stop button, she sat down on the hard wooden chair and scooted closer to the screen. The computer came on with a thump buzz. The screen lit up. Within seconds, she was surfing the net and making notes. While she wrote, she also talked into the recorder. Case number 1. Patient. Female child, age unknown. Appears to be between 5 and 7 years of age. Name unknown. Child presents with limited or no language ability. Physical assessment is severe dehydration and malnutrition. Extensive ligature-type scarring on body suggests some serious past trauma. Socialization impairment appears to be marked, as does her ability to interact in an age-appropriate manner. Child exhibited utter stillness for hours, broken by period of high excitability and irritation. Additionally, she appears to be terrified of shiny metal objects. Initial diagnosis, autism. She clicked the recorder off, frowning. It didn't feel right. She Googled autism, symptoms of, and read through the list of behaviors typically associated with autism. None of it was new information. Language delay. Some never acquire language. Lack of pleasure at being touched. Unable or unwilling to make eye contact. Ignores surroundings. May appear deaf due to ignoring of sounds or world around him or her. Repetitive physical behaviors common, i.e. hand clapping, toe tapping. Severe temper tantrums. Unintelligible gibberish. Savant abilities may develop, often in math or music or drawing. Failure to develop peer relationships appropriate to age level. The list went on. According to the DSM-IV criteria, a patient who exhibited a set number of the symptoms could reasonably be diagnosed as autistic. Unfortunately, she hadn't observed the child fully enough to answer many of the behavioral questions. Like, did the girl like to be touched? Could she exhibit reciprocal emotions? To these, Julia had no concrete answers. But she had a gut response. The girl could speak, at least some, and she could hear and understand some limited amount. Strangely, Julia was convinced that the girl's responses were normal. It was the world around her that was wrong. There was no point in running through the related diagnoses: Asperger's syndrome, Rett's syndrome, childhood disintegrative disorder, or PDD-NOS. She simply didn't have enough information. On her pad, she wrote, "Tomorrow, study social interaction, patterns of behavior, if any, motor skills." She clicked the pen shut, tapped it on the table. There was something she was missing. She went back to the computer and started searching. She had no idea what she was looking for. For the next 2 hours, she sat there, taking notes on whatever childhood behavioral and mental disorders she could find, but none of them gave her that aha moment. Finally, at around 11, she ran a Google search on lost children. That took her to a lot of television movies and kidnapping sites. That was her sister's job. She added woods to the search to see how many similar cases there were of children lost or abandoned in a forest or national park. Feral children came up. It was a phrase she hadn't seen in print since her college days. Below it was the sentence fragment, "Lost or abandoned children raised by wolves or bears in the deep woods may seem—" She moved the cursor and clicked. Text appeared on the screen. Feral children are lost, abandoned, or otherwise forgotten children who survive in completely isolated conditions. The idea of children raised by wolves or bears is prevalent in legend, although there are few scientifically documented cases. Some of the more celebrated such children include the 3 Hungarian bear boys, 17th century, the girl of Oranienburg, 1717, Peter the Wild Boy, 1726, Victor of Aveyron, 1797, Caspar Hauser, 1828, Kamala and Amala of India, 1920, Jeannie, 1970. The second most recent case listed had been in the 1990s. It featured a Ukrainian child named Oksana Malaya, who was said to have been raised by dogs until the age of 8. She never mastered normal social skills. Today, at the age of 23, she lived in a home for the mentally disabled. In 2004, a 7-year-old boy, also reportedly raised by wild dogs, was found in the deep woods of Siberia. To date, he had not learned to speak. Julia frowned and hit the print key. It was unlikely as hell that this girl was a true wild child. The wolf pup, the way she eats. But if she were, this child could be the most profoundly damaged patient she would ever treat. And without extensive help, the poor girl could be as lost and forgotten in the system as she'd been in the woods. Julia leaned over and took the stack of papers from the printer. On top lay the last page she'd printed. A black-and-white photograph of a little girl stared up at her. The child looked both frightened and strangely fixated. The caption below it read, "Jeannie. After 12 years of horrific abuse and isolation, she became a media sensation, the modern equivalent of the wild child raised in a California suburb. Saved from this nightmare, she was brought into the light for a short time, until, like all the wild children before her, she was forgotten by the doctors and scientists and shuffled off to her shadowy fate. Life in an institution for the mentally disabled." Julia couldn't imagine being the kind of doctor that would use a traumatized child for career advancement, but she knew that sooner or later those kinds of people would come for the girl. If the true story were as bad as she thought it could be, it would make front-page news. "I won't let anyone hurt you again," Julia vowed to the little girl asleep in the hospital. "I promise." 7. By 8 o'clock that evening,
The phones finally stopped ringing. There had been dozens of press conference-related fact-checking calls and faxes and queries from the reporters who'd been here and those who hadn't bothered to come but had somehow gotten wind of the story. And, of course, the locals had arrived in a steady stream until the dinner hour, begging for any scrap of news about Rain Valley's most unexpected guest.
"The quiet before the storm," Peanut said.
Ellie looked up from the stack of papers on her desk just in time to see her friend light up a cigarette.
"I asked. You grunted,"
Peanut said before Ellie could argue. Ellie didn't bother fighting. What about the storm?
"It's the quiet before. Tomorrow all hell is going to break loose. I watch court TV. I know. Today there were a few local channels and papers here. One flying wolf girl headline, and that will change. Every reporter in the country will want in on the story."
She shook her head, exhaling smoke and coughing.
"That poor kid, how will we protect her?
I'm working on that.
And how will we trust whoever comes to claim her?"
It was the question that haunted Ellie, the root of her disquiet. That's been bothering me from the get-go, P. I don't want to hand her over to the very people who hurt her, but I have damned little evidence. Gut instinct doesn't go far in today's legal system. I'm actually hoping there's a kidnapping report. How sad is that? I'd love to return a little girl who was outright stolen from her home. Then there might be blood samples and a suspect. If it's not that simple, she shrugged. I'll need some help from the big boys.
"Without a crime, they'll stay away, like thieves from a lineup. They'll want you to do all the hard work. The state might step in, but only to warehouse her. They've already told us as much."
Ellie had ridden this merry-go-round of worries and outcomes all night. She was no closer to an answer now than when she climbed aboard. It's all up to Julia, I guess. If she can get a story out of the girl, we have a starting place.
If the girl can talk, you mean?
That's Julia's side of the problem. And if anyone can help that girl, it's my sister. Right now, our job is to find her a place to work. Ellie tapped her pen on the desk. Peanut started coughing again. Put that thing out, P. You're the worst smoker I've ever seen.
And I've actually gained a pound this week. I'm going back to eating only cabbage soup. Or maybe carrot sticks.
Peanut put out her cigarette.
Hey, how about the old sawmill? No one would look for her there.
Too cold. Too indefensible. Some wily tabloid photographer would find a way in. 4 roads lead up to it. At least 6 doors would need to be guarded. And it's public property.
County hospital?
Too many employees. Sooner or later, someone would sell the story. Ellie frowned. What we need is a secret location and a cone of silence.
In Rain Valley? You must be joking. This town lives for gossip. Everyone will want to talk to the press.
Of course. The answer was so obvious, she didn't know how she'd missed it. This was just like that time in high school when they'd stolen the attendance sheet on senior skip day. Ellie had planned the whole thing. Call Daisy Grimm. Peanut glanced at the clock.
The Bachelor is on.
I don't care. Call her. I want everybody who is anybody in this town at a 6 a.m. meeting at the Congregational Church.
A town meeting? About what?
It's top secret.
A secret town meeting? And at dawn? How dramatic.
Peanut pulled a pen out from the ratted coil of her auburn hair.
What's the agenda?
The flying wolf girl, of course. If this town wants to gossip, we'll give them something to talk about.
Ooh-wee! This is going to be fun!
For the next hour, Ellie worked on the plan, while Peanut called their friends and neighbors. By 10 o'clock, they were done. Ellie looked down at the contract she'd devised. It was perfect. I, blank, agree to keep any and all information about the wolf girl completely confidential.
I swear I won't tell anyone anything that I learned at the town meeting in October. Rain Valley can count on me. Signature required. It won't hold up in court, Peanut said, coming over to her. Who are you, Perry Mason? I watch Boston Legal and Law and Order. Ellie rolled her eyes. It doesn't need to be legally binding. It just needs to seem like it is. What does this town love more than anything? Parade. Ellie had to concede that point. Okay, second most. 2-for-1 sale? Gossip, she said, realizing Peanut could make guesses until dawn. And secrets. She stood up and reached for her coat. The only problem will be Julia. Why's that? She's not going to like the idea of a town meeting. Why not? You remember how it was for her in town. No one knew what to make of her. She walked around with her nose in a book. She never talked to anyone but our mom. That was a long time ago. She won't care what people think of her now. She's a doctor, for cripe's sake. She'll care, Ellie said with a sigh. She always did. He is deep in a green darkness. Overhead, leaves rustle in an invisible breeze. Clouds mask the silvery moon. There is only the sheen of light. Perhaps it is a memory. The girl is crouched on a branch, watching him. She is so still that he wonders how his gaze found her. Hey, he whispers, reaching out. She drops to the leaf-carpeted floor without a sound. On all fours, she runs away. He finds her in a cave, bound and bleeding. Afraid, he thinks he hears her say, "Help," and then she is gone. There is a little boy in her place, blonde-haired. He is reaching out, crying. Max came awake with a start. For a moment he had no idea where he was. All he saw around him were pale pink walls and ruffles, a collection of glass figurines on a shelf, elves and wizards. There was a vase full of silk roses on the bedside table and 2 empty wine glasses. Trudy. She lay beside him, sleeping. In the moonlight, her naked back looked almost pure white. He couldn't help reaching out. At his touch, she rolled over and smiled up at him. "You're going?" she whispered, her voice throaty and low. He nodded. She angled up to her elbows, revealing the swell of her bare breasts above the pink blanket. "What is it, Max? All night you were distracted." "The girl," he said simply. She reached out, traced his cheekbone with her long fingernail. "I thought so. I know how much hurt kids get to you." Picked a hell of a career, didn't I? Sometimes a person can care too much. In the uncertain light, he thought she looked sad, but he couldn't be sure. "You could talk to me, you know." Talking isn't what we do best. That's why we get along so well. We get along because I don't want to be in love." He laughed. "And I do." She smiled knowingly. "See ya, Max." He kissed her shoulder, then bent down for his clothes. When he was dressed, he leaned closer to her and whispered, "Bye," and then he left. Within minutes, he was on his motorcycle and racing down the black, empty expanse of road. He almost turned onto the old highway. Then he remembered why he'd left Trudy's house in the first place. The dream he'd had. His patient. He thought about that poor girl all alone in her room. Kids were afraid of the dark. He changed directions and hit the gas. At the hospital, he parked beside Penelope Nutter's battered red pickup and went inside. The hallways were empty and quiet, with only a few nighttime nurses on duty. The usual noises were gone, leaving him nothing to hear save the metronome patter of his footsteps. He stopped by the nurse's station to get the girl's chart and check on her progress.
"Hey, doctor," said the nurse on duty. She sounded as tired as he felt. Max leaned against the counter and smiled. "Now, Janet, how many times have I asked you to call me Max?" She giggled and blushed. "Too many." Max patted her plump hand. Years ago, when he'd first met Janet, all he'd seen was her Tammy Faye fake eyelashes and Marge Simpson hair. Now, when she smiled, he saw the kind of goodness that most people didn't believe in. "I'll keep hoping." Listening to her girlish laughter, he headed for the daycare center. There he peered through the window, expecting to see the girl curled up on the mattress on the floor, asleep in the darkness. Instead, the lights were on, and Julia was there, sitting on a tiny chair beside a child-sized Formica table. There was a notebook open on her lap, and a tape recorder on the table near her elbow. Although he could only see her profile, she appeared utterly calm. Serene, even. The girl, on the other hand, was agitated. She darted around the room, making strange, repetitive hand gestures. Then, all at once, she stopped dead and swung to face Julia. Julia said something. Max couldn't hear it through the glass. The words were muffled. The girl blew snot from her nose and shook her head. When she started to scratch her own cheeks, gouging the flesh, Julia lunged at her, took her in her arms. The girl fought like a cat, but Julia hung on. They stumbled sideways, fell down on the mattress. Julia held the girl immobile, ignoring the snot flying and head shaking. Then Julia started to sing. He could tell by the cadence of her voice, the way the sounds blended into one another. He went to the door and quietly opened it, just a crack. The girl immediately looked at him and stilled, snorting in fear. Julia sang, "Tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme." He stood there, mesmerized by the sound of her voice. Julia held the girl and stroked her hair and kept singing. Not once did she even glance toward the door. Slowly, the minutes ticked by. Beauty and the Beast gave way to other songs. First it was "I'm a Lonely Little Petunia in the Onion Patch," and then "Somewhere Over the Rainbow," and then "Puff the Magic Dragon." Gradually the girl's eyelashes fluttered shut, reopened. The poor thing was trying so hard to stay awake. Julia kept singing. Finally, the girl put her thumb in her mouth, started sucking it, and fell asleep. Very gently, Julia tucked her patient into bed and covered her with blankets, then went back to the table to gather her notes. Max knew he should back away now, leave before she noticed him, but he couldn't move. The sound of her voice had captured him somehow, as had the glimmer of pale moonlight on her hair and skin. "I guess this means you like watching," she said without looking at him. He would have sworn that she'd never once glanced at the door, but she'd known he was there. He stepped into the room. "You don't miss much, do you?" She put the last of the papers in her briefcase and looked up. Her skin appeared ashen beneath the dim lighting. The scratches on her cheeks were dark and angry. A yellow bruise marred her forehead, but it was her eyes that got to him. "I miss plenty." Her voice was so soft it took him a second to really hear what she'd said. "I miss plenty." She was talking about that patient of hers, the one that killed those children in Silverwood and then committed suicide. He knew about that kind of guilt. "You look like a woman who could use a cup of coffee." "Coffee? At 1 o'clock in the morning? I don't think so, but thank you." She sidled past him, then herded him out of the daycare center and shut the door behind him. "How about pie?" he said as she headed down the hallway. "Pie is good any time of the day." She stopped, turned around. Pie? He moved toward her, unable to keep from smiling. I knew I could tempt you. She laughed at that, and though it was a tired, not quite genuine sound, it made his smile broaden. The pie tempted me. He led her to the cafeteria and flipped on the lights. In this quiet time of night, the place was empty. The cases and buffets were bare. Take a seat. Max eased around the sandwich counter and went back into the kitchen, where he found 2 pieces of Marionberry pie, which he covered with vanilla ice cream. Then he made 2 cups of herb tea and carried a tray out into the dining room and set it down on the table in front of Julia. Chamomile tea, to help you sleep, he said, sliding into the booth seat opposite her. And Marionberry pie, a local favorite. He handed her a fork. She stared at him, frowning slightly. Thanks, she said after a pause. You're welcome. So, Dr. Saracen, she said after another long silence, do you make a habit of luring colleagues down to the cafeteria for early morning pie? He smiled. Well, if by colleagues you mean doctors, there aren't exactly a lot of us. To be honest, I haven't taken old Doc Fisher out for pie in ages. How about the nurses? He heard a tone in her voice and looked up. She was eyeing him over the beige porcelain of her cup, assessing him. It sounds to me like you're asking about my love life. He smiled. Is that it, Julia? Love life? She put a slight emphasis on love. Do you have one of those? I would be surprised. He frowned. You sure think you know me. She took a bite of pie. Let's just say I know your kind. No, let's not say that. Whoever you're confusing me with is not sitting at this table. You just met me, Julia. Fair enough. Why don't you tell me about yourself, then? Are you married? An interesting first question. No. Are you? No. Ever been married? No. Ever get close? She glanced down for a second. It was all he needed to know. Someone had broken her heart. He'd bet that it was fairly recent. Yes. How about you? Have you ever been married? Once. A long time ago. That seemed to surprise her. Kids? No. She looked at him sharply, as if she'd heard something in his voice. Their gazes held. Finally, she smiled. So, I guess you can have pie with anyone you'd like? I can. You've probably had pie with every woman in town. You give me too much credit. Married women make their own pie. And how about my sister? His smile faded. Suddenly, the flirting didn't seem so harmless. What about her? Have you had pie with her? A gentleman wouldn't really answer that, now would he? So you're a gentleman. Of course. He was becoming uncomfortable with the course of their conversation. How is your face feeling? That bruise is getting uglier. We shrinks get popped now and then, hazards of the trade. You can never quite know what a person will do, can you? Her gaze met his. Knowing is my job, although by now the whole world knows I missed something important. There was nothing he could say, no real comfort he could give, so he stayed quiet. No platitudes, Dr. Saracen? No God doesn't give you more than you can bear speech? Call me Max. Please. He looked at her. And sometimes God breaks your fucking back. It was a long moment before she said, How did he break you, Max? He slid out of the booth and stood beside her. "As much as I'd love to keep chatting, I have to be at work at 7, so—" Julia put the dishes on the tray and slid from the booth. Max took the tray to the kitchen and put the dishes in the dishwasher. Then they walked side by side through the quiet, empty hallways and out to the parking lot. "I'm driving the red truck," she said, digging through her purse for the keys. Max opened the door for her. She looked up at him. "Thanks." "You're welcome." She paused, then said, "No more pie for me. Just so you know. Okay?" He frowned. "But thanks again." She got in the truck, slammed the door shut, and drove away. 8. Julia refused to let herself think about Max. She had enough on her mind right now without obsessing over some small-town hunk. So what if he intrigued her? Max was definitely a player, and she had no interest in games or the kind of man who played them. That was a lesson Philip had taught her. She turned onto Olympic Drive. This was the oldest part of town, built back in the 30s for the families of mill workers. Driving through here was like going back in time. She came to a stop at the T in the road, and there it was, caught in her headlights. The lumber store. In this middle-of-night hour, she couldn't read the orange banner that hung in the window. Still, she knew the words by heart. "This community is supported by timber." Those same banners had been strung throughout town since the Spotted Owl days. This store was the heart of the West End. In the summer it opened as early as 3 o'clock in the morning. And at that, men like her father were already there and waiting impatiently to get started on their day. She eased her foot off the accelerator and coasted through a haze of fog. So often she'd sat in her dad's pickup outside this store, waiting for him. He'd been a cutter, her dad. A cutter was to an ordinary logger what a thoracic surgeon was to a general practitioner. The cream of the crop. He'd gone into the woods early, long before his buddies. Alone. Always alone. His friends, other cutters, died so often it stopped being a surprise. But he'd loved strapping spurs onto his ankles, grabbing a rope, and scaling a 200-foot-tall tree. Of course, it was an adventurer's job. Near death every day, and the money to match the risk. They'd all known it was only a matter of time before it killed him. She hit the gas too hard. The old truck lurched forward, bucked, and died. Julia started it up again, found first gear, and headed out to the old highway. No wonder she'd stayed at the hospital so late. She'd told herself it was about the girl, about doing a great job, but that was only part of it. She'd been putting off going back to the house, where there were too many memories. She parked the truck and went inside. The house was full of shapes and shadows, all of which were familiar. Ellie had left the stairwell light on for her. It was the same thing Mom had always done, and the sight of it, that soft golden light spilling down the worn oak stairs, filled her heart with longing. Her mother had always waited up for her. Never in this house had she gone to bed without a nighttime kiss. No matter how badly Mom and Dad were fighting, she always got her kiss from Mom. Julia was 13 years old, the first time she'd seen through the veil. At least that was how she now thought of it. In one day she'd gone from believing her family was happy to knowing the truth. Her mother had come in that night with bloodshot eyes and tear-stained cheeks. Julia had only asked a few questions before Mom started to talk. "It's your father," she'd whispered. "I shouldn't tell you, but—" Those next few words were like well-placed charges. They blew Julia's family and her world apart. The worst part was, Mom never told Ellie the same things. Julia went up the stairs. In the tiny second-floor bathroom that attached to her girlhood bedroom, she brushed her teeth, washed her face, and slipped into the silk pajamas she'd brought with her from Beverly Hills, then went into her old room. There was a note on her pillow. In Ellie's bold handwriting, it read, "Meeting at Congregational Church at 6 a.m. to discuss girls' placement. Be ready to leave at 5:45. Good. Her sister was working on it. Julia stayed up another hour, filling out all the paperwork required to be appointed temporary foster parent for the child. Then she climbed into bed and clicked off the light. She was asleep almost instantly. At 4 o'clock, she woke with a start. For a second, she didn't know where she was. Then she saw the ballerina music box on her white desk, and it all came back to her. She remembered her dream, too. She'd been a girl again. That girl, the scarecrow-thin, socially awkward daughter of Big Tom Cates. She threw the covers off her and stumbled out of bed. Within minutes she was in her jogging clothes and outside, running down the old highway past the entrance to the national park. By 5:15 she was back home, breathing hard, feeling like her grown-up self again. Pale gray pre-dawn light, as watery as everything else in this rainforest climate, shone in flashlight beams through the stand of hemlock trees that grew along the river. She didn't decide to move, didn't want to, but before she knew it, she was walking across the yard to the river.
Move back a little bit. Out of my way. I can hardly concentrate on my fishing with you skulking beside me.
No wonder she had moved away from here and stayed away. The memories were everywhere. Like the trees, they seemed to draw nutrients from the land and the rain. She turned and went back into the house. Julia and Ellie were the first to arrive. They pulled up into a spot near the church's front door and got out of the car. Ellie started to say something, but the words were lost in the crunching sound of wheels on gravel. A snake of cars rolled into the parking lot, lining up side by side. The doors opened. People poured out. They were all talking at once. Their voices were loud and scratchy, competitive. Each one wanted their opinion heard. Earl and Myra were the first people out of their car. Earl was in full-dress uniform, but his wife had on fuzzy pink sweats. Her hair was up in rollers and covered by a bright scarf. Ellie took Julia by the arm and hurried her into the church. The door clanged shut behind them. Julia couldn't help feeling a twinge of nerves. It pissed her off, that weakness. None of this old crap should bother her now. It wouldn't have, if she'd come home in triumph instead of shame. I don't care what they think anymore. I really don't. So why... I never understood why you let it all get to you. Who cares if they don't like you? Girls like you can't understand, Julia said. And it was true. Ellie had always been popular. She didn't know that some hurts were like a once-broken bone. In the right weather, they could ache for a lifetime. The doors banged open, and people rushed into the church, took their places in the rows of oak pews. Their voices combined, rose, sounded like a Cuisinart on high, crushing ice. Max was one of the last to arrive. He took a seat in the back. Ellie went to the pulpit. She waited until 6:10, then motioned for Peanut to shut and lock the doors. It took her another 5 minutes to quiet the crowd. "Thank you all for coming," she said finally. "I know how early it is, and I appreciate your cooperation."
"What's this all about, Ellie?" someone asked from the back of the room. "Our shift starts in 40 minutes. "Shut up, Doug," yelled someone else. "Let her talk." "You shut up, Al. It's about the flying wolf girl, right, Ellie?"
Ellie held up her hands for silence. They quieted. "It's about the girl who arrived recently. The crowd erupted again, hurling questions at the podium.
Can she really fly? Where is she? Where's the wolf?
Julia was awed by her sister's patience. There was no eye-rolling, no sneering, no fist-pounding. She simply said, "The wolf is with Floyd at the Olympic Game Farm. He's being well cared for."
I heard the girl eats with her feet, someone called out. And only raw meat.
Ellie took a deep breath. It was the first sign that she was losing her cool. "Look, we don't have long to get ourselves together. The point is this. Do we want to protect this child?"
A resounding yes rose from the crowd.
"Good." She turned to Peanut. "Hand out the contracts." To the crowd, she said, "I'm going to read off your names. Please answer so I know you're here." Ellie read off the names in alphabetical order, starting with Herb Adams. One by one, people responded, until she came to Mort Elzick. There was no answer.
"He ain't here,"
Earl yelled. "Okay," Ellie said. "We don't mention this meeting, or the girl, to Mort, or to anyone else who isn't at this meeting. Agreed?"
"Agreed," they responded in unison. "But what is it we ain't saying, Ellie?" "Yeah, speed it up. I got a charter in 30 minutes. And the mill's gonna open."
Ellie held up her hands for silence. "Fair enough. As you all know by now, my sister, Julia, has come home to help. What she needs is peace and quiet and a place to work away from the media." Daisy Grimm stood up. She wore denim overalls that were covered with appliqued daisies. Her drugstore makeup was so bright against her powdered cheeks that it probably glowed in the dark.
"Can your sister really help this poor girl? I mean, after what happened in California, I just wonder—"
The crowd went still, waiting. "Sit down, Daisy," Ellie said sharply. "Now, here's the plan. It's a version of Hide the Walnut. We are all going to talk to the media. When asked, we're going to secretly and off the record tell where the girl is staying. You can tell them any place you want, except my house. That's where she'll be. They won't trespass on the police chief's land, and if they do, Jake and Elwood will give us warning." "We're lying? To the press?" Violet said in awe. "We are. Hopefully we can send them all on wild goose chases until we know the girl's name. And one other thing. No one mentions Julia. No one." "Lying," Marigold said, trembling like an excited puppy and clapping her hands together. "This will be fun." "Just remember," Ellie said, "until you hear differently from me, we're lying to Mort, too. No one outside this building gets to know the truth." Violet burst out laughing. "You can count on us, Ellie. Those reporters will be looking for the girl as far north as the Yukon. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I never heard of Dr. Julia Cates. I believe the poor child is seeing Dr. Welby." 9. While Ellie was parking the car, Julia went into the hospital. She was almost at the old daycare center when she turned the corner and ran into a man. He stumbled back from her, sputtering, "Watch where you're going, Julia bent down for the black canvas bag he'd dropped. "I'm sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Are you okay?" He snatched the bag from her and then looked up. She frowned. He looked vaguely familiar, with his rust-colored crew cut and Coke bottle glasses. "Do I know you?" "Nope, sorry," he mumbled, glancing away quickly. Without another word, he took off, running down the hallway. She sighed. People had been doing that a lot lately. No one quite knew how to treat her since the media frenzy and the Silverwood tragedy. She picked up her briefcase and walked down the hallway to the daycare center. A few minutes later, Peanut, Max, and Ellie arrived. They stood at the window outside the daycare center, looking in. The room was full of shadows. Pockets of light grew like mushrooms above the nightlights in the various outlets, and a pale golden haze fanned down from the only ceiling fixture they'd left on. The girl lay on the floor, curled up, with her arms wrapped around her shins. The mattress, empty save for the pile of unused blankets, was beside her. From this distance, and without benefit of good lighting, she appeared to be asleep.
"She knows we're watching her," Peanut said.
Ellie said, "She looks asleep to me." "She's too still," Julia said. "Peanut's right." Peanut made a tisking sound.
"Poor thing. How do we move her without terrifying her?"
"We put a sedative in her apple juice," Max said. He turned to Julia. "Can you get her to drink it?" "I think so." "Good," he said. "Let's try that. If it doesn't work, we'll go to Plan B."
"What's Plan B?"
Peanut asked, her eyes wide. "A shot." 30 minutes later, Julia went into the daycare center, flipping on the lights as she went. Although the team had moved away from the window, she knew they were standing in the shadows, watching her through the glass. The girl didn't move a finger or bat an eyelash. She simply lay there, coiled up like a snail, holding her legs close to her chest. "I know you're awake," Julia said conversationally. She set down her tray on the table. On it was a plate filled with scrambled eggs and toast. A green plastic sippy cup held apple juice. She sat down on the child-sized chair and ate a bite of toast. This is good, but it makes me thirsty." She pretended to take a sip. Nothing. No reaction. Julia sat there for almost 30 minutes, pretending to eat and drink, talking out loud to the child who didn't respond. Every second bothered her. They needed to move this girl fast before the press came looking for her here. Finally, she pushed back from the table. The chair legs screeched against the linoleum floor. Before Julia knew what had happened, all hell broke loose. The girl screamed. She jumped to her feet and started clawing at her face and blowing her nose. "It's okay," Julia said evenly. "You're upset. Scared. You know that word? You're scared, that's all. It was a loud, ugly noise, and it scared you. That's all. You're fine. See how quiet everything is?" Julia moved toward the girl, who was standing in the corner, thumping her forehead against the wall. Thud, thud, thud. Julia winced at each blow. "You're upset, scared. That's okay. The noise scared me, too." Very slowly, Julia reached out, touched the child's rail-thin shoulder. "Shh," she said. The girl went totally still. Julia could feel the tension in the girl's shoulder and back, the tightening up. "You are okay now. Okay. No hurt. No hurt." She touched the girl's other shoulder and gently turned her around. The girl stared up at her through wary blue-green eyes. A purplish bruise was already forming on her forehead, and the scratches on her cheeks were bleeding. At this proximity, the smell of urine was almost overwhelming. "No hurt," Julia said again, expecting the girl to pull free and run. But she stood there, breathing like a deer caught between two headlights, too fast, her whole body trembling. She was weighing the situation, cataloging her options. "You're trying to read me," Julia said, surprised.
just like I'm trying to read you. I'm Julia.
She patted her chest.
Julia.
The girl glanced away, disinterested. The trembling in her body eased, her breathing regulated.
No hurt,
Julia said.
Food. Hungry?
The girl looked at the table, and Julia thought,
Bingo. You know what I said. What I meant, anyway.
Eat, she said, finally letting go and stepping aside. The girl sidled past her, moving cautiously, never taking her gaze off Julia's face. When there was a safe distance between them, the girl pounced on the food. She washed it all down with the apple juice. After that, Julia waited. Their early morning journey from town to the edge of the deep woods had the hazy feel of a dream. In the miles from the hospital to the old highway, no one spoke. For Max, there was something about this clandestine rescue that precluded the luxury of talk. He assumed it was the same for his co-conspirators, for although they told themselves this move was in the girl's best interest, and indeed believed it, there was still a nagging worry, an unbound thread. At least, at the hospital, she was safe. The door locked. The glass was too thick to break. Here, in the last stretch of valley before the big trees, the world outside was too close. None of them doubted that those woods would beckon her. He was in the back seat of the police cruiser, with Julia seated to his right. The girl lay between them, with her head in Julia's lap, her bare feet in his. In the front seat, Ellie and Peanut sat in silence. Except for the sound of their breathing and the crunching of the tires on thick gravel, the only sound came from the radio. It was turned down so quietly it could hardly be heard at all, but every now and then Max caught a stanza or two and recognized a song. Right now it was Superman by Crash Test Dummies. He looked down at the girl in his lap. She was so incredibly thin and frail. Today's scratches marred her cheeks, but even in this half-light he could see the silvery scars of older scratches, evidence that she'd often attacked herself or been attacked. The bruise on her forehead was purple now, angry-looking, but it was the scarring on her left ankle that made his stomach tighten. The ligature marks. "We're here," Ellie said from the front seat as she parked beneath an old shake lean-to. Moss turned the slanted roof into a patch of green fir. Max scooped the sleeping child into his arms. Her arms curled around his neck. She pressed her wrecked cheek against his chest. Her black hair fell sideways over his arm, almost to his thighs. He knew exactly how to hold her. How was it that even after all these years, it still felt as natural as breathing? Ellie hurried on ahead and turned on the exterior lights. Max carried the girl toward the house. Julia fell into step beside him. "You're still safe," she said to the girl. "We're outside now, at my parents' house. Safe here, I promise." From somewhere deep in the woods, a wolf howled. Max stopped. Julia did the same. Peanut made the sign of the cross.
"I am not feeling good about this."
"I've never heard a wolf out here," Ellie said. "It can't be her wolf. He's over in Squim."
The girl moaned. The wolf howled again, an undulating, elegiac sound. Julia touched his shoulder. "Come on, Max. Let's get her inside." No one spoke as they walked through the house, up the stairs and into the bedroom. Max put the child on the bed and covered her with blankets. Peanut glanced nervously at the window, as if the wolf were out there pacing the yard, looking for a way in.
She's gonna try to escape. Those are her woods.
So they were all thinking the same thing. Somehow, as impossible as it sounded, the child belonged out there more than she did in here. "Here's what we need, and fast," Julia said. "Bars, not skinny ones, on the window, so she can see outside but can't escape. And a deadbolt for the door. We need to cover every scrap of shiny metal with adhesive tape. The faucet, the toilet handle, the drawer pulls, everything except the doorknob."
Why?
Peanut asked. "I think she's afraid of shiny metal," Julia answered distractedly. "And we'll need a video camera set up as surreptitiously as possible. I'll need to record her condition." "I thought you said no pictures," Ellie said, frowning. "That was for the tabloids. This is for me. I need to observe her 24/7. We need food, too, and lots of tall houseplants. I want to turn one corner of the room into a forest."
Where the wild things are,
Peanut said. Julia nodded, then went to the bed and sat down beside the girl. Max followed her. Kneeling beside the bed, he checked the girl's pulse and breathing. "Normal," he said, sitting back on his heels. "If only her mind and her heart were as easy to read as her vital signs," Julia said.
"You'd be out of a job."
Julia surprised him by laughing. They looked at each other. The bedside lamp flickered on and off, sparking electricity. The girl on the bed made a whining, desperate sound.
"There's something weird going on here," Peanut said, stepping back.
"Don't do that," Julia said quietly. "She's just a child who has been through hell." Peanut fell silent. "We should go to town, get supplies from the lumber store," Ellie said. Max nodded.
"I have time to put up the bars before my shift."
"Good. Thanks," Julia said. When they were gone, she remained at her place by the bed. "You're safe here, little one. I promise." Julia said it over and over again, keeping her voice as gentle as a caress. But through it all, there was one thing she knew for certain. This girl had no idea what it meant to be safe. Gone is the bad smell and the white, hissing light that stings her eyes. Girl opens her eyes slowly, afraid of what she will see. There have been too many changes. It is as if she has fallen in the dark water past her place, that pool in the deep forest that Him said was the start of out there. This cave is different. Everything is the color of snow and of the berries she picks in early summer. It is morning outside. The light in the room is sun-colored. She starts to get up, but can't move. Something is holding her down. She panics, kicking and flailing to be free. But she is not tied. She moves out of the soft place and crouches on the ground, sniffing the scents of this strange place. Wood, flowers. There is more, of course, many smells, but she doesn't know them. Somewhere, water is dripping. It sounds like the last rain falling from a leaf to the hard summer's ground. There is a banging, clanging sound, too. The entrance to this cave is like the last one, a thick, brown thing. There is something about the shiny ball on it that is the source of its magic. She's afraid to touch it. The strangers would know then that she was wide-eyed. They would come for her again with their nets and their sharp points. She is safe from them only in the dark time when the sun sleeps. A breeze floats past her face, ruffles her hair. On it is the scent of her place. She looks around. There it is.
The box that holds the wind. It is not like the other one, the trickster box that kept the outside out, through which you couldn't touch. She moves forward, holding her stomach tightly. Sweet air comes through the box. She carefully puts her hand through the opening. She moves slowly, a bit at a time, ready to pull back at the first sharp pain. But nothing stops her. Finally, her whole arm is out there, in her world, where the air seems to be made of raindrops. She closes her eyes. For the first time since they trapped her, she can breathe. She lets out a long, desperate howl. "Come for me," that noise means. But she stops in the middle of it. She is so far away from her cave. There is no one to hear her. This is why him always told her to stay. He knew the world beyond her chain. Out there is full of strangers who will hurt girl. And she is alone now. Years ago, Ellie had gone to the drive-in with her then-boyfriend, Scott Lauk, and seen a movie called Ants. Or maybe it had been Swarm. She wasn't entirely sure now. All she really remembered was a scene with Joan Collins being swarmed by Volkswagen-sized ants. Ellie, of course, had been more interested in making out with Scotty than watching the movie. Still, it was those long-ago film images that came to her now as she stood in the hallway outside the lunchroom, sipping her coffee and looking out at the melee in the station. It was a hive of people. From her place at the end of the hall, she couldn't see a patch of floor or a sliver of wall. It was the same way outside and down the block. The story had broken this morning under a variety of headlines. The Girl from Nowhere. Who Am I? Remember Me? And Ellie's particular favorite, this from Mort in the Gazette, Flying Mute lands in Rain Valley. His first paragraph described the girl's prodigious leaping capabilities and, naturally, her wolf companion. His description of her was the only accurate report. He made her sound crazy, wild, and heartbreakingly pathetic. At 8 a.m., the first call had come in. Cal hadn't had a moment's peace since then. By 1 o'clock, the first national news van had pulled into town. Within 2 hours, the streets were jammed with vans and reporters demanding another press conference. Everyone from journalists to parents to kooks and psychics wanted to get the scoop firsthand. "So far, nothing has panned out," Peanut said, coming out of the lunchroom. "No one knows who she is." Ellie sipped her coffee and eyed the crowd. Cal looked up from his desk and saw the two of them. He was talking into the dispatch headset at the same time he fielded questions from the crowd of reporters in front of him. Ellie smiled at him. He mouthed, "Help me." "Cal's losing it," Peanut said. "I can hardly blame him. He didn't take this job to actually work." "Who did?" Peanut said, laughing. "That would be me." Ellie looked at her friend, said, "Wish me luck," and then waded back into the sea of clamoring, shouting reporters. In their midst, she raised her hands in the air. It took a long time to quiet them. Finally, she got their attention. "There will be no more comments, either on or off the record, by anyone in this office today. We'll conduct a press conference at 6 o'clock and answer everything then." Chaos erupted. "But we need photos. These artist renderings are crap. Drawings don't sell papers." Ellie shook her head, exasperated. "I don't know how my sister—" "That's it!"
Peanut barreled into the crowd, using the come-to-Jesus voice she'd perfected when Tara, her daughter, turned 13.
"You heard the chief. Everyone out. Now!"
Peanut herded them out, then slammed the door shut. It wasn't until Ellie turned toward her desk that she saw him. Mort Elzick was standing in the corner, wedged between two industrial green metal file cabinets. He was pale and sweaty-looking in his brown, wide-wale corduroy pants and navy-blue golf shirt. His red crew cut was so long it looked like a fringed pompadour. Behind thick glasses, his eyes looked huge and watery. When he saw her looking at him, he moved forward. His worn white and gray tennis shoes squeaked with every step.
You need to give me an exclusive, Ellie. This is my big break. I could get a job with the Olympian or the Everett Herald."
With a Mowgli Lives headline? I doubt it.
He flushed.
"What would a junior college dropout know about the classics? I know Julia is helping on this case."
You think she is. Put it in print, and I'll bury you.
His pale eyebrows beetled. His face turned red.
"Give me an exclusive, Ellie. You owe it to me. Or
what?
She moved closer.
Or else."
Mention my sister, and I'll get you fired.
He stepped back.
"You think you're something special, but you can't get your way all the time. I gave you a chance. You remember that."
On that, he pushed past her and ran out of the station. "Praise Jesus and pass the ice," Cal said. He went down to the lunchroom and came back with 3 beers.
You can't drink in here, Cal,
Ellie said tiredly. "Bite me," he said, "and I mean that in the nicest possible way. If I'd wanted an actual job, I wouldn't have answered your ad. I haven't been able to read a comic book in peace all week." He handed her a Corona. "No thanks," Peanut said when he offered her a beer. She went into the lunchroom, then came back out holding a mug. Ellie looked at her friend. "Cabbage soup," Peanut said, shrugging. Cal sat on his desk, feet swinging, and drank his beer. His Adam's apple slid up and down his throat like a swallowed fishbone. His black hair reflected the light in waves of blue. "Good for you, P. I was afraid you were going to try the heroin diet next." Peanut laughed. "To be honest, that smoking really sucked. Benji wouldn't even kiss me good night." "And you two were always making out," Cal said. Ellie heard something in Cal's voice, a rawness that confused her. She looked at him. For a moment she saw him as he used to be, a gawky kid with features too sharp for childhood. His eyes had always been shadowed then, full of wariness. He set his beer down and sighed. For the first time she noticed how tired he looked. His mouth, usually curled in an irritatingly buoyant smile, was a thin, pale line. She couldn't help feeling sorry for him. She knew exactly what the problem was. Cal had worked for her now for 2.5 years, full-time. Before that, he'd been an at-home dad. His wife, Lisa, was a sales rep for a New York company and was gone more than she was home. When the kids were all in school, Cal took the dispatch job to fill the empty hours while they were gone. Mostly he read comic books during the day and drew action figures in his sketch pad. He was a good dispatcher, as long as the biggest emergency was a cat stuck in a tree. The past few days seemed to have undone him. She realized how much she missed his smile. "I'll tell you what, Cal. I'll handle the press conference. You go on home." He looked pathetically hopeful. Still, he said, "You need someone to answer the emergency calls." "Forward the calls to the service. If something's important, they'll radio me. It'll only be the 911 calls anyway." "You're sure? I could come back after Emily's soccer game." "That would be great." "Thanks, Ellie." He finally grinned. It made him look about 17 years old again. "I'm sorry I gave you the finger this morning."
"It's fine, Cal. Sometimes a man just has to make his point."
It was what her father used to say whenever he banged his fist on the kitchen table. Cal plucked his department-issue rain slicker off the antler hook and left the station. Ellie returned to her desk and sat down. To her left was a stack of faxes at least 2 inches tall. Each sheet of paper represented a lost child, a grieving family. She'd gone through them carefully, highlighted the similarities and the distinctions. As soon as the press conference was over, she'd start calling the various agencies and officers back. No doubt she'd be on the phone all night.
"You're getting that far-away look again," Peanut said, sipping her soup.
"Just thinking."
Peanut set down her mug.
"You can do it, you know. You're a great cop."
Ellie wanted to agree with that wholeheartedly. On any other day she would have, but now she couldn't help glancing at the small stack of evidence they'd gathered on the girl's identity. There were 4 photographs: a face shot, a profile close-up, and 2 body shots. In each, the girl was so sedated she looked dead. The press would have a field day with them. Below the stack of 8x10s was a list of the girl's scars, identifying moles, and, of course, the birthmark on her back shoulder. In the photograph that accompanied the list, the birthmark looked remarkably like a dragonfly. The record also included X-rays. Max estimated that her left arm had been broken when she was quite young. He believed it had healed without professional medical treatment. Each injury, scar, and birthmark had been marked on a diagram of her body. They had taken blood samples. She was type AB, fingerprints, and dental X-rays. Her blood had been sent off for DNA analysis, but that report wasn't back yet. Her dress had also been sent away for analysis. There was nothing for them to do now except wait, and pray that someone came forward to identify the girl.
"I don't know, P. This is a tough one."
"You're up to it."
Ellie smiled at her friend.
"Of all the decisions I've made in this job, you know what was the best one?"
"The Drive a Drunk Home program?"
"Close. It was hiring you, Penelope Nutter."
She grinned.
"Every star needs a sidekick."
Laughing, Ellie went back to work, reading through the pile of documents on her desk. A few moments later, there was a knock at the door. Peanut looked up.
"Who knocks at a police station?"
Ellie shrugged. "Not a reporter."
"Come in,"
she said loudly. Slowly, the door opened. A couple stood on the front step, peering inside. "Are you Chief Barton?" asked the man. They weren't reporters, that much was certain. The man was tall and white-haired, thin to the point of gauntness. He wore a pale gray cashmere sweater and black pants with knife-sharp pleats, and big city shoes. The woman, his wife, was dressed in black from head to toe: black coat dress, black hose, black pumps. Her hair, an expensive trio of blondes, was drawn back from her pale face and coiled in a French twist. Ellie stood. "Come on in." The man touched the woman's elbow, guided her to Ellie's desk. "Chief Barton, I'm Dr. Isaac Stern. This is my wife, Barbara." Ellie shook both of their hands, noticing how cold their skin was.
"It's nice to meet you."
A blast of wind hit the open door, made it smack hard against the wall. "Excuse me." Ellie went to shut the door. "How can I help you?" Dr. Stern looked at her. "I'm here about my daughter, Ruthie. Our daughter," he corrected, looking at his wife. "She disappeared in 1996. There are many of us here. Parents." Ellie glanced outside. The reporters were still congregated in the street, talking among themselves and waiting for the press conference, but it was the line of people that caught her attention. Parents. There had to be 100 of them.
"Please," said a man standing on the steps. "You threw us out with the press, but we need to talk to you. Some of us have come a long way."
"Of course I'll talk to you," Ellie said. "One at a time, though. Pass the word down the line. We'll be here all night if we need to." While the news was being spread, Ellie heard several women burst into quiet sobs. She shut the door as gently as she could. Steeling herself, she headed back to her desk and took her seat. "Sit down," she said, indicating the 2 chairs in front of the desk. "Penelope," she said, "you can interview people, too. Just take down names, contact numbers, and any information they have."
"Sure, Chief." Peanut immediately headed for the door.
"Now," Ellie said, leaning forward, "tell me about your daughter."
Grief stared back at her, stark as blood on snow.
Dr. Stern was the first to speak.
"Our Ruthie left for school one day and never arrived there. It was 2 blocks from our house. I called the policeman who has been our friend in this, and he tells me this girl you have found cannot be our Ruthie. I tell him our people believe in miracles, so we've come here to see you."
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, worn photograph. In it, a beautiful little girl with sandy brown ringlets held onto a bright pink Power Rangers lunchbox. The date in the lower right corner was September 7th, 1996. Today, Ruthie would be at least 13, maybe 14. Ellie took a deep breath. It was impossible not to think suddenly of the line of hopeful parents outside, all of them waiting for a miracle. This would be the longest day of her life. Already she wanted to cry. She took the photo, touched it. When she looked up again, Mrs. Stern was weeping. "Ruthie's blood type?" "Oh," Mrs. Stern said, wiping her eyes and waiting. "I'm sorry," Ellie said. "So very sorry." Across the room, Peanut opened the door. Another couple walked in, clutching a color photograph to their chest. "Please, God," Ellie prayed, closing her eyes for just a moment, a heartbeat. "Let me be strong enough for this." Then Mrs. Stern started to talk. "Horses," she said in a throaty voice. "She loved horses, our Ruthie. We thought she wasn't old enough for lessons. Next year, we always said. Next year." Dr. Stern touched his wife's arm. "And then this." He took the picture from Ellie, staring down at it. Tears brightened his eyes. He looked up, finally. "You have children, Chief Barton?" "No." Ellie thought he was going to say something to that, but he remained silent, helping his wife to her feet. "Thank you for your time, Chief." "I'm sorry," she said again. "I know," he said, and Ellie could see suddenly how fragile he was, how hard he was working to keep his composure. He took his wife's arm and steered her to the door. They left. A moment later, a man walked in. He wore a battered, patched pair of faded overalls and a flannel shirt. An orange steel chainsaw baseball cap covered his eyes, and a gray beard consumed the lower half of his face. He clutched a photograph to his chest. It was of a blonde cheerleader, Ellie could see from here. "Chief Barton?" he said in a hopeful voice. "That's me," she answered. "Please, come sit down." 10. Last night, Julia had transformed her girlhood bedroom into a safety zone for her and her patient. The 2 twin beds still graced the left wall, but now the spaces beneath them were filled to block hiding places. In the corner by the window, she'd gathered almost 12 tall potted plants and created a mini forest. A long formica table took up the center of the room, serving as a desk and study space. 2 chairs sat tucked up beside it. Now, however, she realized what she'd missed: a comfortable chair. For the past 6 hours, the child had stood at the barred open window with her arms stuck outside. Come rain or shine, she held her hand out there. Somewhere around noon, a robin had landed on the windowsill and stayed there. Now, in the pale gray sunlight that followed the last hour's rain, a brightly colored butterfly landed on her outstretched hand, fluttering there for the space of a single breath, then flew off. If Julia hadn't written it down, she would have stopped believing she'd seen it. After all, it was autumn, hardly the season for butterflies, and even in the full heat of summer they rarely landed on a little girl's hand, not even for an instant. But she had written it down, made a note of it in the permanent file. And so there it was now, a fact to be considered, another oddity among the rest. Perhaps it was the girl's stillness. She hadn't moved in hours. Not a shifting of her weight, not a changing of her arm, not a turn of her head. Not only did she evidence no repetitive or obsessive movements, she was as still as a chameleon. The social worker who had come this morning to conduct the home study to determine Julia's fitness as a temporary foster parent had been shocked, though she tried to hide it. As she closed her notebook, the woman had thrown a last worried glance at the girl before whispering to Julia, "Are you sure?" "I am," Julia had said. And she was. Helping this child had already become something of a quest. Last night, after preparing the bedroom, she had stayed up late, sitting at the kitchen table, making notes, and reading everything she'd been able to find on the few true wild children on record. It was both fascinating and wrenchingly sad. Their cases all followed a similar pattern, whether they'd been found 300 years ago in the dense woods of Bavaria or in this century in the wilds of Africa. All of them were discovered, usually by hunters, hiding in deep, dark forests. More than a third of them ran on all fours. Very few had been able to speak. Several of them, including Peter the wild boy in 1726, Memi the so-called savage girl in France, and most famously Victor the wild boy of Aveyron in 1797, had become media sensations in their day. Scientists and doctors and language theorists flocked to their sides, each hoping their wild child would answer the most elemental human nature questions. Kings and princesses brought them to court as oddities, entertainments. The most recent case, that of a girl named Jeannie, who, though not raised in the wild, had been subjected to such systematic and horrific abuse that she had never learned to speak or move around or play, was yet another case of media attention. Most of the documented cases had 2 things in common. First, the children possessed the physical ability to speak, but never acquired actual language to any great degree. Secondly, almost all of these former wild children lived out their lives in mental institutions, forgotten and alone. Only 2 cases, Memi and a Ugandan boy found living among the monkeys in 1991, ever truly learned to speak and function in society, and Memi still died penniless and alone, forgotten. She had never been able to tell people what had happened to her in her youth, how she'd ended up in the dark woods. One after another, scientists and doctors had been drawn to the challenge these children presented. The so-called professionals wanted to know and understand, and, yes, to save a human being totally unlike all others, one who could be seen as more pure, more untouched than anyone born in 1,000 years. A person unsocialized, uncorrupted by man's teachings. One by one, they had failed in their quest. Why? Because they cared too little about their patients. It was not a mistake she would make. She wouldn't be like the doctors who'd gone before her, who'd sucked the soul from their patients, furthered their own careers, and then moved on, leaving their silent, broken patients locked behind bars, more confused and alone than they'd been in the woods. "It's your heart that matters, isn't it, little one?" she said, looking up again. As Julia watched, another bird landed on the windowsill by the girl's outstretched hand. The bird cocked its head and warbled a little song. The girl imitated the sound perfectly. The bird appeared to listen, then sang again. The girl responded. Julia glanced at the video camera set up in the corner. The red light was on. This bizarre conversation was being recorded. "Are you communicating with him?" Julia asked, making a note of it in her records. She knew it would sound ridiculous, but she was seeing it. The girl and the bird seemed to understand each other. At the very least, the child was an accomplished mimic. Then again, if she'd grown up in the woods, alone, or among a pack of animals, she wouldn't necessarily make the distinctions between man and animals that were commonplace in our civilized world. "Do you know the difference between man and animal, I wonder?" She tapped her pen on the pad of paper. At the gentle thudding sound, the bird flew away. Julia reached sideways for the books on the table that served as her makeshift desk. There were 4 of them: The Secret Garden, Andersen's Fairy Tales, Alice in Wonderland, and The Velveteen Rabbit. These were only 4 of the many books donated by the generous townspeople. Early this morning, while the girl was still asleep, Julia had changed her diaper and then searched the boxes for anything that might help her communicate with her patient. She'd chosen crayons and paper, a pair of old Barbie dolls, still dressed for disco, and these books. She opened the top one, The Secret Garden, and began to read out loud. "When Mary Lennox was sent to Misselthwaite Manor to live with her uncle, everybody said she was the most disagreeable-looking child ever seen." For the next hour, Julia read the beloved children's story aloud, concentrating on giving her voice a gentle sing-song cadence. There was no doubt in her mind that her patient didn't know most of these words, and thus couldn't follow the story. And yet, like all pre-verbal children, the girl liked the sound of it. At the end of a chapter, Julia gently closed the book. "I'm going to take a short break here. I'll be right back." "Back," she repeated, in case the word was familiar. She stood slowly, stretching. Long hours spent sitting in this chair, tucked up to a makeshift desk at the end of her girlhood bed, had left her with a crick in her neck. She took her pen — it could be a weapon, after all — and headed for the tiny bathroom that had been built for her and Ellie when they were pre-teens. It connected to their bedroom through a door by the dresser. Julia went into the bathroom and closed the door just enough for privacy. She didn't want her voice to be lost. Pulling down her pants, she sat on the toilet and said, "I'm just going to go to the bathroom, honey. I'll be right back. I want to know what happens to Mary, too. Do you think she really hears crying? Do you cry? Do you know what—" The girl skidded to a stop in the doorway and shoved the door open, wincing when it banged against the wall. She slapped her cheeks and shook her head. Snot flew from her nose as she blew it, hard. "You're upset," Julia said in a soothing voice. "Upset. You're getting angry. Did you think I was leaving?" At the sound of Julia's voice, the girl quieted. She looked nervously at the door, sidling away from it. "We'll keep the door open from now on, but I need to go potty. You know that word? Potty?" Perhaps there was the merest flinch at the word, a flash of recognition. Perhaps not. The girl just stood there, watching her. "I need privacy. You should—" "Oh, hell." None of the social niceties mattered here. The girl frowned and took a step closer. She cocked her head in the same way the blue jay had, as if to see things from a preferable angle. "I'm peeing," Julia said matter-of-factly, reaching for the toilet paper. The girl was intent now, utterly focused. Once again she'd gone completely still. When Julia was done, she stood and pulled up her pants, and then flushed the toilet. At the noise, the girl screamed and threw herself backward so fast she stumbled and fell. Sprawled on the floor, she started to howl. "It's okay," Julia said. "No hurt, no hurt. I promise." She flushed the toilet again and again until the girl finally sat up. Then Julia washed her hands and moved slowly toward her little patient. "Would you like me to keep reading?" She knelt down. They were eye-level now and close. She could see the remarkable turquoise color of the child's eyes. The irises were flecked with amber. Thick black lashes lowered slowly, then opened. "Book," Julia said again, pointing at the novel on the table. The girl walked over to the table and sat down on the floor beside it. Julia drew in a sharp breath, but other than that, she didn't react. She went to the nearest chair and sat down. "I think Ellie and I should move Mom's old love seat in here. What do you think?" The girl moved a little closer. Sitting cross-legged, she looked up at Julia. Just then, even with her food-stained face and tangled hair, the girl looked like every kindergartner in every classroom at story time. "I bet you're waiting for me to start." As always, the only answer was silence. Those eerie blue-green eyes stared up at her. This time, maybe, there was a hint of anticipation, impatience, even. An ordinary kid would have said, "Read," in an imperious tone. This girl simply waited. Julia returned to the story. On and on she read, about Mary and Dickon and Colin and the secret garden that had belonged to Mary's lost mother. She read chapter after chapter until night began to press against the window in strips of pink and purple. She was approaching the final chapters when a knock sounded at the door. The dogs started barking. At the noise, the girl raced to her potted plant sanctuary and hid behind the leaves. The door opened slowly. Behind it, the golden retrievers were crazy to get inside. "Down, Jake! Elwood, what's wrong with you two?" Ellie slipped past them and slammed the door shut with her hip. In the hallway, the dogs howled pitifully and scratched at the door. "You need to get those dogs trained," Julia said, closing her book. Ellie, who had a tray of food, set it down on the table. "I thought getting rid of their balls would make them trainable. No such luck. It's in the dick." She sat down on the end of her old bed. "How's the girl doing? I see she still thinks I'm Nurse Ratched." "She's doing better, I think. She seems to like being read to." "Has she tried to escape?" "No. She won't go near the door. I think it's the brass doorknob. Shiny metal really sets her off. Ellie leaned forward and put her forearms along her thighs. I wish I could say I was making progress on my end. You are. This story is making headlines. Someone will come forward. People are coming forward. I had 76 people in my office today. All of them had lost daughters in the last few years. Their stories, their pictures, it was awful. It's incredibly painful to sit witness to such grief. How do you do it? Listen to sad stories all day long. Julia had never seen her job that way. A story is only sad if there's no happy ending. I guess I always believe in that ending. A closet romantic! Who'd have thought? Julia laughed. Hardly. So, how did the press conference go? Long, boring, full of stupid questions. The national networks are just as bad. And I learned this about reporters. If a question is too ridiculous to be answered, they'll ask it again. My personal favorite was from the National Enquirer. They were hoping she had wings instead of arms. Oh, and the Star wondered if she'd lived with the wolves. Thankfully, it was a tabloid. No one would lend the story any credence. What about an identification? Not yet. Between the X-rays, the birthmarks, the scarring, and her age range, we're narrowing the possibilities down, though. Oh, and your approval came through from DSHS. You're officially her temporary foster parent. The girl crept out from her hiding place. Nostrils flaring, she paused, smelled the air, then streaked across the room, running low to the ground. Julia had never seen a kid move so fast. She disappeared into the bathroom. Ellie whistled. So that's what Daisy meant when she said the girl ran like the wind. Julia slowly walked toward the bathroom. Ellie followed her. The girl was sitting on the toilet, with her pull-up big kid diaper around her ankles. Holy cow, Ellie whispered. Did you teach her that? Julia couldn't believe it herself. She walked in on me today when I was going to the bathroom. The sound of the flushing scared her to death. I would have sworn she'd never seen a toilet before. You think she taught herself? By seeing you once? Julia didn't answer. Any noise could ruin this moment. She inched into the room and gathered up some toilet paper. She showed the girl what to do with it, then handed it to her. The child frowned at the wadded-up paper for a long time. Finally she took it and used it. When she was finished, she slithered off the toilet, pulled up her diaper underwear, and hit the white tape-covered lever. At the flushing noise, she screamed and ran, ducking between Julia and Ellie's legs. Wow, Ellie said. They both stared at the girl hiding in the forest of potted plants. In the quiet room, the girl's breathing was loud and fast. This whole thing just gets stranger and stranger, Ellie said. Julia couldn't disagree with that. Well, Ellie said at last, I need to get back to the office. I don't know how long I'll be. She pulled a piece of paper out of her back pocket and handed it to Julia. These are Peanuts and Cal's home numbers. If you need to go to the library again, they'll stay at the house with the kid. Thanks. Julia walked Ellie to the door, let her out, then shut it again. She didn't bother locking it. So far, the girl seemed terrified of the doorknob. She went to the table, where she made a few more notes, then set her paper and pen away. It's dinner time. The girl remained hidden in the plants, watching her. Food. She tapped the tray Ellie had left. This time the girl moved. She crept out from the cover of green leaves and came to the table, where she started to attack the food in her usual way. Julia grabbed her wrist. No. Their gazes clashed. You're too smart for this, aren't you? Julia got up, still holding the bird-thin wrist, and moved around to stand beside the girl. Sit. She pulled out a chair and patted the seat. Sit. For the next 30 minutes, they stood there, locked in a battle with a one-word soundtrack. Sit. At first, the girl howled and snorted and shook her head, trying to pull free. Julia simply held on to her, shaking her head, saying, "Sit." When the histrionics didn't work, the girl shut up. She stood perfectly still, staring at Julia through slitted, angry eyes. "Sit," Julia said, patting the chair again. The girl sighed dramatically and sat down. Julia released her instantly. "Good girl." She washed the child's hands with baby wipes, then walked back around to the other side of the table and took her seat. The girl attacked the food, eating as if it were a recent kill. "You're at the table," Julia said. "That's a start. We'll work on manners tomorrow, after your bath." She reached down for her notebook and put it in her lap, flipping through the pages while the child ate. Maybe there was an answer in here, but she doubted it. This was a case of questions. A paragraph she'd written this afternoon caught her eye. A perfect mimic. The child can repeat bird song note for note. It almost seems as if they're communicating, she and the bird, although that's not possible. Is that the answer, little one? Did you see me using the toilet and simply mimic me? Was that a skill you needed to learn in the wild? She wrote down, "In the absence of people or society, how do we learn? By trial and error? By mimicry of other species? Perhaps she learned to learn fast and by observation." Julia lifted her pen from the page. It felt like half an answer at best. A child who'd grown up in the wild, within a wolf pack or among other animals, would have learned to mark territory with urine. She wouldn't see the point in using a toilet. Unless she'd seen one before, however long ago. Or she recognized a new pack leader in her and wanted to belong. Who are you, little one? Where do you come from? As always, there was no answer. While the girl was eating, Julia slipped out of the room and went downstairs. The house was quiet. In the carport she found the 2 cardboard boxes that held the town's donations. One was filled with clothes. The other held all kinds of books and toys. Julia went through everything again, condensing the best, most useful items into one box, which she carried back upstairs and set down on the floor with a thud. The girl looked up sharply. Julia almost laughed at the sight of her. There was as much food on her face and hospital gown as had been on her plate. The whipped cream coconut ambrosia fruit salad clung to her nose, her cheeks, and her chin in a white beard. "You look like Santa's mini-me." Julia bent down and opened the box. 3 items lay on top. A beautiful lacy white dress with pink bows on it, a doll in diapers, and a brightly colored set of plastic blocks. She stepped back. "Toys. Do you know that word?" No reaction. "Play. Fun. Dress up." The girl stared at her, unblinking. Julia bent down and picked up the dress. The worn cotton felt soft to the touch. The girl's eyes widened. She made a sound, a low, growling noise that came from deep in the back of her throat. In a movement almost too fast and silent to be believed, she got out of her chair, ran around the table, and yanked the dress out of Julia's grasp. Clutching it to her breast, She returned to her hiding place behind the potted plants and crouched down. "Well, well, well," Julia said. "I see someone likes pretty things." The girl started to hum. Her fingers found a tiny pink satin bow and began stroking it. "You'll need to get clean if you want to wear the pretty dress." Julia went into the bathroom and turned on the bathwater, then sat on the edge of the tub. "When I was your age, I loved taking baths. My mom used to add lavender oil to the water. It smelled so good. Oh, look, here's a little bottle of it left in the cabinet. I'll add some for you." When she turned around again, the girl was there, standing just inside the open door, looking in. Julia held out a hand. "No hurt," she said gently, turning off the water. "No hurt." Then, "Come." No response. "It feels so good to be clean." Julia skimmed her other hand through the water. "Nice. Come on." The girl's steps forward were so small as to be almost non-existent, and yet she was moving. Her gaze ping-ponged between the adhesive tape-covered faucet and Julia's hand. "Have you seen running water before?" Julia let the water stream from her fingers. "Water. Water." The girl was at the bathtub's edge now. She was staring at the water with a mixture of fear and fascination. Very slowly, Julia bent down to undress the girl, who offered no opposition at all. It surprised Julia, that easy compliance. What did it mean, if anything? She took the hospital gown away, looped it over the towel rack, then took hold of the girl's bird-thin wrist and gently urged her toward the tub. "Touch the water. Just try." She showed her how, hoping the action would be mimicked. It took a long time, but the girl finally dipped her hand in the water. The girl's eyes widened. She made a sound that was half sigh and half growl. Julia stripped down to her bra and panties, then got into the tub. "You see?" she said, smiling. "This is what I want you to do." When the girl stepped closer, Julia got out of the tub and sat on the cool porcelain edge. "Your turn. Go ahead." Cautiously, the girl climbed over the tub's porcelain edge and lowered herself into the water. The minute she was in, she made a sound, almost like a purr, and looked up at Julia. Then she slapped at the water and kicked her feet and splashed around and set about exploring. She licked the tiles and touched the grout and sniffed the faucets. She cupped water in her hands and drank it, a habit to be broken, of course, but later. Finally, Julia reached for the bar of lavender-scented soap in the dish. This she handed to the girl, who smelled it, then tried to eat it. Julia couldn't help laughing. "No, icky!" She made a face. "Icky!" The child frowned, tried to grab it. Julia rubbed her hands together to make a soapy foam. "Okay, I'm going to bathe you now. Clean. Soap." Very slowly she reached out, took the girl's hand in hers, and began washing. The girl watched her with the intensity of a magician's apprentice trying to learn a new trick. Slowly, as Julia kept washing her hands, the girl began to relax. She was pliable when Julia gently turned her around in the tub and began washing her hair. As Julia massaged her scalp, the child began to hum. It took Julia a moment to realize that there was a tune within the notes. "Twinkle, twinkle,
little star.
Julia straightened. Of all the unexpected twists today, this one was the most important. Somebody sang that to you, little one. Who was it? The girl kept humming, her eyes closed. Julia rinsed the long black hair, noticing how thick and curly it was. Tendrils coiled around her fingers like vines. She saw, too, the network of scars that crisscrossed the tiny back. There was one near her shoulder that was especially ugly. Where have you been? The song was a glimpse into a part of this girl's true history, the first one they'd seen. More questions were unlikely to solicit answers. Julia knew what she needed was more primal than that. She decided to sing along with the humming. How I wonder what you are. The girl splashed around until she was facing Julia. Her blue-green eyes were so wide they seemed too big for her small, pointed face. Julia finished the song, then planted a hand to her chest and said, Julia. Julia. That's me. She grabbed the girl's hand. Who are you? The only answer was that intense stare. With a sigh, Julia stood and reached for a towel. Come on. To her amazement, the girl stood up and got out of the tub. Did you understand me? Or did you stand up because I did? Julia heard the wonder in her voice. So much for professional detachment. This girl kept throwing curveballs. Do you know how to speak? Talk? Words? She touched her chest again. Julia, Julia. Then she touched the girl's chest. Who? Name. I need to call you something. Nothing but the stare. Julia dried the girl off, then dressed her. I'm putting you in pull-up diapers again, just to be safe. Turn around. I'll braid your hair. That's what my mom always did to me, but I'll be gentler, I promise. Mom used to pull so hard I'd cry. My sister always said it's why my eyes tilted up. There. All done. She accidentally bumped into the bathroom door. It shut hard. The mirror on the back of it framed the child in a perfect rectangle. The girl gasped so loudly it sounded as if she'd just washed up on shore. She reached out for the mirror, trying to touch the other little girl in the room. Have you ever seen yourself before? Julia asked. But even as she asked the question, she knew the answer. None of this made sense. The pieces didn't fit together. The wolf, the eating habits, the song, the toilet training. They were tiny pieces that made up the puzzle's border, but the central image, the point, was unseen yet. Certainly she would have seen her reflection, in water at least. That's you, honey. You. See the beautiful blue-green eyes? The long black hair? You look so pretty in that dress. The girl punched her reflection. When her knuckles hit the hard glass, she yelped loudly in pain. Julia moved in beside her and knelt down. Now they were both in the mirror, side by side, their faces close. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful. She reminded Julia of a young Elizabeth Taylor. You see? That's me, Julia. And you. Julia saw when understanding dawned. Very slowly, the girl touched her chest and mouthed a sound. Her reflection did the same. Did you say something? Your name? The girl stuck out her tongue. For the next 40 minutes the child played in front of the mirror. At one point, Julia left long enough to get her notebook and digital camera. When she returned to the bathroom, the girl was clapping her hands and bouncing up and down in time with her reflection. Julia took several photographs, close-ups of the girl's face, then put the camera away. Notebook in hand, Julia wrote, "Discovery of Self," and documented every moment. It went on for hours. The child stared at herself in the mirror long after the sky had gone dark and shown its cache of stars. Finally, Julia couldn't write any more. Her hand was starting to spasm. "That's it. Come on. Bedtime." She walked out of the bathroom. When the girl didn't follow, Julia reached down for a book. They finished The Secret Garden, so she chose Alice in Wonderland. "Fitting, wouldn't you say?" she commented to herself. After all, she was alone in the room when she said it, and equally alone when she began to read aloud. Alice was beginning to get very tired of sitting by her sister on the bank, and of having nothing to do. Once or twice she had peeped into the book her sister was reading, but it had no pictures or conversations in it. And what's the use of a book, thought Alice, without pictures or conversation? In the bathroom, the jumping stopped. Julia smiled and kept reading. She had just introduced the white rabbit when the girl came out of the bathroom. In her pretty white eyelet dress with pink ribbons, and her hair braided and tamed, she looked like any little girl. The only hint of wildness was in her eyes. Too big for her face, and too earnest for her age, they fixed on Julia, who very calmly kept reading. The girl came up beside her, sidled close. Julia stared at her. "Hello, little one. You like it when I read?" The girl's hand thumped down hard on the book. Julia was too startled by the unexpected movement to respond. This was the first time the girl had really tried to communicate, and she was being quite forceful about it. The girl smacked the book again and looked at Julia. Then she touched her chest. It was the movement Julia had made to emphasize her own name. "Alice?" she whispered, feeling a kind of awe move through her. "Is your name Alice?" The girl thumped the book again. When Julia didn't respond, the girl thumped it again. Julia closed the book. On the cover of this ancient, well-worn edition was a painting of a pretty, blonde-haired Alice with a large, brightly dressed Queen of Hearts. She touched the picture of the girl. "Alice," she said. Then she placed her hand on the flesh-and-blood girl beside her. "Is that you, Alice?" The girl grunted and opened the book, smacking the page. It was where they'd left off, the exact page. Amazing! Julia didn't know if the reaction had been to the name or the reading, but it didn't matter. For whatever reason, the little girl had finally stepped into this world. Julia almost laughed out loud. That was how good she felt right now. The girl hit the book again. "Okay, I'll keep reading, but from now on, you're Alice. So, Alice, get in bed. When you're under the covers again, I'll read you a story." Exactly 1 hour later, the girl was asleep, and Julia closed the book. She leaned over and kissed the tiny, sweet-scented pink cheek. "Good night, little Alice. Sleep well in Wonderland." 11. Ellie was alone in the police station, going through her notes from this afternoon. All those grieving parents and their missing children were counting on her. She was terrified she'd disappoint them. It was the fear that drove her, kept her butt in this seat and her tired eyes focused on the pile of reports on her desk. But she'd been at it too long. She couldn't be objective anymore, couldn't make any more notes about blood types and dental records and abduction dates. All she saw when she closed her eyes were broken families, people who still put up Christmas stockings every year for their missing children. It broke her heart. "I could hear you crying outside." She looked up sharply, sniffing hard. "I wasn't crying. I poked myself in the eye. What are you doing here, anyway?" Cal stood there, smiling gently, his hands shoved deeply in his pockets. In a black, dark night t-shirt and faded jeans, he looked more like a high school kid than a married, fully grown father of 3. How was it he always showed up when she felt most alone? He pulled up a chair and sat down beside her. "You okay?" She wiped her eyes. The smile she gave him was pure fiction. Both of them knew it. "I'm out of my league, Cal." He shook his head. A comma of jet-black hair fell across his eyes. Without even thinking, she pushed it away. "What do I do?" He jerked back at her touch, then laughed awkwardly. "You'll do what you always do, Elle." "What's that?" "Whatever it takes. You'll find the girl's family." "No wonder I keep you around." This time her smile was almost the real thing. He stood up. "Come on, I'll buy you a beer." "What about Lisa and the girls?" "Tara's babysitting." He reached for his rain slicker, put it on. "I don't need a beer, Cal. Really. Besides, I should get home. You don't need to—" "No one watches out for you anymore, Elle." "I know, but—" "Let me." The simple way he said it plucked at her heart. He was right. It had been a long time since someone had taken care of her. "Come on." She grabbed her black leather jacket and followed him out of the station. The streets were empty again, quiet. A full moon hung in the night sky, illuminating streets still damp from a late-night rain. It gave off an eerie radiance that stained the trees and silvered the road. Ellie tried not to think about the case as she drove. Instead, she focused on the darkness of the road and the comforting light from the headlights behind her. Truthfully, it felt good to have someone following her home. She pulled into her yard and parked. Before she could turn off the ignition, a song came on the radio. "Leaving on a jet plane." She was plunged into a memory. Mom and Dad playing this song on the piano and fiddle, asking their girls to sing along. "My Elle," Dad would say, "has an angel's voice." She saw her pint-sized self running for the makeshift stage, sidling up beside her dad. Later, when Sammy Barton played that song for her, she'd tumbled into love. It had been like drowning, that love. She'd barely made it out of the water alive. "You used to love this song," Cal said, standing by her door, looking down at her through the open window. "Used to," Ellie said, pushing the memories aside. "Now it makes me think of husband number 2, only he left on a Greyhound bus. You've got to want to get away from someone pretty damn bad to ride a bus." She got out of the car. He was a fool. "I guess you're talking about every man I've ever loved. And there are a truckload of 'em." "But never the right one," he said quietly, studying her. "Thanks for that insight, Sherlock. I hadn't noticed." "Someone is feeling sorry for herself tonight." Ellie had to smile at that. "I won't let it last long. Thanks for letting me vent." He slung an arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. "Come on, Chief. Buy me a beer." They walked across the springy lawn and climbed the porch steps. Inside, Ellie was surprised to find her sister up and working. Julia sat at the kitchen table with papers strewn all around her. "Hey," she said, looking up. "Julia?" Cal said. His face lit up in a smile. Julia stood up slowly, staring at him. Cal? Cal Wallace? Is that really you? He opened his arms. It's me. Julia ran for him, let him hold her. They were both smiling brightly. When Cal finally drew back, he stared down at her. I told you you'd be beautiful. And you still give the best hugs of any man I've ever met, Julia said, laughing. Ellie frowned. Were they flirting with each other? All at once she thought about those old-time parties again. While Ellie had been center stage, singing her heart out, Julia had been on the stairs, sitting by Cal, listening from the shadows. Julia drew back and looked at him. You look like a rock star. Heroin chic. That's what they call skinny guys like me. He pushed the hair from his eyes. It's good to see you again, Jules. Sorry it has to be under such crappy circumstances. By the way, your sister is about ready to have a meltdown. That'll be the day, Ellie said, opening her can of beer. She unhooked her gun belt and radio and set them on the counter. Want one? No, thanks. Julia went to the table and fished through the mess of papers. When she found what she was looking for, she offered them to Ellie. Here, Elle, I have these for you. Ellie put her beer down. Wow! That's her? It is. Julia smiled like a proud parent. I'm calling her Alice, by the way, from Wonderland. She responded to the story. Ellie stared at the photograph in her hand. It was of a stunningly beautiful black-haired girl in a white eyelet dress. How do you do this? Getting her to stand still was the hard part. Julia's smile expanded. We had a good day. I'll tell you all about it tomorrow. Now I need to run. Will you keep an eye on her? Babysit? Me? Cal rolled his eyes. It's babysitting, Elle, not brain surgery. I'd rather crack your skull open and sew it shut than watch Wolf Girl. I'm not kidding. She looked at her sister. Where are you going? Back to the library. I need to find out about her diet. Go see Max, Cal said. The guy keeps meticulous notes. He'll be able to answer your questions. Julia laughed. Dr. Casanova on a Friday night? I don't think so. Don't worry about it, Jules, Ellie said. You're hardly his type. Julia's smile faded. That's not what I meant, but thanks for the tip. She reached for her purse and headed for the door. And thanks for babysitting, Elle. Good to see you again, Cal. Are you a moron? Cal said to Ellie the minute Julia left. I believe there's some kind of law against calling your police chief a moron. No, there's a law against my police chief being a moron. Did you see the look on your sister's face when you said she wasn't Max's type? You hurt her feelings. Come on, Cal. I saw a picture of her last boyfriend. Mr. World-famous scientist did not look like Max. Cal sighed and stood up. You'll never get it. Get what? He looked down at her a long time, long enough that she started to wonder what he saw. Finally, he shook his head. I'm out of here. See you at work tomorrow. Don't leave mad. He paused at the door and turned to her. Mad? His voice dropped. I'm hardly mad, Ellie. But how would you know that? The only emotions you really understand are your own. And then he was gone. Ellie finished her beer and opened a second. By the time she emptied that can, she'd forgotten all about Cal's dramatics. They'd had plenty of fights and arguments in their time. What mattered was that tomorrow they'd be fine. Cal would smile at her as if it had never happened. It had always been that way between them. Finally, she went upstairs. At her old room, she stopped. Turning the knob, she went inside. The girl was sleeping peacefully, and though she looked like any other kid now, she was still curled up tightly, as if to protect herself from a cruel world. "Who are you, little one?" Ellie whispered, feeling that weight of responsibility again. "I'll find your family. I swear I will." 40 years ago, when the Rose Theater was built, it had been on the far edge of town. Old-timers still called the neighborhood Back East. It had been given that nickname when Azalea Street seemed miles away. Now, of course, it was practically in town. All around it, there were small two-story homes built in the timber-rich years to house mill workers. Across the street was the library, and just down the road a block or two was the new hardware store. South Park, where the girl had first shown up, was kitty corner to it. Max came to the movies every Friday night, alone. At first there had been talk about the weirdness of his habit, and women had shown up accidentally to sit with him, but in time it had settled into a routine, and there was nothing the people of Rain Valley liked better than routine. He waved to the theater's owner, who stood at the tiny concession counter, carefully rearranging the boxes of candy. He didn't stop to chat, knowing that any conversation would inevitably circle back to the man's bursitis.
"Hey, Doc, how'd you like the movie?"
Max turned to his left and found Earl and his wife Myra beside him. They, too, were at the movies every Friday night, cuddling in their seats like teenagers. "Hey, Earl, Myra, it's good to see you."
"That was some great movie," Earl said.
"You love every movie," Myra said to her husband, "especially the romances." They fell into step. "How's the search going?" Max asked Earl.
"It ain't no picnic, that's for sure. The phone is ringing off the hook, and the leads are pouring in like the whole river in spring. There are so many lost girls out there, it breaks your danged heart. But we'll find out who she is. Chief is determined."
"That Ellen Barton is quite a woman," Myra said to Max. He couldn't help smiling. Myra never missed an opportunity to mention Ellie. It seemed that the whole town had expected them to fall in love. For the short time they'd been an item, the gossip alert had been DEFCON 4. A few die-hard romantics like Myra thought for sure there would be a sequel. "Yes, she is, Myra." They were outside now, standing on the wide concrete path that connected the entrance of the theater to the sidewalk. On this unexpectedly dry night, the other moviegoers drifted toward their cars, talking among themselves. The crowd dissipated slowly. For a few moments people gathered in small groups along the sidewalk and in the street, neighbors talking to one another on this beautiful night. The sound of their voices carried on the still, clean air. Earl and Myra were among the first to leave. One by one the cars drove away until the street was empty except for an old white Suburban and his pickup truck. Max was halfway to his truck when a movement across the street caught his eye. A woman was leaving the library, her arms full of books. Light from a street lamp fell down on her, made her look too alive somehow, an angel against the dark night. Julia. Across the street, she opened the passenger door of the Suburban and tossed her books onto the seat. She was almost to the driver's side when he said her name. She paused and looked up. "Hey, Julia," he said, coming up to her. "You're working late?" She laughed. It sounded nervous. "Obsessive is a word that's often been used about me." "How's your patient?" "Actually, I'd like to talk to you about her. Later. At the hospital." "How about right now? We could go to my house." Julia looked confused. "Oh, I don't think—"
"This is as good a time as any."
"I do have a babysitter right now."
"Then it's settled. Follow me."
Before she could say no, he walked over to his truck and climbed into the driver's seat. As he started the engine, he watched her in the rearview mirror. She stared at his truck, biting her lip, then finally got into her own car. On either side of the road, a thicket of black trees stood watch, their tops pressed into the starry underbelly of the night sky. Moonlight turned the ordinary asphalt into a ribbon of tarnished silver that snaked between the twin curtains of trees. At the turnoff, an old brown and yellow Forest Service wooden sign pointed the way to Spirit Lake. Julia hadn't been out this way in years. Even now, with all the growth that had taken place on the peninsula in the 2 decades since high school, this was still the boonies. The locals called it the End, not only because of its location, but because of its isolation. It was a stunningly beautiful, majestic corner of the rainforest, but she couldn't quite match it to Dr. Casanova. He definitely struck her as a big city guy. What was he doing out here, in the middle of all this green darkness? As she turned onto the gravel road, the landscape changed. The trees blocked out the pearly moonlight. No lights cut through the inky night. The ever-present fog off the lake gave the forest a brooding, otherworldly feel. It occurred to her suddenly that she was following a man she barely knew into the deep woods, and that no one knew where she was. "You're being an idiot. He's a doctor." Ted Bundy was a law student. She reached into her purse and pulled out her cell phone. Amazingly, she got service. She punched in Ellie's phone number and got voicemail. "Hey, Elle, I'm at Dr. Saracen's house talking about the girl." She glanced at her watch. "I'll be home by midnight." She clicked the End button. "At least they'll know where to start looking for my body." That, actually, wasn't funny. In truth, she wasn't entirely sure why she was following him anyway. She wasn't really ready for a consult, and what she did have to present as a theory would make her look like a nutcase. Unfortunately, the past year had stolen more than her reputation. Somewhere along the way, she'd lost her confidence. She needed to hear that she was on the right path. There it was, the true reason she was here. He was the only colleague she had in Rain Valley, and he'd examined Alice. She hated the glimpse into her own weakness, but she was not one to deny the obvious. Up ahead, Max turned off the main road. She followed him onto the driveway that had recently been graveled. The single-lane roadway took a hairpin turn to the left and ended abruptly in a tree-ringed meadow. Max drove into the garage and disappeared. Julia parked alongside it. Taking a deep breath, she grabbed her briefcase and got out of the car. The beauty of the place stunned her. She was in the middle of a huge grassy field, ringed on 3 sides by enormous evergreens. On the 4th border lay Spirit Lake. Mist rose from the lake like steam from a boiling pot, giving everything a surreal fairy tale look. Close by, an owl hooted. She jumped at the sound. "The infamous spotted owl," Max said, coming up beside her. She eased sideways. "The enemy of every logger, and the champion of every tree-hugger. Come on." He led her past the garage and toward the house. As she got closer, she saw the craftsman-style beauty of the place. Plank cedar siding, handcrafted eaves, a big wraparound porch. Even the chairs seemed to have been handmade of clean, pure fur. It was the kind of house you didn't see in Rain Valley. Expensive and hand-tooled, yet plain. It was an Aspen or Jackson Hole kind of place. He opened the front door and let her enter first. The first thing she noticed was the spicy aroma of bayberry. Somewhere he had a scented candle burning. Sexy music floated through the speakers. No doubt he kept the place in constant readiness for female guests. Julia tightened her hold on the briefcase and walked into the house. A gorgeous river rock fireplace dominated the left wall. Windows ran the length of the house, looking out from the porch to the lake beyond. 2 pairs of French doors led outside. The kitchen was small but perfectly constructed. Every cabinet gleamed with candlelight. The dining room was big and bracketed on 2 sides by windows that overlooked the lake. A huge trestle table took up most of the space. Oddly, there was only a single chair next to it. In the living room there was an oxblood leather sofa, no chairs, and a big-screen plasma TV. A thick alpaca wool rug covered the wide-planked wood floor in front of the fireplace. There was also a jumble of ropes and pulleys by the back door. They lay in a tangled heap beside an ice pick and a backpack. "Rock climbing gear," she said. It was too cliché. "Someone is into danger, I see. A man who needs extreme circumstances to feel alive." "Don't try to psychoanalyze me, Julia. Drink?" He turned away from her and went into the kitchen area. Opening the refrigerator door, he said, "I have whatever you want." "How about a glass of white wine?" He returned a moment later carrying 2 glasses. White wine for her, Scotch on the rocks for himself. She took the one he offered and sat down at the very end of the sofa, close to the arm. "Thanks." He smiled. "You don't have to look so terrified, Julia. I'm not going to attack you." For a moment she was caught by the low, soft tone of his voice and the blue of his eyes. It was a little spark, barely anything, but it made her angry. She needed to get back on solid ground. "Let me guess again, Dr. Saracen. If I went out to the garage, I'd find a Porsche or a Corvette?"
"Nope. Sorry to disappoint you."
"Upstairs, I'd find a king-sized bed with expensive silk sheets, maybe a faux fur coverlet, and a nightstand drawer full of condoms that are ribbed for her pleasure." A frown pulled at his forehead. She got the distinct feeling that he was toying with her.
"Her pleasure is always important to me."
"I'm sure it is, as long as her pleasure doesn't require any real emotion on your part, or, God forbid, a commitment. Believe me, Max, I've known men like you before. As appealing as the Peter Pan syndrome is to some women, it's lost its charm for me."
"Who was he?"
"Who?"
"The man who hurt you so badly."
Julia was surprised by the perceptiveness of the question. Even more surprising was how it made her feel, almost as if he knew her. But he didn't. He was just fishing, casting the kind of line that only men like him could handle. His gift was the appearance of sincerity, of depth. For some bizarre reason, when she looked at him now, she saw a kind of loneliness in his gaze, an understanding that made her want to answer him. And then she would be caught. "May we please keep ourselves on track?"
"Ah, business. Tell me about the girl."
He sat down close to her, but not too close. "I'm calling her Alice for now, from Alice in Wonderland." She responded to the story.
"Seems like a good choice."
He waited for more. Suddenly she wished she weren't here. He might be a player and a flirt, but he was also a colleague, and as such, he could ruin her with a word.
"Julia?"
She started slowly. "When you first examined her, did you see any evidence of what her diet had been?"
"You mean beyond the dehydration and malnutrition?"
"Yes."
"Facts? No. Ideas? I have a few. I'd say some meat and fish and fruit. I would guess she ate no dairy and no grains at all."
Julia looked at him. "In other words, The kind of diet that would come from living off the land for a long time. Maybe. How long do you think she was out there? There it was, the question whose answer could both make and break her. "You'll think I'm crazy," she said after too long a silence. "I thought you shrinks didn't use that word." "Don't tell." "You're safe with me." She laughed at that. "Hardly." "Start talking, Julia," he said, sipping his drink. The ice rattled in his glass. "Okay." She started with the easy stuff. "I'm sure she's not deaf, and I strongly question the idea of autistic. Strangely enough, I think she might be a completely normal child, reacting to an impossibly foreign and hostile environment. I believe she understands some language, although I don't yet know if she knows how to speak and is choosing not to, or if she's never been taught. Either way, she hasn't hit puberty, so, theoretically at least, she's not too old to learn." "And?" He took another drink. She took a drink, too. Hers was more of a gulp. Her sense of vulnerability was so strong now she felt her cheeks warm. There was nothing to do now except dive in or walk away. "Have you ever read any of the accounts of wild children?" "You mean like that French kid? The one Truffaut made the movie about?" "Yes." "Come on." "Hear me out, Max. Please." He leaned back into the cushions, crossed his arms, and studied her. "Tell me." She started pulling stuff out of her briefcase. Papers, books, notes. She laid them all out on the cushion between them. As Max examined each article, she outlined her thoughts. She told him about the clear signs of wildness, the apparent lack of sense of self, the hiding mechanism, the eating habits, the howling. Then she offered the oddities, the humming, birdsong mimicry, the insta-toilet training. When she'd presented all of it, she sat back, waiting for his comment. "So, you're saying she was out there in the woods for most of her life?" "Yes." "And the wolf they found with her, that was, what, her brother?" She reached for her papers. "Forget it. I should have known." Laughing, he grabbed her hand. "Slow down. I'm not making fun of you. But you have to admit that your theory is out there." "But think about it. Plug our evidence into the known fact patterns." "It's all anecdotal, Julia. Kids raised by wolves and bears." "Maybe she was held hostage for a while and then let go to survive on her own. She's definitely been around people at some point." "Then why can't she speak?" "I think she's electively mute, at least partially. In other words, she can speak. She's choosing not to." "If that's true, even partially, it'll take a hell of a doctor to bring her back to this world." Julia heard the question in his voice. She wasn't surprised. The whole world thought she was incompetent now. Why should he be any different? What did surprise her was how much it hurt. "I am a good doctor. At least, I used to be." She reached for her papers, started putting them in her briefcase. He leaned closer, touched her wrist. "I believe in you, you know, if that matters." She looked at him, even though she knew instantly that it was a mistake. He was so close now that she could see a jagged scar along his hairline and another at the base of his throat. Candlelight softened his face. She saw tiny flames reflected in the blue sea of his eyes. "Thanks. It does." Later, when she was back in her car and driving home alone, she thought back on it, wondered why she'd revealed so much to him. The only answer came buried in her own lack of confidence. I believe in you." The irony was that there, in that room, with the soft music playing and the stairs that undoubtedly led to a huge bed, his words were what had seduced her. 12. Ellie was sipping her now warm beer and poring over stacks of police reports when she heard Julia come home. Ellie looked up. "Hey." Julia closed the door behind her. "Hey." Tossing her briefcase on the kitchen table, she headed for the refrigerator and got herself a beer. "Where are Jake and Elwood?"
See? You miss it when they don't go for your crotch. They're camped outside your bedroom. They almost never move from there anymore. I think it's the girl. They're crazy for her."
She smiled.
"So you went to see Max?"
Julia sat down on the sofa beside Ellie. "I'm hardly surprised to hear his name in the same sentence as the words, 'go straight for your crotch.' So, what's the deal with him?"
"That's a question every single woman in town has asked."
"I'll bet he's slept with every one of them."
"Not really."
Julia frowned. "But he acts like—"
"I know. He flirts like crazy, but that's as far as it usually goes. Don't get me wrong, he's slept with plenty of women in town, but he's never really been with any of them. Not for long, anyway."
"What about you?"
Ellie laughed. "When he first moved here, I was all over him. It's my way, as you know. No subtlety here, and no waiting around. If a good-looking man comes to town, I pounce."
She finished her beer and set the bottle down.
"We had a blast. Tequila straight shots, dancing at the poorhouse, necking by the bathrooms. By the time I got him home, we were pretty well toasted. The sex was, to be honest, I don't remember it. What I do remember was telling him how easy it would be to fall in love."
"On the first date?"
"You know me. I always fall in love, and men usually like it. But not Max. He pretty much killed himself in his hurry to leave. After that, he treated me like I had a communicable disease."
Ellie glanced sideways, expecting to see censure in the green eyes that were so like her own. Julia couldn't know about throwing yourself at the wrong guy, about how it felt to be so desperate for love that you'd reach for anyone who smiled at you. But what she saw in her sister's eyes surprised her. Julia looked fragile, suddenly, as if the talk of love had upset her.
"Are you okay?"
"Fine." But Ellie could see the lie on her sister's face, and for the first time she understood. Her sister had been broken by love, too. Maybe not as often as she had, or as publicly, but Julia had been hurt.
"What happened with him, with Philip? You guys were together for a long time. I thought you'd get married."
"I thought so, too. I was so in love with him I ignored the signs. I found out too late that he'd been screwing around for most of the last year we were together. Now he's married to a dental hygienist and living in Pasadena. Last I heard, he was screwing around on her, too. Some psychiatrist, huh? I miss the problems in my own relationship. He sounds like a real asshole." "It would be easier if that were true."
"I'm sorry."
For the first time, Ellie felt as if she understood her sister. Julia might be brilliant, but when it came to love, that was no protection. Every heart could be broken.
"You better stay away from Max, you know."
Julia sighed. "Believe me, I know. A guy like that."
"Yeah, he could hurt a woman like you."
"Like us," Julia said softly.
So she felt it, too, this new connection.
"Yeah," Ellie agreed. "Like us." The next morning, Ellie was parked in front of the Ancient Grounds coffee stand when her radio beeped. Static crackled through the old black speakers, followed by Cal's voice.
"Chief, you there? Out."
"I'm here, Cal. What's up?"
"Get down here, Ellie. Out."
"Sally's making my mocha. I'll be—"
"Now, Ellie. Out."
Ellie glanced up at the woman in the coffee stand window. "Sorry, Sally. Emergency." She put the car in drive and hit the gas. 2 blocks later, she turned onto Kate's Avenue and almost slammed into a news van. There were dozens parked along and in the center of the street. White satellite dishes stood out against the gray sky. Reporters were huddled in clusters along the sidewalk, their black umbrellas open. She hadn't taken more than 3 steps when the reporters pounced on her.
"Comment on the report. No one is telling us where the exact location."
She pushed through the crowd and yanked the station door open. Slipping through, she slammed the door shut behind her and leaned against it.
"Shit!" "You haven't seen anything yet," Cal said. "They were camped out there at 8 o'clock when I got to work. Now they're waiting for your 9 o'clock update."
"What 9 o'clock update?"
"The one I scheduled to get them the hell out of here. I couldn't answer the phones with them yelling at me."
Peanut came around the corner holding a plastic mug the size of a gallon of paint. She was back on the grapefruit juice diet. A rolled-up newspaper was tucked under her arm.
"You'd better sit down," she said.
Ellie immediately looked at Cal. He nodded, mouthed, "I would." She went to her desk and sat down, then looked at her friends. Whatever they had to say couldn't be good. Peanut tossed the newspaper down on the desk. The whole top half was a photograph of the girl. Her eyes were wild and crazy-looking. Her hair was a nimbus of black and studded with leaves. She looked stark-raving mad as well as filthy, like one of those kids from Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. The byline read, "Mort Elzick." Ellie felt as if she'd been punched in the gut. So this was what he'd meant by "or else" when he'd demanded the interview.
"Shit!" "The good news is he didn't mention Julia," Cal said. "He wouldn't dare without official confirmation."
Ellie skimmed the article. "Savage girl steps out of the forest and into the modern world, her only companion a wolf. She leaps from branch to branch and howls at the moon."
"They're starting to think it's a hoax," Cal said quietly.
Ellie's anger turned to fear. If the media decided it was a hoax, they'd pull out of town. Without publicity, the girl's family might never be found. She reached into her canvas book bag and pulled out the photograph Julia had taken. "Circulate this." Peanut took the photo.
"Wow! Your sister is a miracle worker."
"We're calling her Alice," Ellie said. "Put that on the record. Maybe a name will make her seem more real." Girl comes awake slowly. This place is quiet, peaceful, even though she cannot hear the river's call or the leaves whispering. The sun is hidden from her. Still, the air is lighted and bright. She is not afraid. For a moment she cannot believe it. She touches her thoughts, pokes through the darkness of them. It is true. She is not afraid. She cannot recall ever feeling like this. Usually her first thought is, hide. She has spent so long trying to make herself as small as possible. She can breathe here, too, in this strange, squared world where light comes from a magical touch and the ground is hard and level. She can breathe. It does not hold on to the bad smells of him. She likes it here. If Wolf were with her, she would stay in this square forever, marking her territory in the swirling water and sleeping on the place she is told to, where it is soft and smells of flowers. "I see you are awake, little one." It is the sun-haired her who has spoken. She is at the eating place, with the thin stick in her hand again, the tool that leaves blue markings behind. Girl gets up and goes into the cleaning place, where the magical pool is now empty. She pulls down her pants and sits on the cold circle. When she is done peeing, she hits the white thing. In the other room, her stands up. She is hitting her hands together, making a sound like a hunter's shot, and smiling. Girl likes that smile. It makes her feel safe. From the babble of forbidden sounds, Girl hears, "Come." She moves slowly, hunched over, holding her insides tightly. She knows how dangerous a moment like this can be, especially when her guard is down. She should always stay afraid. But the smile, and the air, and the softness of the sleeping place make her forget the cave. Him. She sits where Sunhair wants her to. "I'll be good," she thinks, looking up, trying to force the happy face. Sunhair brings her food to eat. Girl remembers the rules, and she knows the price of disobeying. It is a lesson Him taught her lots of times. She waits for Sunhair to smile and nod, to say something. When it is done, Girl eats the sweet, sticky food. When she is finished, Sunhair takes the rest of the food away. Girl waits. Finally, Sunhair sits across from Girl. She touches her chest and says the same thing over and over. "Julia." Then she touches Girl. "Alice. Alice." Girl wants to be good, wants to stay in this place with this her that smiles, and she knows that something is expected of her now, but she has no idea what she should do. It seems as if Sunhair wants Girl to make the bad sounds, but that can't be true. Her heart is beating so fast it makes her feel sick and dizzy. Finally, Sunhair pulls back her hand. She reaches into the square hole beside her and begins putting things on the table. Girl is mesmerized. She has never seen any of these things. She wants to touch them, taste and smell them. Sunhair takes one of the pointed sticks and touches it to the book of lines. Behind her touch, everything is red. Crayon. Color book. Girl makes a sound of wonder. Sunhair looks up. She is talking to Girl now. In all the babble of sound, she begins to hear a repetition. "Alice, play." Play. Girl frowns, trying to understand. She almost knows these sounds. But Sunhair keeps talking, keeps pulling things out of the secret place until Girl can't remember what she is trying to remember. Every new object seizes hold of her, makes her want to reach out. Then, when Girl is almost ready to make her move, to touch the pointed red stick, Sunhair pulls it out. Girl screams and scrambles backward, but she is trapped by this cage on which she sits. She falls, hits her head, and screams again, then crawls on her hands and knees toward the safety of the trees. She knew she shouldn't have let her guard down. So what that she can breathe here? It is a little thing, a trick. Sunhair is frowning at her, talking in a haze of white noise. Girl can make out no sounds at all. Her heart is beating so fast it sounds like the drums of the tribe that fish along the river. There is almost no space between them now. Sunhair holds it out. Girl screams again and claws at her hair, blowing her nose. Him is here. He knows she likes Sunhair, and he will hurt her now. All she can think is the sound she knows best of all. No! Alice pulled at her hair and snorted, shaking her head. A low, throaty growl seemed caught in her throat. Julia was seeing true emotion. This was Alice's heart, and it was a dark, scary place. Julia opened the door and threw the dream catcher out in the hallway, then shut the door. "There," she said in a soothing voice, moving slowly. "I'm sorry, honey, really sorry." She knelt down in front of Alice, so they were almost eye to eye.
Alice was absolutely still now, her eyes wide with fear. "You're terrified," Julia said. "You think you're in trouble, don't you?" Very slowly she reached out and touched Alice's wrist. The touch was fleeting and as soft as a whisper. "It's okay, Alice. You don't have to be scared." At the touch, Alice made a strangled, desperate sound and stumbled backward. She hid behind the plants and began a quiet, desperate howling. The child had no idea how to be comforted. Another of the many heartbreaks of her life. Julia said, making a great show of looking around the room. "What shall we do now?" After a few moments, she picked up the old battered copy of Alice in Wonderland. "Where did we leave young Alice?" She went back to the bed and sat down. With the book open on her lap, she looked up. Between two green fronds, a tiny, earnest face peered at her. "Come," Julia said softly. "No hurt." Alice made a pathetic little sound, a mewl of sorts. It tugged at Julia's heart, that whimper that sounded at once too old and too young. It was a distillation of longing from fear. "Come," she said again, patting the bed. "No hurt." Still, Alice remained in her safe spot. Julia started to read. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself," said Alice. "A great girl like you," she might well say this, "to go on crying in this way. Stop this moment, I tell you." But she went on all the same, shedding gallons of tears until there was a large pool around her. There was a sound across the room, a scuffing of feet. Julia smiled to herself and kept reading. "It is a trick. Girl knows this. She knows it. And yet the sounds are so soothing. She sits in the forest so long her legs begin to ache. Although stillness has always been her way, in this bright place she likes to move, if only because she can. Don't do it, she thinks, shifting her weight from one foot to another. It is a trick. When girl gets close, her will beat her. Come here, Alice. From the jumble of sounds Sunhair makes, girl hears these special noises again. From somewhere she remembers that they are words. Trick! She has no choice but to obey, of course. Sooner or later, sooner probably, Sunhair will tire of waiting. This game of hers will lose its fun, and girl will be in trouble. Very slowly she steps from her hiding place. Her heart is hammering. She is afraid it will break through her chest and fall onto the floor. She looks down at her hands and feet. Here, in this oddly bright place, the ground is made of hard strips the color of dirt. There are no leaves or pine needles to soften her steps. Every movement hurts, but not as much as what will come. She has been bad. Screaming is very bad. She knows this. Out there are strangers and bad people. Loud sounds attract them. Quiet, damn you, she knows. As she approaches the bed, she lowers her head, then drops down to her hands and knees, looking as weak as possible. This she learned from the wolves. Al-is? Girl flinches, closes her eyes. Not a stick, she hopes, hearing the whining sound in her own mouth. At first, the touch is so soft she doesn't notice. The mule catches in her throat. She looks up. Sunhair is closer now, smiling down at her. She is talking. Always she is talking in that sunlight voice of hers. It sounds like a river in the last days of summer, soft and soothing. Her eyes are wide open, as green as new leaves, There is no anger on her face. And she is stroking girl's hair, touching her gently. Is okay, no hurt. Girl leans forward, but just a little. She wants Sunhair to keep touching her. It feels so good. Come here, Alice. Sunhair pats the soft place beside her. In a single motion, Girl leaps up and curls next to her. It is the safest she has felt in a long time. When Sunhair starts to talk again, Girl closes her eyes and listens. Julia sat very still, although her mind was moving at light speed. What was the story with the dream catcher? Had Alice understood, "Come here"? Or had she responded to the bed patting? Either way, the response was a form of communication, unless Alice had simply jumped onto the bed of her own volition. Julia's fingers itched to make some notes, but now was not the time. Instead, she turned her attention back to the book and began reading where she left off. As she finished the chapter, Julia felt a movement on the bed. She paused in her reading and glanced down at Alice, who had repositioned herself. Now the child lay curled cat-like against her, Alice's forehead almost touching her thigh. You have no idea what it's like to feel safe in this world, do you? Julia said, putting the book down for a moment. Her throat tightened. It took her several seconds to suppress the emotion enough to say, I can help you if you'll let me. This is a good place to start, with you beside me. Trust is everything. The instant the words were out of Julia's mouth, she remembered the last time she'd said them. It had been a cool, steely day in the season that passed for winter in Southern California. She'd been in the $2,000 leather chair in her office, making notes and listening to another girl's voice. In the sofa opposite her sat Amber Zuniga, all dressed in black, trying not to cry. Trust is everything, Julia had said. You can tell me what you're feeling right now. Julia closed her eyes. The memory was the kind that physically hurt. That meeting had taken place only 2 days before Amber's rampage. Why hadn't she— Stop! She refused to follow those thoughts. They led to a dark and hopeless place. If she went there, she might not be able to come back, and Alice needed her. Perhaps more than anyone had ever needed her. As I was saying, Alice touched her. It was nothing at first, a movement as tentative as the brush of a butterfly wing. Julia saw it, but barely felt it. That's good, honey, she whispered. Come into this world. It's been lonely in yours, hasn't it? Scary? No part of Alice moved except her hand. Very slowly she reached out and petted Julia's thigh in an awkward, almost spastic motion. It's frightening to touch another person sometimes, Julia said, wondering if any of her words were being understood. Especially when we've been hurt. We can be afraid to reach out to someone else. The petting smoothed out, became a gentle stroking. Alice made a sound that was low in her throat, a kind of purr. She slowly lifted her chin and looked up at Julia. Those amazing blue-green eyes were pools of worried fear. No hurt, Julia said, hearing the catch in her voice. She was feeling too much right now, and that was dangerous. Being a good psychiatrist was like reading a novel at 40. You needed to keep the words at arm's length, or everything became a blur. She stroked Alice's soft black hair again and again. No hurt. It took a long time, but finally Alice stopped trembling.
For the rest of the morning, Julia alternated between reading and talking to the girl. They broke for lunch and went to the table, but immediately afterward, Alice returned to the bed and hit the book with her open palm. Julia cleared the dishes, then retook her place on the bed and resumed her reading. By 2 o'clock, Alice had curled up closer to her and fallen asleep. Julia eased off the bed and stood there, staring down at this strange, quiet girl she called Alice. They had made so many breakthroughs in the last 2 days, but perhaps none held as much potential as the dream catcher. Alice had reacted so violently to the trinket. It had to be of critical importance. Julia knew what she needed now was a way to both release Alice's fear of the dream catcher and to explore it, without, of course, having Alice so terrified she hurt herself. It was the best weapon in her arsenal right now, the only object she had that elicited strong emotion. She had no choice but to use it. "Do you cry, Alice? Do you laugh? You're trapped inside yourself, aren't you?" "Why?" Julia drew back. She went over to her notes and wrote down everything that had transpired since breakfast. Then she read back over the words she'd written. Violent reaction to dream catcher. Extreme bout of anger and or fear. As usual, patient's emotions are entirely directed inward. It's as if she has no idea how to express her feelings to others. Perhaps due to elective mutism. Perhaps due to training. Did someone or something teach her to be silent always? Was she abused for speaking out or for speaking at all? Is she used to scratching and hair-pulling as her only emotional display? Is this how pack animals express emotions when out of view? Is this a symptom of wildness or isolation or abuse? Some realization teased her, danced at the corner of her mind, moving in and out of focus too quickly for her to really see it. Julia put down her pen and stood up again. A quick look at the video camera assured her that it was still recording. She could study the footage of the Dreamcatcher incident again tonight. Maybe she'd missed something. She checked Alice again, made sure she was asleep, then left the room. Outside, in the hallway, the dogs lay coiled together, asleep. Julia stepped over them and retrieved the Dreamcatcher. It was a poorly made trinket, the kind of thing they sold at local souvenir shops. No bigger than a tea saucer, and as thin as the twigs that formed its circular perimeter. It was hardly threatening. Several cheap, shiny blue beads glittered amidst a string web. She suspected they usually came with a designer tag that detailed their importance to the local tribes of the Quinault and the Hoh. What was its connection to Alice? Was she Native American? Was that a piece of the puzzle? Or was it not the dream catcher in total that had frightened her, but rather some piece of it? The beads, the twigs, or the string? String, a cousin to rope. Ligature marks. Perhaps that was the connection. The string could have reminded Alice of being tied up. There was no way to know these answers until Alice herself revealed them. In ordinary therapy, bound by the normal conventions of time and money, it could take months for a child to confront such fears, perhaps years. But this case was far from ordinary. The longer Alice remained in her solitary, isolated world, the less likely it was that she would ever emerge. Therefore, they didn't have the luxury of time. She needed to force a confrontation between the two Alices, the child lost in the woods and the girl who'd been returned to the world. These two halves needed to integrate into a single personality, or Alice's future would be at risk. Desperate times called for desperate measures. There was only one thing to do, and it wouldn't be pretty. She went downstairs to call her sister. 15 minutes later, Ellie and Peanut walked through the front door. "Hey," Peanut said, grinning broadly and fluttering her bright pink star-spangled fingernails. Julia reached into her pocket and pulled out the dream catcher. "Either one of you recognize this?"
"Sure, it's a dream catcher," Peanut said, pulling a baggie full of carrot sticks out of her purse. "My son used to have one hanging from his bed. I think he bought it on a field trip up to Nia Bay. They're a Native American tradition. The idea is that they protect a sleeping child from nightmares. The bad dreams get caught in the web, while the good ones slip quietly through that hole in the middle." She grinned. "Discovery Channel, Native American History Week."
"Why?" Ellie asked Julia. Alice had a severe emotional response to this thing, snorting, scratching herself, screaming. It seemed to scare the crap out of her. Ellie reached over and picked up the dream catcher, examining it. "You think it's the bad dream thing?" "No, I think it's more personal. Maybe she was hurt in a room that had one, or by a person who made them. Or perhaps the string reminded her of the rope that was used to tie her ankle. I'm not sure yet, but there's something about it that set her off." "I'll check it out," Ellie said. "Clues are damn few and far between. I'll send Earl up to the reservation. Maybe we'll get lucky." "It's about time for some luck," Julia agreed, picking her purse up off the sofa. "Where could I find a bunch of them for sale?"
"Swain's General Store," Peanut answered. "They have a local souvenir aisle."
"Great. I'll be back as soon as I can."
"Better wear a mask," Peanut muttered.
She and Ellie exchanged worried glances. Julia frowned. "What's going on?" "You remember Mort Elzick?" Ellie asked. So it was small-town gossip. She should have known. "No." Julia glanced at her watch. She wanted to be back, with the dream catchers, when Alice woke from her nap. "I really don't have time for this now. I don't know how long Alice will sleep." She headed for the door.
"He published a photo of Alice in the Rain Valley Gazette. The headline called her Wolf Girl," Peanut said, chewing loudly.
Julia stopped. All at once she remembered Mort from high school. And from that night at the hospital. He'd bumped into her in the hallway. Of course! The bag he'd dropped held camera equipment. That was why he hadn't been at the meeting in the church. He'd used that time to sneak into the hospital. Slowly she turned. "Any mention of me?" Both women shook their heads. "The town is protecting you," Ellie added. "He knows you're here, but no one will confirm that you're helping Alice." "I knew there'd be a leak. There always is. We're fine if—" Peanut and Ellie exchanged another worried look. "What? There's more?" Julia demanded. "Some of the reporters are leaving town. They think the whole thing is a hoax." Julia cursed under her breath. That was the one thing they couldn't afford. If the media withdrew now, they might never find out who Alice really was. The new photos, mine, I mean, should help. Also, release some bit of information, something scientific. Put someone in uniform on camera to talk about the search. Use lots of missing kids statistics. Make every word sound official. That should buy us some time. "You need to get her talking, Jules." "No kidding." In the old days, her word would have been enough to convince the media. Now it would mean nothing.
"You want me to go get you the dream catchers?" Peanut said gently.
Julia hated to bend to pressure, but she had no choice. She couldn't let Mort get a photo of her. She tossed her purse back onto the sofa. "Thanks, P. I'd appreciate that." 13. An hour later, Ellie and Peanut were back in the cruiser, heading for town. "We need her to talk," Ellie said quietly. No matter how much evidence they accumulated, the truth always boiled down to that.
"Julia's doing her best, but—"
"It could take a while. I know. And what if Mort's photo ruins everything? If the legitimate media thinks we're some hicks trying to put our city on the map, it's over."
"Don't go looking for trouble, Elle. My Benji says—"
The car radio squawked.
Ellie, are you there?
I'm not answering, Ellie said. It's never good news anymore.
That's a responsible choice. Probably just a 10-car pileup on the interstate anyway. Or a hostage situation.
Another clatter of static.
Chief, Julia says you're in the car. If you don't answer, I'm going to tell everyone you wrote a letter to Rick Springfield in the 8th grade. Over.
Ellie hit the talk button.
Don't force me to bring out the photos of you with a perm, Cal.
There you are. Thank God, El. You need to get here now. Over.
What's going on?
The kooks have landed, I swear to God.
Ellie cursed under her breath. She hit the siren and gas at the same time. In minutes, she was pulling into the parking lot and getting out of the car. There were people everywhere, though not as many as yesterday. News vans clogged the street in front of the station, and a line of people snaked from the front door and down the sidewalk. They weren't the kind of people who'd shown up before. No cops from other precincts, or private detectives, or reporters, or parents. This group looked like the Rocky Horror audience. She brushed past them, ignoring their clamoring voices, and went into the station. Cal was at his desk, looking dazed and confused. Earl sat at the other patrol desk. At Ellie's entrance, he smiled tiredly and said,
I just took a statement from a man who lives on the planet Rebar.
Ellie frowned. What?
That's who came looking for the girl. A man. No, an ambassador from Rebar. He had a tinfoil hat and black lips.
Ellie sat down at her desk with a sigh. Let him in, Earl, one at a time.
You're going to talk to them? Cal asked.
Just 'cause they're crazy doesn't mean they don't know something.
Earl went to the door and opened it. The woman he let in wore a flowing purple dress, cowboy boots, and a blue suede headband. In her hands, she held a baseball-sized crystal ball. Another psychic. Ellie smiled and reached for her pen. For the next 2 hours, she and Earl and Peanut listened to one crackpot after another tell them who Alice really was. Her favorite answer? Anastasia reborn. When the last man finally told his story and left, Ellie leaned back in her chair and sighed. Where did they all come from? Cal answered. Mort's picture. It makes the whole story seem unbelievable, especially since he used words like flying and wolf girl. His story hinted that she eats only live insects and does sign language with her feet. I heard CNN pulled out of town.
This is so not good, Peanut said, reaching for her grapefruit juice.
Cal jumped down from the desk. His tennis shoes hit with a little thump on the hardwood floor. Use her, he said quietly. It's our only choice. Ellie didn't have to ask who Cal meant. She'd had the same thought herself.
Julia? Peanut said in a spiky voice. But they'll only care about what happened in Silverwood.
They'll crucify her, Ellie said, looking up at Cal. Wolf girl works with disgraced doctor.
What choice do we have?
I don't know, Ellie said. Today, when she heard about Mort's photo, she looked as fragile as I've ever seen her.
She'll do it for Alice, Cal said. Julia was still trying to formulate a dream-catcher use plan when Ellie barged into the room. Her keys and handcuffs jangled with every step. Behind her, the dogs howled and scratched at the door, barking when she shut them out. Alice ran for the plants and hid there. Ellie clasped her keys and handcuffs, stilling them. I need to talk to you. Julia fought the urge to roll her eyes. The interruption had come at a particularly tender time. Fine. Ellie stood there a moment longer, then she said, I'll wait for you in the kitchen, and left the bedroom. Julia hid her pens and paper and notebooks. I'll be right back, Alice. Alice stayed hidden in her sanctuary, but when Julia reached for the knob, the child started to whimper. "You're upset," Julia said softly. "You're feeling afraid that I won't come back, but I will." There was nothing else she could say. She could only teach Alice about trust by returning. One of the fundamental truths of psychiatry was that sometimes you had to leave a patient who needed you. She slipped out of the room and shut the door behind her. Alice's low, pitiful howling could be heard through the door. The dogs were in the hallway, sitting up on their haunches, howling with Alice. She went downstairs and found Ellie out on the porch. It wasn't surprising, for as long as they'd been a family, important business and celebration had been taken care of outside, rain or shine. Ellie was sitting in Dad's favorite chair. Of course, Ellie had always drawn strength from their father, just as Julia had gotten hope from her mother. The choice of Ellie's chair meant something big was on her mind. Julia sat in the rocker. A soft breeze kicked up in the yard, sent drying leaves cartwheeling across the grass. The gurgling song of the fall river filled the air. She looked at her sister. "I need to get back to her. What's up?" Ellie looked pale, shaken even. It unnerved Julia to see her powerhouse of a sister look beaten. She leaned forward. "What is it, Ellie?" "The reporters are leaving town. They think the whole wild child thing is a hoax. By tomorrow the Gazette and maybe the Olympian will be the only papers still writing about this story." Julia knew suddenly what this was about, why Ellie looked nervous. "We need you to talk to the press," Ellie said softly, as if the tenor of her voice could remove the sting from the words. "Do you know what you're asking of me?" "What choice do we have? If the story dies, we may never know who she is. And you know what happens to abandoned kids. The state will warehouse her, ignore her." "I can get her to talk." "I know. But what if she doesn't know her name? We need her family to come forward." Julia couldn't deny it. As painful as this decision was, the stakes were clear. It came down to her best interest versus Alice's. "I wanted to have something to tell them. A success that could be balanced against the failures. They won't—" "What?" "Believe in me," she thought, but said, "Nothing." Julia looked away. The silvery river caught her gaze, reflecting like a strand of sunlight against the green lawn. In that instance of brightness, she recalled the flash of the camera lights and the barrage of ugly questions. When the press went in for the kill, there was nothing that could protect you. The truth least of all. She was damaged goods now. They wouldn't listen to her opinion on anything. But they'd put her on the front page. "I guess I can't be any more ruined," she said at last, shivering slightly. She hoped her sister didn't notice. But Ellie saw everything. She always had. Becoming a police officer had only heightened a natural skill for observation. "I'll be there with you all the time, right beside you." "Thanks. Maybe it would make a difference, not being so damned alone when the cameras rolled. Schedule a press conference for tonight, say 7 o'clock. "What will you tell them?" "I'll tell them what I can about Alice. I'll show them the pictures and reveal a few interesting behavioral observations, and let them ask their questions." "I'm sorry," Ellie said. Julia tried to smile. "I've lived through it before. I guess I can live through it again. For Alice." Julia could hear the racket going on in the police station. Dozens of reporters and photographers and videographers were out there, setting up their equipment, running sound and picture checks. She and Ellie and Cal and Peanut were crammed into the employee lunchroom like hot dogs in a plastic pack. "You'll be fine," Ellie said for at least the 10th time in the same number of minutes. As he had each time, Cal agreed. "I'm worried about Alice," Julia said.
"Myra is sitting just outside her door. She'll call if Alice makes a peep," Ellie said. "You'll be fine."
Peanut said,
"They'll call her a quack."
Ellie gasped.
"Peanut?"
Peanut grinned at Julia.
I use that technique on my kids. Reverse psychology. Now, anything they say will sound good.
"No wonder your kids keep piercing their body parts," Cal remarked.
Peanut flipped him off.
At least I don't go to conventions in costume.
"I haven't worn a costume in 20 years. Earl appeared at the door. Everything about him looked spit-shined, from his faded red comb-over to his lacquer-coated dress shoes. The creases in his uniform were laser-sharp.
"They're ready for you, Julia."
He flushed, stammered.
Dr. Cates."
One by one they peeled out of the lunchroom. The 5 of them collected again in the hallway.
"I'll go first to introduce you," Ellie said.
Julia nodded. For Alice, she thought. Ellie walked down the hallway and turned the corner. For Alice. Then Earl was beside her, taking her arm. She followed him down the hall, around the corner, and into the flash of her old life. The crowd went wild, hurling questions like hand grenades.
"Quiet!"
Ellie yelled, holding her hands out.
"Let Julia talk!"
Gradually the crowd stilled. Julia felt their eyes on her. Everyone in the room was judging her right now, finding her lacking in both judgment and skill. She drew in a sharp breath and caught it. Her gaze scanned the room, looking for a friendly face. In the back row, behind the reporters and photographers, were the locals. The Grimm sisters, and poor Fred in ash form, Barbara Kurek, Laurie Foreman and her bright-faced children, several of her high school teachers, and Max. He gave her a nod and a thumbs up. It was surprising, but that show of support helped calm her nerves. In Los Angeles, she'd always felt totally alone in facing the press. As all of you know, I'm Dr. Julia Cates. I've been called to Rain Valley to treat a very special patient, whom we're calling Alice. I know that many of you will wish to focus on my past, but I beg you to see what matters. This child is nameless and alone in the world. We need your help in finding her family. She held up a photograph. This is the girl we're calling Alice. As you can see, she has dark hair and blue-green eyes.
Dr. Cates, what would you say to the parents of those children who died in Silverwood?
Once she'd been interrupted, all hell broke loose. The questions came at her like shrapnel.
How do you live with the guilt? Did you know Amber had purchased a gun? Have you listened to the Death Knell lyrics? Played the Doomsday Cavern video game? Did you test her for an allergy to Prozac?
Julia kept talking until her voice gave out. By the time it was over and the reporters had all run off to meet their deadlines, she felt utterly spent. Alone at the podium, she watched the people leave. Finally, Ellie came up to her. "Jesus, Jules, that was bad," she said, looking almost as shaken as Julia felt. "I'm sorry. I didn't know—" "You couldn't have. Can I do something to help?" Julia nodded. "Watch Alice for me, will you? I need to be alone for a while." Ellie nodded. Julia tried not to make eye contact with Peanut or Cal. They stood near his desk holding hands. Both of them were pale. Peanut's bright pink cheeks were streaked with tears. Julia walked down the steps and into the cold lavender night. At the sidewalk, she turned left for no particular reason. "Julia." She turned. He stood in the shadow of the street, almost lost in the shade from a giant evergreen. "I bought the motorcycle when I worked near Watts. Sometimes a man needs to clear his head. 75 miles an hour on a bike will do it.
She should walk away, maybe even laugh, but she couldn't do it. In all of Rain Valley, he was probably the only person who really understood how she felt right now. How she knew that she couldn't have said. It made no sense, but the notion stuck with her. I think 40 miles an hour would do it. I have a smaller head.
Smiling, he handed her a helmet. She put it on and climbed onto the bike behind him, circling him with her arms. They drove down the cool, gray streets of town, past the pod of news vans and the parking lot full of school buses. Wind beat at her sleeves and tugged at her hair when they turned onto the highway. They drove and drove, through the night, along the narrow, bumpy highway. She clung to him. When he turned off the highway and onto his gravel driveway, she didn't care. In the back of her mind, she'd known when she climbed onto this man's motorcycle where they would end up. Tomorrow, she would question her judgment, or lack thereof, but for now it felt good to have her arms around him. It felt good not to be alone. He parked the motorcycle in the garage. Wordlessly, they went into the house. She took a seat on the sofa while Max brought her a glass of white wine, then built a fire in the imposing River Rock fireplace and turned on the stereo. The first song that came on was something soft and jazzy. "You don't need to go to all this trouble, Max. For God's sake, don't start lighting the candles." He sat down beside her. "And why is that?" "I'm not going upstairs." "I don't remember asking you to." She couldn't help smiling at that. Leaning back in the soft cushions, she looked at him over the rim of her wine-glass. In the firelight, he looked breathtakingly handsome. A thought flitted through her mind, seduced her. Why not? She could follow him upstairs, climb into his big bed, and let him make love to her. For a glorious while, she could forget. Women did that kind of thing all the time. "What are you thinking about?" She was sure he could read her mind. A man like him knew every nuance of desire on a woman's face. She felt her cheeks grow warm. "I was thinking about kissing you, actually." He leaned toward her. His breath smelled slightly of scotch. "And?" "As my sister pointed out, I'm not your kind of woman." He drew back. "Believe me, Julia, your sister has no idea what kind of woman I want." She heard the edge in his voice and saw something in his eyes that surprised her. "I've been wrong about you," she said, more to herself than to him. "You certainly jumped to a lot of conclusions." She smiled at that. "Hazard of the trade. I tend to think I know people." "So you're an expert on relationships, huh?" She laughed ruefully. "Hardly." "Let me guess. You're a one-man woman, a hearts and flowers romantic." Now who's jumping to conclusions? Am I wrong? She shrugged. "I don't know how romantic I am, but I only know one way to love." "How's that?" "All the way." A frown creased his forehead. "That's dangerous." "Says the rock climber. When you climb, you risk your life. When I love, I risk my heart. All or nothing. I'm sure it sounds stupid to you." "It doesn't sound stupid," he said in a voice so soft it sent shivers down her spine. "You have that same passion for your work, I can tell." "Yes," she said, surprised by the observation. "That's why today was so hard." For a long moment they stared at each other. Max seemed to be looking for something in her eyes, or seeing something he didn't understand. Finally he said, "When I worked in L.A., we used to get gang shootings almost every night. One bleeding, dying kid after another. The first few I stayed with long after my shift was over, and then talked to their brothers and sisters, trying to make them understand how their lives would unfold if they didn't change. By the end of the first year, I quit giving them the speech, and I quit standing by the bedsides all night. I couldn't save them all. Their gazes locked. She felt as if she were falling into the endless sky of his eyes. On good days, I know that. Today was not a good day. Or a good year, actually. Tomorrow will be better. He reached for her, pushed a thin strand of hair from her eyes. It would have taken nothing to kiss him then, just a slight movement toward him. "You're good at it," she said shakily, drawing back. "What?" "Seducing women." "I'm not seducing you."
"But you are," she thought.
She put down her wine-glass and stood. She needed some distance between them.
"Thanks for all of this, Max. You really saved me tonight. I need to get back to Alice, though. I can't be gone long."
Slowly he got to his feet and walked her to the door. Without saying a word, he led her to the garage. They got onto the motorcycle and drove home.